first of all, I think that this podcast is a place where I'm going to be wrong quite a lot.
That's a really positive note to start on.
And I'm going to guess maybe you're going to be wrong a lot as well, unless you've come prepared, and I don't know about that. Have you come prepared?
I think you know me well enough to know that I have not come prepared. But is that a bad thing? Like, I know you don't like wrongness, well, that's the impression I've always had of you, but like, it doesn't bother you in conversation, so why is it such a problem?
Conversations are different, right? So you do know, I get a little freaked out when I make those videos. You know, that's why like a podcast is a different kind of thing, right? I can just talk to you, and the expectations are lowered.
It's a different format. So you think because you've written a script, there's a new level of responsibility on you.
On the internet, if you're making something for other people, and it is a purportedly factual thing, and if you're not just a total jerk, there's some kind of burden on you to make sure that what you're saying is correct. And I think that partly comes from just having an audience of people who are interested in maybe hearing what you have to say. You have to make sure that what you're saying to them is right. Because those people are then going to maybe say what you told them to other people, and it sort of spreads. And if you've said something that's wrong, it's like you're making the world worse. Because you've put out like this incorrect piece of information that might also have a real chance of spreading to other people and to their conversations, and that's just no good, and that would make me feel very guilty.
So these months that you famously spend researching videos,
yes,
are you wanting them to be really correct because you feel this responsibility to make the world a better place, or because you fear hateful comments and criticism? Which is it?
I would say, very honestly, that a huge part of it is actually that I don't want to be wrong in public, right? In such a visible way.
It's a pride.
Yeah, there's a pride. I guess the thing that I'm really afraid of is, if you go back and watch some of my videos, in some of my videos, I am advocating for a position. So, the voting videos, for example, right? I am trying to convince people of something there. Or the video about the Electoral College, right? I'm trying to convince people how terrible the Electoral College is. Or the copyright video. I'm trying to convince you, I don't say it explicitly, but I'm trying to convince you that the copyright system that we currently have is kind of a terrible idea.
Yeah.
And the thing that I live in terror of on those days, the days that I have uploaded a I'm trying to convince you video, is that within the first 30 minutes, someone is going to leave a comment that just demolishes my central argument. And that is a terrifying thing to worry about, because I've just made this video, I've put it up on the internet, a bunch of people are watching it, right? And I'm doing my best to try and convince you of something, and then someone comes along and just devastatingly shows that I am incorrect. And I'm very happy in casual conversations to try to change my mind and to discover that I'm wrong about something, and then to adopt a correct opinion. But to have that process happen in front of maybe hundreds of thousands of people is kind of terribly embarrassing. So when I upload something, I really don't want it to be wrong.
Are you worried about the big howler, or the little thing that slipped through the net? Because something that was said to me by a very wise man, it was very true, that is, when you're making an argument like the ones you're talking about there, it can be the small thing that undoes you, because someone might point out, oh, you said that treaty was signed on January 13th, and in fact it was January 14th. Suddenly they use that mistake to undermine every single other thing you've said in your video or your argument. So are you worried you're going to trip over the small thing, or are you worried about something so huge and fundamental, which seems like a harder mistake to make?
I worry about everything, but I do have, to keep my own sanity, I do have a kind of hierarchy of errors. And so at the top of this, the worst thing is what we've just been discussing, is your argument is invalid error. Someone comes along and just demolishes the thing with a sentence. there are lots and lots of factual errors that do creep into my videos, and that it is totally unavoidable. And that's a kind of mid-level error, which is irritating, but it's survivable if it's an error that doesn't relate to the main point necessarily. So like you say, the treaty thing. You know, if I get a year wrong on the treaty, that's embarrassing, and if you have too many of those, that can start to undermine your credibility.
Yeah.
You know, I think everyone makes mistakes sometimes, but if you always get the treaty year wrong, right, or if you're always doing something just a little bit off, it does start to undermine your main point. And at the bottom of this hierarchy, I have things like pronunciation errors, which I have made an embarrassingly large number of times, and things like typos, where I do my best to just totally ignore those. I think if I make a pronunciation error, that's okay. That's an okay error to make. I'd rather not, but I don't, in my own opinion, I don't think that really detracts from the central point. But enough little mistakes like treaty years, that's a bad sign. Right? That doesn't help.
So you're being quite introspective here and talking about, you know, how you feel about your videos and errors in them.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel watching other people's videos then, or other content on the internet? Do you apply the same standards to other people that you apply to yourself, and get really upset when people make mistakes, or do you think this is just something you apply to yourself?
Well, okay, so here's a great thing, right? When I watch, say, your video, almost every time the person talking, right, is some expert on this topic, and I have no ability to judge whether or not they've made mistakes, right? There's an asymmetry here. I would say, you know, most of the educational videos that I watch on YouTube, I wouldn't even notice mistakes. Like the people who are making them are so much more integrated into the topic, and they've done so much more on it, that they're always going to be super aware of mistakes that come up, whereas I can't necessarily see that. I'm going to guess that you get emails from people who are wanting to correct mistakes in your videos, right? Because you're then on the receiving end, right? You've made a video and you put it out there to the world, and you know, someone in the world knows more about a topic, or they think they know more about a topic than you do, and then they contact you. Like, how do you deal with that?
I guess in most cases I'm interviewing experts, so I am a step removed, so I can always say, hey, it wasn't my mistake. But also I guess I have one extra level of protection that you don't have, and that is that hardly any of my videos are scripted or pre-prepared. And I guess they are like conversations, and as we were saying at the start of this chat, people forgive a lot more in conversations than perhaps they do in a script. So if someone gets a year wrong, or misspeaks, or just stuffs up, you can always say, well, hey, you know, there was no script, we were just chatting. How can, you know, he or she didn't know what questions I was going to ask. How can you possibly expect them to say everything perfectly? So I guess I have that extra level of protection. That doesn't make the wrongness hurt any less, but I think it makes it maybe less embarrassing in a way. So in terms of dealing with it, I guess that's another thing to talk about though. Once it's out there and it's wrong, and it happens to everyone, how do you deal with it?
So for me personally, the way I look at this is I try to keep a record of all the mistakes I've made on my own blog. And I'm actually going to try to see if I can pull it up here now.
I want to read that. I always love in the newspapers the correction section, like where they correct mistakes from the previous day's paper. Like, it's the best bit of the newspaper, seeing them apologise for all their mistakes. I love that you have one.
It honestly is, and I know I've mentioned this on Reddit a few times before, but my favorite mistakes section is the one published in The Economist magazine. Their mistakes section is just hilarious.
Why is that?
It's normally hilarious because the errors they're correcting are so minor as to be laughable, right? And I do look it over. I mean, sometimes they have genuine mistakes, right? Everyone does that. But for the most part, they have like these deep apologies for very minor mistakes, and I do appreciate that.
That's probably really tactically smart too, isn't it? Because you're probably thinking, gosh, if they're apologising for that, everything else must be correct, because they let nothing slip through the net.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a good PR move. Okay, so I'm looking at my most famous video, the UK one, and I have a website where I've kept track of things that I need to change. And oh god, some of these are just embarrassing to look at now. It's I haven't looked at this list in a long time, and it is really uncomfortable. Okay, well the very top one I will tell you at the end. So remind me if I forget. The burning one. Oh god, this was awful too. This is not so much a mistake as it was just terribly insensitive. But I colored Northern Ireland orange at one point in the map, right?
Yeah.
Now, I was not aware of the political implications of coloring Northern Ireland orange, but boy did I hear about that right after the video was uploaded. And so I have a note here that I say, because these are notes for if I ever redo this video.
Do not do Northern Ireland in orange.
Right. That's exactly right. Northern Ireland will be yellow, not orange. And also, okay, so a minor mistake was I was trying to do the national colors to some extent, and I reversed England and Wales. So England should be white, Wales should be red. I had it reversed in the video. I neglected to mention that the United Kingdom is part of the Commonwealth realm. I think I described it as being sort of above the Commonwealth realm, like it rules over this thing, not as part of the thing itself. Oh god, now here's the thing I'm gonna mess up again because I don't know how to do it right. I mispronounced the Orkney Islands.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that right? Is that right now?
Yeah, that's how I say it. Although I notoriously mispronounce everything in the UK as well, so.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
I have, oh god, also, yeah. I said the Church of England was the church of the whole of the United Kingdom, but it is not, as the name itself might specify. It is just the Church of England. It is not the Church of Scotland as well.
Oh, don't do this to yourself, guys.
Oh, no,
it's terrible.
I'm just
I can feel your pain.
Oh god, this one just killed me. This really killed me too. I used the word sovereign in just the wrong way many times, and I felt really dumb about that. I called the constituent countries sovereign, and this is not the correct term to use at all to describe the situation.
This video is like the foundation of your success. It's where it all started, and you're undermining everything I believe in now.
Oh, I know. And then I have this whole. I messed up a couple of places in the order. I'm saying the British Overseas Territory in order of descending population, and there were a couple that I got out of order, which is also just very painful.
Let me tell you this, right?
Okay.
I know this is about being wrong on the internet, and being wrong on the internet is a bad thing. But as someone who used to work in newspapers, I can promise you, being wrong in newspapers is worse, because it's printed so many times, and it's a hard copy, and you see it everywhere, and then you go out for a coffee break, and you see piles and piles of the newspaper sitting in the shop with your mistake sitting on the front page. That has happened to me. One of my first ever front page stories was about a big march or parade that was happening in my hometown. And I swaggered into work the next day, Mr. Front Page, thinking I was all that, and then the boss called me over and said, have a look at that. And I had the start of the parade happening at like 9 p.m. instead of 9 a.m. So all these people would turn up at the wrong time. And it was this. I went from hero to zero very quickly. The best example of this, though, it didn't happen to me. It happened to a good mate of mine. There was a solar eclipse, and he was given the job of writing the story for the paper.
No.
And he doesn't know too much about solar eclipses, and he obviously misunderstood something he was told. And he wrote in this story on the front page of the paper, big newspaper, do not look at the solar eclipse unless you are wearing sunglasses.
Oh no!
The advice should be to look at it, even if you are. And it was such a big deal that the newspaper had to like call all the TV stations and radio stations in the city and have them put out these emergency broadcasts saying, "Don't do what it said in the newspaper today. You'll all go blind. You mustn't do it." And it became this huge incident. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can't even take the video down. You can't kill the web page. You can't print new newspapers. You've just made this mistake that is there in hard copy all day. That is terrible.
Those two are particularly bad because you are compelling someone to action in an incorrect way, potentially a permanently life-changing kind of way.
Yeah. I'd rather have someone miss the parade than go blind, but yeah, definitely. It's It's a terrible thing.
Yeah, so I will grant you that those are particularly bad kinds of errors, and just to have someone to have someone not know the perfect order of the British territories populations, that is less bad than missing a parade or going blind.
Yeah, no one's gonna turn up to the wrong country because they misunderstood a CG Grey video.
Yeah, I hope so anyway. So someone might blame that on me. Although, okay, so now compared to your story of potentially blinding people, the error that burns in my soul is going to just pale in comparison.
Let's do it anyway. Let's hear
okay,
it. What's this one that's top of the list?
This is top of the list, and I try not to think about it, but I will just honestly be minding my own business, and this mistake that I made in my first video will still just pop into my head, and I feel great shame. And so now I'm going to talk about it publicly.
Talk to the group. Come on.
Right. So, yes, my name is CGP Grey, and I have been wrong on the internet. All right. So,
hello, CGP Grey.
Right.
Sorry, I thought I should go with you there.
No, that's fine. It's hard to even build up to this, but so in the video, I am talking about the island of Ireland. Right. So next to Great Britain, we have the island itself, the geographical entity.
Just sitting to the west there of the main.
Yeah. Just sitting to the west of Great Britain.
Yeah.
And so in the video, I can't remember the exact phrasing now off the top of my head, but I start to talk about the various places here. I say, okay, well, we have this island, which is Ireland. We have Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, which, as we mentioned, I already showed in orange, right, which is bad as well. And then I move on to talk about the country that takes up the rest of the island, which I made a big point. Like, I hammered it home that the name of this country is the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah.
Now, here's the problem. I am a citizen of this country.
Yeah.
Right? And I say the name is the Republic of Ireland. And immediately after the video goes up, I have a whole bunch of people emailing me going, that's not the Republic of Ireland. That place is called Ireland. And I think this might have even happened on a public forum. There might be a record of this somewhere. I got into an argument with a guy where I said, no, the name is the Republic of Ireland. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm a citizen of this country. That's the name. And he says, that's not the name. And I go, yes, it is. I have my passport in the other room. I checked it before I made the video. That's the official name. He goes, check again. I go, fine, I will. I walk into the next room. I look at the passport, and it says Ireland. It does not say Republic of Ireland. And it burns in my soul that I made a point of it in the video to say, people sometimes think it's called Ireland, but it's really the Republic of Ireland. And Ireland just means the island itself, right? And I'm a citizen of this place, and I got it wrong in such a public way. And I thought I had checked it, but obviously my brain was already pre-committed to this piece of information. And so when I just glanced at my passport, my brain was like, oh yeah, it's the Republic of Ireland. That's what it says in this piece of paper. Don't look too closely. You'll have to change your beliefs. And oh god, it's just awful. I'm getting
people are going to say, why not take the video down or replace it? Perhaps, I guess, I don't know if this is really obvious to people or not, or whether it's something that it's more people who make videos think about, but perhaps you should point out why you haven't just pulled down this video and corrected it. It would, it was not a hard thing to do technically.
Yeah, okay, you're entirely right. There's a couple things here. But the technical side is that it is difficult on YouTube to do this. And so you cannot edit a video that is in place in the YouTube system. I cannot submit a fixed version of a video and have YouTube replace it
with the same link.
And I was going to say that is the problem there, with the same link. And this is both a blessing and a curse, because I've spoken to other YouTubers about this. If YouTube did allow people to correct the video, to upload an amended version, I would still only have that one video, right? I would have just spent all of my time revising and perfecting and changing a whole bunch of stuff in it. Because even if I watch it now, there's a couple of places where I know there's a few little visual glitches, you know, and then listening to it again, I would think, oh God, I have to just record the whole of the audio, right, which would then doubtlessly introduce some kind of additional error, which then I would have to fix. So if YouTube did allow me to replace the videos, I would have only made one video. So it is a blessing in the sense that it forces me to move forward. But it's a curse because it forces you to live with your mistakes, right? Which is why I think I tend to obsess about this stuff so much, because you know once it is up there, you cannot change it.
Can I put something else out there that I want to talk to you about? Because I know you're a stickler for things being right.
Yeah.
And I don't want to come across as the advocate for wrongness, because I hate wrongness as well.
No, I think that's obviously has to be your position, right? You are the advocate for wrongness if you are making any kind of ulterior argument. There's no gray here. It's all black and white.
Let me put this to you. I don't know if it's a term you're familiar with, but I mean, I used to work for the BBC and in media, and there's this term that they say, wrong but not for long. And what that refers to is usually when there's like a breaking news story. I'll give you an example. Say there's been some catastrophe or something's happened, something serious.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to belittle serious catastrophes, but they happen and there's a lot of interest in them. And when that happens, an institution like the BBC, which sort of prides itself on correctness, is very cautious, and they're very careful about what they broadcast and say, and they won't release any information about maybe casualties and names and information until it's been, you know, triple checked and confirmed by the appropriate source and signed in triplicate. And then you get your TV stations, perhaps like in the UK, Sky, which is, you know, a big commercial news network, and they're perhaps a bit more cavalier about things, and they'll just say what they know or what they hear, speculation. You know, we're hearing that there could be 5 people dead, and then if it turns out they're wrong, or they're wrong not for long, and they'll change and say, well, actually, it turns out no one's died, or it might be, oh, it turns out it's even worse than we thought, and this has happened. And I used to work for the BBC, and we used to sit in meetings sometimes and discuss this cavalier attitude, and all the BBC people would be very sniffy and smug and say, well, we would never do that, and it's irresponsible to be incorrect. But when these things happen, when a big story like this happens, I find myself gravitating towards Sky or the more gossipy ones, because most of the time it turns out they're right, and they're right sooner. And I think there's a case to be made for risking wrongness for the sake of sort of time and information. It's the same if you read a story, like on the BBC website, you'll read some story that will say, this politician has resigned in disgrace, and they won't tell you any more information. And the first thing you do is you go straight to the tabloids and all their websites, and you find out, oh, this is what they were really doing. They had a mistress, and they were with this celebrity, and sort of stuff. So where do you stand on tolerating the risk of wrongness for the sake of, I don't know, gossip or information, or just fast information?
I think you and I, in this 10-episode series, we should see if we can do one on the news, because I think we can have a whole separate conversation about that.
Yeah.
But for the
I could
moment,
do 10 episodes just on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can have a lot to talk about there. I would say that, right, the whole reason that those tabloids exist is because you're exactly right? The BBC is all stiff upper lip and, you know, oh, someone has resigned and we're not going to tell you why, right? And of course you want to know why, right? People want to know the gossip, and that's why other news channels can exist, right? Because you go over it and you see, right? Even if you hold the BBC in high regard and you would never trust anything from anywhere else, you're still going to go and try to find out more information.
Yeah.
That's just human nature, and I think I have a real problem with that, just because of naturally people's short attention spans and the way people's memories work. Is that, well, sure, a news organization can say that they're wrong, but not for long. Oh, we corrected it later. But lots of people don't pay attention for the full duration of the story, and they only
I
will
should
catch
point
a
out,
headline.
by the way, Sky or no other news organisation actually uses the slogan "wrong, not for long." That is a derogatory term that sort of applied to them. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean that like that's the banner underneath Sky rolling but not the wall, right?
That wouldn't be a good selling point, would it?
No, that would be a terrible selling point. So,
okay,
I you know, if I was in charge of some TV news organization, I would try to resist that pressure, but I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, you know, those other news organizations are terrible for doing it. I understand structurally why it happens. I would just say I think that's not good. I think that doesn't help anybody. The wrong but not for long kind of attitude. Like, you made a mistake, but you're gonna correct it later. But I do think this kind of segues into the issue of how much time can you spend researching anything.
Yeah, because I was going to say, Gray, you know how much I love your videos, but you are the worst person in the world to run a news network. Because like that, something would happen, and it would be like 6 months later until you actually made a video about it.
Yes, that is right. I would.
But yeah, I would like to hear about where is the cutoff point? That's a really interesting thing to hear your opinion on.
No, you're right. I would drive any news organization just straight into the ground, right? Just destroy it. And yeah, it's a problem because you can't research stuff forever. And TV news or newspapers with a breaking story, they're on the cutting edge of one side of that, the quick side.
Yeah.
But even on the long side, right? So, you know, on average it takes me sort of 5 weeks to make the videos, and they still feel rushed from my perspective. It honestly, I have never made a video and thought, you know, oh boy, I had just the right amount of time. I have always thought I could use another 5 weeks to really iron this out. But you know, I have to draw a line and say, no, you can't spend another 5 weeks on this. You need to finish it and just record and animate it over the weekend and just get it done, right? You can't continue to research. I want the videos to be perfect, but the cost, this is the way I look at it. The cost of perfection is infinite in terms of time and in terms of resources.
Yeah.
So you're always going to have to make some judgment call about how reliable is a source, or how many experts do you want to contact before you're okay with this. And I mean, I'll give you an example of a place where I fought my tendencies to continue to research, and this might sound just crazy, but for the last video about the nocebo effect, I was really nervous about this because I felt a little bit responsible in a video like this where I'm talking about medical stuff, right? I'm not talking about history, and I felt like there was a greater burden in a video that touches upon a medical topic to make sure that it's really all correct.
Yeah.
And so I ended up going through a whole bunch of research archives online, trying to find papers from doctors or researchers who had worked on this nocebo effect, you know, the opposite of the placebo.
Yeah.
And I ended up sending out about 20 emails to people who had published a bunch of papers, and I ended up getting, I think in the end I got 6 people to reply, and they had looked over the script. And basically every one of them gave it a thumbs up. And
amazing.
For most of them I got a thumbs up and a, by the way, you cannot mention my name or the organization that I work for. You know, I can't have it be publicly, you know, known that I like gave this the thumbs up, right? Because they face the similar kinds of issues. But let's just say if I said the places where these people worked, everybody would recognize the names.
Right.
But even after I'm getting thumbs up from people in the field, I had this feeling of, okay, I have to really make sure. Let me wait until I get responses from more doctors, and that is the point where it is clearly just insanity. And I had to say, okay, I just have to stop there. And I have a thumbs up from actual doctors. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to record the script. But my natural...
Is the tipping point for you that kind of rational thought that, you know, well, I can't do it forever and I have to draw an arbitrary line, or is it just the need to eat?
Well, I mean, yeah, that is the ugly side of the business, is that at a certain point there, you have to pay your own bills. right? Which is why I don't exactly have, but fairly close have a monthly cycle. There is that pressure on one side of it, right? I can't release one video a year because I will be homeless, right? That just is not practical.
Okay.
But it is something that I keep in mind very much, that the cost of perfection is infinite, and so you have to draw the line somewhere. But with the last video, it was very difficult because I was extra worried, and I think because of that, I might not be doing another medical topic anytime soon, because that was a very stressful experience. And I was very nervous when that one went live for quite a while. I kept waiting for some email that would just, make the whole empire crumble. Unfortunately, it hasn't come yet.
Let me ask you something else then. I'm conscious of time, and we can't talk forever, or
Yeah.
I'm sure we could talk forever, but you did talk there about sort of sources and that, and this does tie into being wrong on the internet.
Yeah.
How much do you trust the internet? Will you use the internet as a source, or do you only trust sources like human beings? And I know you spend a lot of time in libraries and things like that. Can the internet be trusted?
The internet, it represents a whole lot of things. So I think where this comes up the most is like with Wikipedia.
Yes.
So when I used to teach kids, there was a fierce debate between teachers on the pro versus the anti-Wikipedia side, and I always came down very strongly on the pro side. And I told my students if they were researching something for me, like Wikipedia is totally okay. Copy and pasting to Wikipedia is not, but there's no place to get a better overview of things.
You'd be amazed the number of times I've been with like top professors in the field and asked them a question, and they've said, "I'm not too sure about that. Let me check." And gone straight to Wikipedia.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? It all depends on what do you need. And if you just want to check some quick facts about something, Wikipedia is totally reliable. Now, there's reasons why you can't cite it as a source, but ignoring that for the time being, Wikipedia, for a huge number of people's needs, is totally fine. The thing that I have, and I've complained about this on Twitter sometimes, but the thing that I am occasionally disturbed by is if I see something interesting on a Wikipedia article for a topic that I'm pre-researching, I will go through the sources and try to find like the original source of some comment that is mentioned in the Wikipedia article, or the original source of some statistic that is mentioned.
That leads to some great extra material too. That's what we'll talk for another day.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's just it, right? You can't just make a video from the Wikipedia page, right? It's not possible. But the thing that is disturbing is the number of times that source link doesn't go anywhere. Or I have found sometimes where the context of the source link says something that is completely contrary to the feeling that you got from the Wikipedia page itself. And so nothing in the world is perfectly reliable, and it is hard to know when to trust a source completely. And for me, again, while we can have a conversation about newspapers another time, for me, general newspapers, TV news, that is the absolute bottom of the barrel for me, right? That is if you want an accurate representation of knowledge of the state of the world, that is the worst place that you could possibly start.
So I'm just crossing a whole bunch of people for this. I'm going to email this podcast too.
Yes. Perhaps all your former work colleagues, maybe don't share this with them.
Most of my best friends also on that list yet.
Right. So that is at the bottom of my list. But it gets really ambiguous very quickly, and it is ultimately going to have to come down to some judgment call that I have to make, and that is not easy to articulate, because sometimes, particularly when you're looking at statistics, the organization producing those statistics has some agenda, right? They're pro or anti something. And I think on the internet, too often people will just dismiss that. They'll say, oh, you can't trust statistics from that organization because they're pro whatever. But an interesting question is, maybe they're pro whatever because of those statistics, right? That, there has to be some actual state of the universe, right? There's some state of this thing that is correct. And so there's going to be some organization that is advocating for that thing because of those statistics, or against the thing, whatever it is. And that is, yeah, I don't have a solid answer for that. It ultimately just comes down to a judgment call, and it is very, very hard sometimes to know who to trust and at what point you have to stop looking. I will just mention one last little thing here quickly, which is, I wish I could come up with an example off the top of my head. But the number of times I've been looking at some historical stuff, and I come across information about how some historical figure, the existence of this person is not certain. And I find that just fascinating. You know,
Yeah.
I think history is a topic in particular where the realm of the unknown is very large. But here's the case where I won't venture to be wrong, I'll just be vague.
Yeah.
But I know this is true for one of the Greek philosophers, that there's serious debate over whether or not they existed, or whether they were just a debating tool in the writings of other philosophers, right? And that's probably not going to ever be solved.
Yeah.
Right? We'll never know, maybe, if Greek philosopher X was real or not real, or if they were just a rhetorical device that was used by everyone at the time.
Or an amalgamation, like Robin Hood is sort of said to be this amalgamation of a whole bunch of different rogues who are around at the time, and they get sort of merged into one.
Right, that's the same kind of thing. An infinite amount of research is never going to make that situation any more clear. But there's only so much data that has survived. And you run into those kinds of situations as well, which is very strange and sometimes very hard to talk about without trying to be wrong or stating something too clearly, which is one of the reasons why, like I said, my videos take a very long time, because I think sometimes if you listen to my wording, I have chosen very careful wording to not explicitly say something when I run into those kinds of situations where maybe we don't know, maybe there's some amount of uncertainty about this thing. And so I think very hard about how to get past something without necessarily bringing this up as a big problem.
And I mean, I guess the other thing about internet wrongness that sort of flows from that in some ways as well, that we haven't touched on, is the amazing ability now for incorrect information to propagate, replicate, spread wildly. And it just becomes, it's crazy. Google searches show that all the time, don't you? Where just so-and-so is citing so-and-so, who's citing so-and-so, and you're like, well, hang on.
Yeah.
Are you all just, and it just happens so quickly, and it's so all-pervading.
Yeah, you come across these sort of information infinite loops,
Yeah.
where the citations just go in a circle, and that is very disturbing. Or it's very hard to find out the original source of the thing because it's just so convoluted, and it makes me think of the quote that jumps right into my head. A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on, which is usually quoted to Winston Churchill. But if you look into that, it is not clear where this person came from. It's quoted to a whole bunch of people, and I love that this quote about the spreading of incorrect information. The origin of it is also uncertain, and I think those kinds of things are just very interesting sometimes. We live in a world where things are just uncertain. You can't know for 100%. I mean, unless you're a mathematician, I guess. Mathematicians know 100%.
I think there's one thing we know almost for 100%, and that's that our time's pretty much come to an end, but we're going to do another one of these soon. What do you reckon?
Okay, I think that sounds good.
All right.
All right?
Good one.
Good.
Thanks for your time, man.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Bye then.
All right, take care.
You're not very good at that, are you?
I can normally do it. It's just that you're looking. No, wait. Before we can't start with the main topic. We have to start with some follow-up.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What would you do previously? I've already forgotten.
Well, last time we were talking about being wrong on the internet.
Being wrong on the internet.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was last time. Now, at the time we're recording this, the podcasts have not gone live, so we haven't had any listener feedback.
It's like a secret still, isn't it?
Yes, it is a secret.
Only you and I know about this.
That's true. It is just the two of us. When I was editing the previous podcast, I heard myself say something that I had to correct in this one. So I made a note for follow-up that is coming from me about last week's episode.
So you're responding to feedback from yourself?
Yes, that's right. I am responding to feedback from myself.
because you did something wrong in our video about being wrong.
That's right, and this is sort of delightful as a first follow-up section, is that I called The Economist magazine.
Right. That's bad, is it?
It is, because The Economist makes a very strong point about always calling themselves a newspaper. And so when they write opinion pieces, they always say, this newspaper thinks, whatever it is. And they're very panicky about this. And so they always like to be referred to as a newspaper. And so I have to say that as a first piece of follow-up, I would apologize to The Economist for saying The Economist magazine. I should have said The Economist newspaper.
It does look more like a magazine, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you ever get your hands on one, it looks totally like a magazine, which is why this is I think going to be the problem with podcasts for us in the future. In this little series, is that I know that they call themselves a newspaper, but it looks so much like a magazine, even though I know the correct thing. Right, I said the wrong thing. I'm sure that's going to happen lots. And I went to look it up, and it originally was a newspaper. And so I saw an original copy of the original Economist. My library has one from 1843, and it looks like a real big New York Timesy kind of newspaper. So it apparently started as a newspaper, and then on their website they have a little thing about how they slowly transitioned into magazine form, but they're still calling themselves a newspaper. So,
wow, that was good, man. That's, yeah, I don't know what to say to that. But I do find it interesting we've spent this long dealing with corrections and feedback from a podcast that no one's heard. Heaven help us when people actually start hearing these things.
Well, yes, that's why it would not surprise me if the later episodes of this little run are basically entirely feedback. That would not surprise me if that ends up being the case. Today's sponsor is Audible.com, a leading provider of spoken audio information and entertainment. Listen to audiobooks whenever and wherever you want. That's the official part they want me to read, and now this is just me. I want you, the listener, to know that I actually reached out to Audible.com on purpose because they're a product that I use every day. Audiobooks are a huge part of my personal life and my working life, and I feel like my entire life has just been enriched by their existence, and I've been an Audible user for many years. As I'm recording this right now, I'm about to go into a long weekend of animating my next video, which is incredibly tedious work, and it is exactly the kind of thing that I just could not get through without something to listen to. So I'm going to be in the market for a new audiobook to find for myself. Now, I want to recommend something to you, and that is one of my all-time favorite audiobooks, Stephen King's On Writing. The book is sort of half a memoir and half Stephen King's advice on writing, but even if you're not a huge Stephen King fan, it's a very interesting book because Stephen King has lived an unusual life. And I also want to have this be my first Audible recommendation because I think it's a great example of how audiobooks can be better than just a regular book. I first read the paper version of On Writing many years ago, I think when it first came out, and it was good and I enjoyed it, but the version on Audible is actually narrated by Stephen King himself, and I have to say, it adds so much to the book. He really puts a lot of emphasis on parts of the book which I didn't really notice the first time going through, but then by listening to his voice, it's obvious that this is hugely important to him, or this is the thing that really irritates him, and he's a great narrator. So On Writing is just a perfect example of how the audiobook has way more to offer than the Dead Tree edition. So I highly recommend it. And because Audible are awesome, you can listen to that for free. You can get a free audiobook and a 30-day trial by signing up at audible.com/hellointernet, all one word. Using that URL is how Audible knows that you came from this podcast. And so not only do you get yourself a free book, but you help make this podcast experiment a successful one. So once again, that is audible.com/hellointernet. There will be a link in the description of this podcast if you just want to click it. But otherwise, just type in audible.com/hellointernet and get your free audiobook and 30-day trial. Okay, that's enough from me in the future, and now we're going to go back to the conversation about copyright.
Today, we're talking about copyright.
Yes, I think that's what we've settled on for today's topic.
This is really interesting. For me, this is really interesting because this is a front I feel like I'm attacked on from both sides, because as someone who creates content and therefore has to use material, I can sort of tread into the copyright field in that way. But then someone who actually creates content that I own, I can kind of be on the other end, the receiving end of problems with copyright. So it's going to be interesting to hear what positions we may or may not have on this.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to hear where you stand on this issue yourself, because I think you might deal with it much more directly than I do. So I'm not exactly sure where to start.
I think we should say a good point to start is, for people who may not know, your position is quite well known on this, I guess, because you have made a video on it. And before we had this chat, I admitted to you that I hadn't watched the video, and then so I went to have a quick look at it, and it turns out I had watched the video. So I have watched the video twice, once about a year ago, and once again today. And you make a lot of different points, and it's perhaps not best for me to encapsulate them. Do you want to encapsulate the essence of your argument in that famous video?
Okay, well, now this is going to have to be embarrassing because I watched my own video this morning because I couldn't remember the video very well, to be honest. I was thinking, what did I say? I remember complaining about some stuff. I thought I have to rewatch this thing, and I had the unusual effect of watching this, and I thought, I don't think that guy's very convincing, you know. I'm not sure that this was the best possible video to be made about copyright, and so I look at that, and I'm actually, when I was watching it today, I thought, I'm not sure what conclusion other people would draw after having watched this. I having seen it, I feel like I now think that I made much of a less clear point in that video than I think 2 years ago now, me thought that I was making.
Okay. Do you want to hear what I took from it?
That's how I'm trying to lead up to this. Is what do you think?
You could just ask. You could just ask me. I'll tell you.
What do you think I was saying in that?
I mean, you made a lot of points, as you do. You made a lot of points in a short space of time. The two main things I took from it, one of which I quite agreed with, and the other one I wouldn't say I disagreed with, but it didn't sit very comfortably with me. The first point, and the one that I completely agreed with, was that the argument for copyright and this increasing amount of protection for the creators of the content to have this rigorous copyright protection, their argument is spurious. Their argument that it encourages the creation of more content is not a particularly valid argument. And I think you make that argument quite well, and I can see that, and I'm sure we might discuss it in a minute. But the other thing I took from it was I think it came across that you had this attitude that anyone should be allowed to create anything from other people's creations. You used the example of Star Wars quite a lot in your video, and that it almost came across that you felt that anyone should be able to create their own stories, their own backstories, their own future, their own modifications of the characters, and the Star Wars universe would expand even more than it already has. And I followed your argument for it, but it just didn't sit that comfortably with me. I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm open to hear you talk about it some more, but that part of your argument didn't sit that comfortably with me. And I actually sat there thinking, why should everyone just be able to take the Star Wars universe or take someone else's stories and make up their own stories? I don't think that's encouraging creativity necessarily. Isn't that discouraging it and just saying, well, let's just keep modifying the same old stories?
Yeah, so you picked up on the exact part that I was watching, and I thought, current me is not super convinced by previous me's argument on that part of it as well. Because I was aware that I was talking about telling stories in the Star Wars universe, or telling stories in the Harry Potter universe, and I thought the same thing. Like, I'm not convinced by this. This could have been better. If I were to redo it.
Is it still in your position?
So, okay. Before I say my explicit position, I think I want to just lay out a couple of things that we're going to talk about.
Okay.
So copyright is a kind of intellectual property, and just for terms for the rest of the conversation, right? There are three main kinds of intellectual property. There's copyrights, patents, and trademarks.
Yeah.
Right. So a trademark is like Coca-Cola, right? You can't sell soda and call it Coca-Cola. That's a trademark. Nobody really has a problem with trademarks. It doesn't really come up in a debate. It's the least contentious of the three.
Yeah.
There's patents, which I don't want to get derailed in, but for just, briefly, the vague idea is that you invent something, and in the United States you get it's about 20 years, depending on what kind of thing. You get 20-year protection on your invention.
Yeah.
And then there's copyright, which is for creative works. All right, so not things like technology, but you write a story, and then you have the copyright for that story.
Yeah.
So those are the three kinds of things, and I think here is how I get to this position. And I think if I was going to remake that video, what I might try to mold into a more concise argument is that I think there's a real analogy between patents expiring and copyright expiring. And
Yeah.
I think about it this way. So the Apple Corporation invented the iPhone in 2007, right?
Yeah.
What didn't happen is that, they didn't, like, Steve Jobs didn't wander into the forest as a pure human with no tools or anything and, like, carve from stone and nothing an iPhone, right? And,
some people would believe that, but yeah.
Yeah, right, like he didn't bring it down from on the mountain, just like wrought by his own greatness.
Yeah.
An iPhone can only exist if you live in a world that has a certain amount of technology that has already progressed to this point.
So this is kind of standing on the shoulders of giants stuff, isn't it?
That's exactly right. It's standing on the shoulders of giants. And in the original keynote, he actually has a little line where he's talking about multi-touch, like touching the screen in multiple places.
Yeah.
And he literally says something like, "This is the iPhone, and yes, we sure have patented the heck out of it."
Yeah.
Now, the thing is I think that the comparison to think about is that we as a society have decided that patents only last 20 years. And so
Yeah.
it is going to expire. And the reason is because you didn't make it all of yourself. You owe this kind of debt to everyone who came before you. And the limited nature of a patent means that at some point, the work that you have done will be available for people in the future to build on as well. And I think it's obvious if you talk about patents. If you imagine a world where, whatever the patents are for the iPhone or for the light bulb or for anything, if you think about a world where they lasted as long as copyright lasts,
Yeah.
which I think at the time of this recording, I think in the United States, it's lifetime of the creator plus 70 years, I think.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time, right? You can immediately see how that would just destroy technological progress.
Yeah.
Right? If Alexander Graham Bell patents the telephone, we're here, 150 years later, and still only the Bell Corporation can produce all of the telephones in America.
Yeah, you sort of said a moment ago that the reason for the expiration of the patents was to kind of, it's the debt you pay back to those that came before you. I see it more as preventing a whole bunch of dead ends everywhere. It stops it stops progress being completely choked.
Right. That's another good point, right? That's the same kind of thing.
But this is something which is important to society, and you apply the same thing to inventing Darth Vader.
Right. Yeah. So, right. That's great, right? Because I think the reason that copyrights are such a contentious issue, at least in the world of the internet, right? This is a thing that comes up all the time, argument over copyright law, and it's because I think that creative works are similar to something like patents. It's kind of similar to a technological progress, but it's not quite the same. And so my general thought is this, is that no artistic work, a book or a movie or anything, exists independent from the society in which it was created. So there's a great series of videos on YouTube called Everything is a Remix by this guy, Kirby Ferguson, I think is his last name.
Right.
Have you seen it?
I haven't, no. I've heard of it.
It's really worth watching.
Yeah.
And he goes through a couple of fields. He does music and he does movies and something else. It's a 3-part series. And he shows, for example, he takes Star Wars as an example, and shows how those famous like opening crawls that go at an angle, the opening introduction, which is so iconically Star Wars, was not first done in Star Wars. It was done in these other space movies from earlier times. And he just shows how everything that you can find is built on stuff that came before it.
And in fairness to George Lucas, who has taken a beating from you, when he made the Star Wars movies and the Indiana Jones movies, he was always very open about how much they drew upon those series and things like that.
Yeah. This is something that I think is really interesting, is that people in the field are totally aware of this, but directors definitely mention this. Right? You can find tons of interviews where they're recreating scenes shot for shot from old movies.
Yeah.
Right? You're building on the past, and
they always take a pride in it, don't they? Like it's
yeah. And so to me, there's a similar kind of almost like a societal debt the same way with cats, right? You couldn't just have made Star Wars all on your own, right? Or, people who write books, like the world of literature depends on what has come before. It doesn't just exist in isolation.
So it's almost like a tax. Is it almost like, the price you pay from society enriching you enough to create Harry Potter is that one day they get Harry Potter back?
Boy, I really don't like the phrasing of a tax.
It's slightly emotive, I'll give you that.
Yeah, no, but see, that's why you're good at asking questions, right? I do not like that phrasing, because I will try to argue against it, right? Here's the thing that I think is easy to forget, is that copyright is a constructed thing, right? We don't have to live in a world where copyright exists. Copyright is a temporary monopoly over the distribution of a creative work enforced by the government wherever you happen to live.
Yeah.
All right, so it is a thing that is legally created, and I think once you start talking about incentives on a governmental level, you have to start thinking about what are they for. I think without a doubt, more artistic works are created because copyright exists.
Right.
Which might not be the impression that everybody gets from my videos based on the comments.
Definitely not. That definitely runs slightly against the feeling of that video. Yeah.
Right, and so people watch that video and they think that I am a copyright abolitionist, is the usual term, right? I want to get rid of all copyrights. And that is actually not my position at all.
Right.
I think that if there were no copyrights, there would still be artistic works created, right? People would still paint and write books and things like this.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there would be as many large-scale, expensive projects brought to bear, like a Star Wars, right? Which I love Star Wars, and I'm glad Star Wars exists, and I'm pretty sure that no studio would have invested the amount of money to make something like that if there wasn't any kind of copyright protection. Even back in 1977, when the technology of distribution was horrific compared to how it is today, it still wouldn't have made financial sense to make it if theaters could have just taken reels from each other and displayed it everywhere. So I am pro copyright. The problem that I have is with the functionally infinite position that copyright has now. That basically copyright lasts forever. That every time it's come up where something might start entering the public domain, copyright has been extended another 10, 20 years, whatever it is, depending on the particular law. So that is the problem that I have with it, is I think we should have a limited copyright, but I would definitely not be in favor of removing copyright entirely. I think that would have a detrimental effect.
Do you have a number in mind here? Or are you just sort of vaguely saying that the balance of power is inadequate? Basically, what I'm saying is, when can I take your UK video and upload it to my own channel?
Right. I'm not necessarily interested in arguing where the boundaries should be.
Yeah.
Because I feel like any numbers that I would come up with would be just semi-arbitrary, right?
Of course, yeah.
I don't have any idea what the optimal number would be. And I also think it's a weird situation because the optimal number for someone like myself who depends on copyright for a living on YouTube might be very different from a multi-million-dollar, multi-year film project, like, to get off of Star Wars, like The Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
God knows how much those movies cost to make. And, you know, if you ask the studio executives, it may turn out that they're actually counting on a 10-year return on their money for considering a project like that. I don't know. So, I guess my intuitive feeling is that anything less than 5 years, I would feel like, ooh, that seems very small. And anything more than 100 years would feel like, gosh, that's a long time.
Oh, that's crazy.
Right? Right. But between those two boundaries, like I'm much more interested in just copyright being limited than I am in exactly where those boundaries are. If the United States tomorrow said, we're just setting copyright at 100 years, I would consider that a huge victory. I would think that would be great. If there was an actual cutoff point for when things entered the public domain.
What inspired you to make that copyright video you did make? Like, was it frustration you were having trying to source material for your own videos? Was it were you wanting to write your own Star Wars comic, or what fired you up about it? 'Cause it fired you up, didn't it?
Yeah, it was the secret Star Wars fan fiction that I wanted to write. Actually.
Right. Okay.
No, that was not the reason.
No.
I have to look back at the exact timeline, but that was around the point when I was beginning to take making videos more seriously, and so I was running into copyright problems more often. In the sense of limitations of things that just can't be used, sometimes that were just seemingly absurdly old stuff that still couldn't be used. I recently
so some image you might want to use in a video or something like that.
Yeah, the images is something that I come across the most often, where even trying to track down the person who took this image would be a daunting task. But since I like to play it relatively safe, I'll find some image from 1936, and you can't use that, even though the photographer is almost certainly not around anymore, because that still falls under the copyright length in the United States. So I think that can be partly a frustration.
Are you ever a victim? Like, we're sort of talking about these big corporations, these big baddies. Like, you create content and presumably it gets appropriated, sometimes inappropriately. Do you find yourself ever being protected by this?
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, in my own work, I am like the big baddie in the scenario, much more than I am the victim, right? So I am really cautious about using anything under fair use rules. Don't
start me on fair use. Or do start me in a minute. Yeah.
I might ask you in a minute on that. Yeah, I am. Let's just say I am not a lawyer, and I am not giving legal advice. But I rely on the fair use doctrine as little as humanly possible. The risks of being on the end of some kind of copyright problem are large, right? But so on the flip side, though, I was just doing this today, right? So this happened today, and this happens very often, which is it's the easiest when it happens on YouTube, but someone somewhere uploads my video to their own channel.
Yeah.
Right. That happens fairly often, and very often they upload it with ads turned on as well. Right. So now the video that I had made is on someone else's channel, and they're running ads on top of it
to try and make money out of your creation.
Yeah. Yes. Let's just say yes. I'm not even entirely sure that that's always the explicit goal, but that is what is happening anyway. People re-upload the video.
Go ahead.
And one of the things that frustrates me to no end is this phrase that I see all the time on the internet, which I think is really interesting, and it is copyright not intended. You know, and so someone will upload the video, and then below in the description, they will say, copyright not intended.
Right.
You know, this video, I didn't make it, it's by CGP Grey.
Yeah.
And maybe, if you know, it's a good day, there's a link to my actual channel, but very, very rarely there is.
Yeah.
Right. It's especially hilarious if I find like a full feature-length film uploaded somewhere. You know, so it's like I'm browsing on YouTube and I'll see like, oh, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, uploaded by JockDude76, right? And in the description it says no copyright intended. You know, this was made by Universal Pictures or whatever.
If you don't call this podcast copyright not intended, I'm going to be very disappointed in you.
Okay, I think that will be the title. And I think this is very interesting because I'm going to take these people at their word, and that people think that copyright is a kind of attribution system, right?
Oh, like so I'm not taking the glory for making.
Right. I'm not taking the glory for making Return of the King. I just want to be clear. I didn't make this last weekend and upload
Thank you, JockDude77.
Right.
For a minute there, I thought you were awesome.
Yeah. Like, that's amazing. Why don't you make more?
Wow.
Yeah. And
yeah.
So I think that's how people think of copyright. You know, whereas from my perspective, and of course from the studio perspective, the power of copyright is really the control over distribution.
Yes.
Right? That is really what it is. And so this is where, like I was saying before, that monopoly power from the government comes from. I am able to limit the distribution of my videos to YouTube, and I do that because YouTube has the best kind of agreement with advertising, and so that is how I'm able to make money.
Yeah.
That's how I make my living. And that's where the power of copyright comes from.
So what do you do when you have a copyright not intended? Do you send in the house? Yeah,
I mean, the thing is, I do flag it, right? I will flag those for copyright, you know, and it's a complicated issue because I used to try to, much more than I do now, I still do sometimes, but I used to try to contact people and give them the benefit of the doubt and say, you know, hey, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I would like you to take down the video. But it's reached a point where it is just not practically possible trying to keep track of who have I contacted, how long has it been since I've heard from them. Yeah. And so this is where I do feel kind of like a jerk, especially when it's obvious that it's on like not a scammy channel, right? It's on just some person's channel. I feel kind of bad about that.
Some high school kid or someone who, you know, is a fan or something.
Yeah, I do feel kind of bad about that. But the problem is that the reason I do take those things down is because they do represent a kind of threat to my ability to make a living. And it's that I have had videos of mine that are not on my channel that do go viral. Yeah. Right, and that is just awful. So I've had videos of mine that were uploaded to other places that literally ended up getting hundreds of thousands of views on another location. That's why at this point, if I come across it, like I will flag those things, you know, especially if it's clearly a commercial operation. But I do feel kind of like a jerk doing that, even though like that is the purpose of copyright, is to limit the distribution so that content creators can earn a living with this.
It's a difficult situation, especially for people who make sort of the kind of educational content that people like you and me make, because it's, people will say, well, you should just be glad that 100,000 people have seen the video. You're all about spreading the knowledge and the love and the information. But, you know, you've got to eat and pay the rent and those things, and I think people forget that, and you know, it's hard because, like you say, you end up looking like a bit of a jerk. But I don't know. I hope people realise that.
What do you do under that circumstance if that comes up with you?
Well, I sort of sometimes will flag it. To be honest, though, the procedure that YouTube put you through to complain about someone re-uploading your video, unless you know something I don't know, is actually quite laborious. And I don't always really fancy filling out all the forms and
I do know something you don't know.
No, okay. Is that something we should discuss later? Is this too much minutia for the average listener? But maybe I'll ask you about that later.
No, I can say very quickly. I use a program called Text Expander, which allows you to fill out forms like that automatically every time. So I have it all plugged in. So I just have to hit a keyboard command and it basically fills out the whole form for me automatically.
You are like the most efficient man in the universe.
Well, when you start having to do a lot of these things, you find a way to do it faster.
Hey, we should do that as a podcast one day. Gray's efficiencies, because you've told me about other ones in the past that you do that I completely love. So we must make a note of that. But anyway.
I imagine that'll either be the most awesome or the most boring episode ever. But yeah. we'll see. All
right, we'll get to that.
But so you generally flag it.
I will flag it sometimes, but sometimes. I've uploaded nearly 2,000 videos to YouTube across my channels, and it does get to the point where it's difficult. But I will do it. Sometimes someone will email me and say, "Are you aware that I've done this?" and I'll do it. But I do have issues with fair use as well, because the other thing that people seem to be quite keen on these days, along with copyright not intended, is to say, I'm using this for fair use.
Yeah, as though those words themselves are just the magic incantation that makes it fair use.
Yeah, exactly. And also, a word like fair, that means it must be fair.
Right.
I think that is something people are really exploiting in an unfair way. And again, I think fair use has become a new way of saying, well, I couldn't possibly have made this myself, or I couldn't have shot this myself, or obtained this myself, and therefore, once I reach the point where I can't do it myself, it is fair for me to take it from someone else.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's what fair use means. Or the other thing I think people started doing is, because some of us are in a position where we've managed to create a piece of footage or something that is nice or exceptional, people think, gee, I'd love to use that in one of my videos, that would help make me successful. I will build my video around that and then call it fair use. This is obviously the case for people like Destin and myself to an extent, who are using high-speed cameras.
Oh yeah. Some of the stuff that you guys made, that's some serious equipment to get those shots.
Yeah.
They don't just happen.
Yeah, but then someone will just take this and say, well, I'm using this under fair use, when clearly they're just using it because they think it's in their interest to have something exceptional in their video. And I think people have been really naughty with fair use these days. I'm not a lawyer either, and I certainly don't want to get into an argument with the sort of people who hide behind fair use, because they tend to be quite difficult people from my experience. But I do think this fair use thing is being a bit silly. And I have used things under fair use, and I think there's a way to do it and a way not to do it. And some people are doing it in a way not to do it.
Yeah, I just pulled up the sort of the guidelines for fair use in the United States, and there's a bunch of things. And again, not a lawyer, but the ones that I think are the most relevant here are is whether or not the person who's using your material is doing it commercially. That's an immediate count against it possibly being fair use, right?
Yeah.
Are you running ads on your channel using somebody else's stuff? Well, guess what? You're going to have a way harder time proving that that's fair use. But the one that I think is really relevant is, and again, this is for the U.S. courts, is whether or not the other person's use affects the market for the original material. And so I think that this example is like what happens to me, where sometimes I see organizations use a section of my video, right, and maybe a couple seconds of my video would be totally fair use, but if you take the core explanation part and play that, right, that's an argument for saying, like, you have just appropriated the reason people would watch the thing in the first place.
Yeah.
Or they're like with some of those slow motion videos that are amazing, right? The video that you made is built around that slow motion part. And so if somebody else uses that, that sounds a whole lot like, it doesn't matter if it's only a 2-second clip, if it's the heart of what the original thing was. That strongly counts against it possibly being fair use.
Yeah.
So I try to, when I use stuff, I try really hard to keep those guidelines in mind. And it's like in that copyright video, I have a single note, the opening note from Star Wars.
Yeah.
And I look through the guidelines, and it's like, okay, I am using it for commercial, which counts against me, but there is no court in the United States who is ever going to argue that somebody watched my copyright video and didn't feel the need to watch Star Wars because the opening note was in it. Right? I have not replaced or stolen the value from Star Wars by using that opening note. But even still, like I thought even very long and hard about even doing that. But yeah, it's ultimately with the fair use stuff, what makes it so hard is that there isn't a solid guideline that you can use. Like the ultimate arbiter is a court court of law, and that's just uncomfortable for everybody.
Yeah, and also and who wants to get lawyers involved? I mean, it's pretty easy stealing stuff from YouTube, isn't it? Because we haven't got much money. We can't be employing lawyers. I don't often see them stealing Game 7 of the World Series and putting that up on YouTube as fair use.
Right.
They know they're going to get it in the neck, but they'll teach it from people who they know won't take them on.
Yeah, I was
frustrating.
Yeah, it is very frustrating. I was just going to say very quickly that the worst, I will not name specific names for various reasons, but the worst I have found at stealing my stuff are newspapers by far. So the online editions of newspapers are the most shameless takers of YouTube content. Like I cannot believe how shameless they are
They
sometimes.
are unbelievable. And they've got a nice little set of tricks they use too, like every time.
Yeah.
Like one of my favourites is they'll take the video, put it into their own player so they can commercially exploit it, put it on their newspaper, and within that 24 hours that you contact them and say, what the heck are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, could you embed my YouTube video so that at least if you want to showcase the video, you don't need to put it on your play. And they'll be like, oh, sorry, it was a mix-up. They always say it was a mix-up.
It's a mix-up every time.
Every time. I've got that happened dozens of times.
Yeah.
It's always a mix-up. We meant to put the embedded YouTube video in. We replace it now, so they take out their version of the player and replace it with your YouTube version. But of course, by then, it's no longer on the front page of the website, and all the impressions have happened and all the traffic has gone away.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They know the first 24 hours are the ones that are the valuable ones. And so they'll just delay until they can see the traffic has dropped off. And then they'll replace it if you're lucky. But yeah, newspapers are by far the worst. And my guess, here's my guess about this, is that I think they're under just tremendous financial constraints because of changing technology.
Yeah.
But they also don't have the same kind of oversight that a TV news organization would have.
Yeah.
Right? I think a TV news organization would have enough infrastructure to say, listen guys, let's not risk this. We're in the video industry world, this is a bigger problem. And so I think newspapers are at this interesting crux where they're under a lot of pressure and maybe don't have the same kind of oversight as video news would. But anyway, I always like to complain about the news if I possibly can. And newspapers, they're not earning my love with the way they treat
another YouTuber who we both know, who I won't name, but he's had that happen to him a lot as well, and he's starting to get a bit more hard about it, and then writing to the papers and saying, yeah, okay buddy, thanks for replacing it, but that's not good enough, you need to pay me a fee for what you just did. And he's had some success with that, and they've started to say, okay, so I think they kind of, maybe they're realising, but it's scandalous, and the lies, and anyway. I mean, I used to work for a tabloid newspaper, and I'm not going to sit here and whinge about newspapers.
No, we will. Eventually we'll talk
we
about
will,
it.
yeah, we will.
And then you can let it all pour out. It all pour out.
They're very naughty. They're very naughty about it, and they're very sparing in their giving of links or credit as well.
Yeah.
I had one video that was I could say what video it was. It was the one where I went into the Bank of England gold bullion vault, and obviously that's not a thing you see every day.
Right.
So a few people wanted to use it, and I had one newspaper contact me and say, can we use the video in an article? And we want to put it in our own player. And I said, well, no, can you please use the YouTube player so that if people watch it, they're going to watch the same video anyway. And they were like, oh, okay, we'll think about it. And because I'd specifically told them they couldn't put it in their play, and it was in a conversation, so they couldn't go back on that. And instead, I think they must have taken 10, 15 screen grabs from it and just made a huge picture gallery of all the pictures from it. It's like, yeah, goodness sake, so naughty. Anyway.
Okay, so while we've been complaining about all of these things,
we are a couple of grumpy old men, right, aren't we?
Right, now,
stuff.
Right, now we are. If anyone has still survived listening through the complaints of YouTubers, right, first world YouTuber problems, copyright issues.
Yeah, exactly.
I would go back to one of the little notes that I was is the advantage of allowing copyright to expire. And you talked about why should people be able to build on George Lucas's stuff?
Yeah.
As an example, and I think some examples of this is very interesting. Like, you can retell stories in much more interesting ways, and I have two examples that I really like.
Okay.
The first one, this might be slightly embarrassing, but I'm going to admit it anyway, is I think it's 1996 movie called Clueless, starring Silverstone.
Yeah.
Which is one of those movies when I first saw it, I thought this was just the dumbest movie ever made. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, I highly recommend that you do watch it. But it is, on the surface, it is basically a movie about the dumbest California Valley girls you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And the exploits of their life. However, later on, I came to find out that Clueless is a remake of Jane Austen's Emma. Right, that it is the exact plot of Emma, just moved to this different setting. And once you know that, I think the movie Clueless becomes kind of brilliant. I think
it's so snobby though, isn't it? That's like, oh, I wasn't willing to admit I liked this film until I realised it was based on something. Oh, well,
yes, I will totally admit that does sound terrible.
I've often heard that sort of Jane Austen stuff was considered reasonably not that highbrow at its time as well. So
yeah, I've heard that kind of stuff.
I don't know.
I've heard some
fallacies.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I've heard similar things, and of course, things gain respect through time. Just because it's old, it's sort of awesome. Don't get me started on Shakespeare. So this is an example where I think Clueless is the kind of movie that could be made, right, because the copyright on Emma had expired.
Yeah.
And you can do interesting things with that story by moving it to a different setting. And I think that there is cultural value in being able to do new things with iconic characters, right? That I think at a certain point, very successful films and very successful books, they become part of the culture. And that is also why I'm kind of very much for some eventual limit on copyright. So that more can be done with these things in the future. And the second example that I have, which I only recently discovered, and I had one of these binge watching sessions, is the BBC's remake of Sherlock, the Sherlock Holmes series.
Oh, how good are they?
Have you seen them?
Oh, they're awesome.
So I think actually, as we are talking, the season 3 finale is airing on the BBC right now, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
But I basically only discovered these about a month ago, and I watched the first one, and I was like, I can't stop watching now, right? I have to keep watching this. And I just binge watched the first 2.5 seasons available at that point, and it was great. And I think that this is another example of, like, Sherlock Holmes is so much more than the original author ever intended him to be, right? He is such a part of the Anglosphere culture at this point, that I think that it is fair enough to say that his character belongs in the public domain, and other people can do things with this kind of story.
mean, Sherlock might not be the best example because I know there's lots of clever, nuanced nods to the Conan Doyle books, but is this not just a case, again, I know Sherlock's not the best example, but I'll run with that. Is this not a case of someone, you know, some clever storytellers and good actors and good directors making a brilliant piece of film, something that's compelling, but then just appropriating a famous name and brand that has worked its way into culture to help sell their product? I mean, you could make a bunch of rip-roaring detective films just like that about, you know, a guy and his assistant. That would on the surface be just as good, but less people would watch it because it hasn't got an iconic name like Sherlock and things like that. So in some ways I see what you're saying, that you're building on things and you're building on things in culture. In other ways I think they're just being a bit lazy. They're making something good, but then they're appealing to our culture, which doesn't like anything unless it's already famous, and stamping that on it. In much the same way when you make a science documentary on the BBC, no matter what the topic is, you're like, well, we can't do this unless it's someone who's already famous presenting it. They're just stamping fame on things because our culture is so obsessed with fame.
I think that's getting off into a different argument slightly about fame, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And also I think you know, there's some great charts about the number of sequels, right, that have been made in movies recently, and this the similar kind of idea, right, that people want to buy what they already know.
Yeah.
And my opinion on the bad sequels thing is like, I don't care how many bad sequels are made. I only care about the good sequels because I don't have to watch the bad sequels.
Yeah.
And my opinion is that, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's made that people watch it because it's Sherlock Holmes. And now I have another great Sherlock Holmes example, which is the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movie, right? Which I watched only because it was a Sherlock Holmes movie.
Yeah, I started to watch it for that reason. I had to stop after about 10 minutes, but yeah.
There's no reason I would have watched that movie if it was not a Sherlock Holmes movie. And it's like, I found it moderately enjoyable, but they would have not gotten my money if it was not for a Sherlock Holmes name on it, right? Because I've read the Sherlock Holmes stories, like, and I'm interested in this, and so I wanted to see that interpretation, which I was like, it's okay, but, you know, I didn't watch the second. But to me, the BBC Sherlock is like the shining example of what you can do, and I think that those stories are great. They're made better because it's Sherlock Holmes, because you can see like what changes have they made to these characters, or what have they kept the same, you know, what's different now that they've moved it into a modern setting.
That's a fair point.
I think it gains value from contrast with the originals that it wouldn't have if it was a standalone piece.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think it's great that people can do this. And although it would never happen, I would love it if there was, you know, if like say the copyright limit was 60 years, that when I was older, I could watch somebody redo the original Star Wars movies. I think that like there's room for them to be redone in an awesome way. But with current copyright lasting forever, that will never happen. You know, and that will never be able to occur.
Yeah. So we just have to put up with how George Lucas himself made his new films.
Yeah, and again, this is why George Lucas is always like the easy one to pick on, right?
Yeah.
Because he made new Star Wars movies, and they have been generally panned. And here's the thing, right? Like
generally panned. That was a very diplomatic statement.
Yeah. But here's the thing: is like I don't hold any grudges against him, and here's one of the other things with going back to like what allows us to make our living, the control over the distribution. This Star Wars comes up for a very particular reason in copyright debates, and it's partly because the power of the control of the distribution is what has allowed George Lucas to basically prevent showings of the original Star Wars movies as they first aired.
Yeah.
Right? And this again is like could not be a more first world kind of problem.
Yeah.
But if you are a person who kind of cares about the cultural history of the world, you know, if you're looking at movies, for example, Star Wars is undoubtedly a moment in that cultural history.
Yeah.
But you cannot get the original versions of those Star Wars movies.
It's very naughty. It's very naughty of him, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of the resentment comes from. Is people saying, you know, nobody begrudges making those new movies. It's like, oh God, or I think nobody rational
I begrudge it a little bit.
I would say I hold no ill will in my heart for the making of those movies. Like this is the same thing. They in my mind just fall into the category of the bad things. I don't have to watch the bad things. I saw them once. I will never see them again. But
you know, I've been watching, but if you see them once, I'm sorry, I know this isn't about Star Wars, but I've been watching the originals again lately because they were on telly and I love them, so I watched them. And things that happen in the originals now kept giving me flashbacks to those subsequent prequels, and it was tainting the originals for me because I was thinking, oh.
They just don't exist.
Okay, anyway, go on. Yeah, sorry.
I would just also not related, but one of my podcasting heroes, a guy called John Siracusa, who I adore, he is a huge Star Wars nerd, and he has kids, and what I love is that he is simply denying the existence of the original 3 movies within his household. So
I'll find out one day.
They will. He knows that they will, but his strategy apparently is to have his kids exist long enough without ever having seen them that they will be able to distinguish between the good originals and the terrible prequels. Yeah. Because I ran across this with my students enough, where kids who saw them in similar time frames were not necessarily able to distinguish ones from the other, which is horrifying to me. Yeah. But anyway, we're getting derailed. Yeah. So what I would say is like that is one of the problems, is that this power of the control of distribution in this one particular case has led to some cultural problems, and that is the reason why I picked George Lucas as an example in my video, is because this is such a fundamental problem. It's like, if there were limited copyright, there would be hope of the original format of the movies entering back into the world. And this is one of the reasons why Congress has extended copyright protections, is because their argument is it gives the creators encouragement to preserve their original works for longer. And there's some interesting data that says that's not actually the case, that what happens is the original works just get lost over longer periods of time. But in this particular case with George Lucas, it's also very obvious that the original work gets distorted, and you know, it is increasingly hard to try and find as it aired in 1977 versions of the original movie. I personally have never seen this thing, but I have heard that on the internet you might be able to find somewhere a thing called the Star Wars Despecialized Editions, where superfans have taken the current Star Wars movies and tried to make them as close as possible to the original cinematic releases as they have. Again, I would not know where to acquire such a thing, because it would obviously be copyright infringement. And it would be
frowned upon that as creators ourselves.
As a creator myself, I could never condone such an action for such an incredibly important historical thing that I personally love. You know, so I will take the high road here, but I'm just like throwing it out there that there exists this thing called the Star Wars Despecialized Edition.
I'll tell you something else.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I imagine that you've seen People vs. George Lucas, the film.
I actually have not.
Well, I highly, highly recommend that.
It's on my list. It's on my list.
Considering what we just discussed, I can't recommend that highly enough. But also for people out there who are probably like Gray and I and spend way too much time reading Wikipedia articles, reading of the story of the Zapruder film, of the Kennedy assassination.
Oh, yeah.
It's also very interesting when it comes to, you know, copyright and ownership of material and things like that. That's a really interesting story. I'm sure we won't go into it now, but if after this podcast people want to go and read something, that's a good read as well.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a final question, because obviously we've been going forever here. If you were going to make another copyright video then, or remake your original one, of course you would preserve the original for the archives, but
I don't know, I would.
Is there anything you'd say differently? Or do you think you pretty much have the same position? I was thinking about that earlier today, and I don't know that
the argument that I want to be made can be made within the context of the kinds of videos I put on YouTube. A coherent argument for limited copyright is hard to make, because I think that it is a real gray area of law. It requires a large amount of time, and it's also a topic that there is no clearly correct answer. And as a little example, I just want to throw in to put that one. There's a thought process that I learned when I was doing physics back at university, and it's this question of in certain situations, take the problem to infinity and take the problem to zero. And so say, what would a world be like if we had infinite copyright? If Congress just said, the heck with these extensions, we're just literally going to make it forever. Yeah. Or we have a world where Congress says, no copyright at all, zero. And when I think of those two worlds, if I had to pick, I'd pick the world with the infinite copyright. Right. I think there would be problems with that, but I think that is preferable to a world with zero copyright protection. And so that is kind of one of the ways that gets me to this. I am for limited copyright protection. I am not for no copyright protection. But I'll put a link in the blog post for this episode. But there is a very, very interesting TED Talk by a woman talking about the fashion industry and how, in the United States at least, fashion designs do not have copyright protection at all. So the fashion industry is a world where there is zero copyright. And she makes a very convincing argument that this is nothing but beneficial to the fashion world, because it encourages tremendous turnover of styles, right? That if one company comes out with a particular style of dress, there's a delay in time before other companies can come out with it too, simply because of ramping up manufacturing capabilities. Yeah. But it means that everybody has to keep generating new things much more quickly. And this leads into it's hard to have a definitive opinion, because I am convinced that the fashion industry is better off without having copyright protection. And I think there's some very specific reasons why that's the case. But I don't think that same argument applies in the other creative fields. So it's a very complicated issue.
I think, if nothing else, we have shown that it is complicated. And yes. As always, it has been a pleasure.
All right,
catch you next time.
Yeah, catch you next time. All right, thanks.
We've got a few things to discuss for next time already. I'm making some notes. It's good talking to you, mate. Catch you later.
Good. All right, take care, man. Bye. There we go.
Thing I can tell.
I have. All today I was like, don't blow it.
So I have learnt my lesson from last time, and I realise we have to start with follow-up from episode 2.
Yes.
But how can we've got the same problem as last time, haven't we?
Yes, but we also have the same benefit as last time, which is I have edited the audio and have been displeased. So
I don't think that's ever going to change, but go on then. What were you displeased with from episode 2?
So episode 2, we talked about copyright, and I opened by saying how I found my own copyright YouTube video. The argument was unconvincing to me at the end.
Yes.
And I think if I'm imagining, because these still haven't gone live, we haven't gotten feedback, but I'm imagining that if someone is hearing that, they're then expecting that I'm going to blow them away with a rock-solid, hour-long thesis, right, that is like the perfect convincing argument for why copyright has to be limited. And I think the last show was not that at all. I listened to me and I thought, I'm still not convinced by what I have just said.
Well, maybe you're just not completely clear on your position. There's nothing wrong with that. You're just kind of a bit in the wilderness.
See, that makes me angry just to even hear you say that. Because while I am very open to changing my mind, I know what my position is on this, and I'm just continually frustrated by my seeming inability to articulate a clear, consistent message on why copyright should be limited.
So what, are we going to do the copyright video again now? Sorry, are we going to do the copyright podcast again now? What else?
No.
You're just having a bit of a whinge that you're not happy with yourself.
My follow-up is convincingness of previous podcasts. I'm giving that a thumbs down. That is a follow-up. I am not impressed by my own argument again on this same topic. So I wanted to just follow that up and get.
So anyone listening to episode 3 before they've listened to episode 2, you're basically saying, don't listen to episode 2.
No, do listen to episode 2, right? Because I want you to listen to it, and then maybe we'll figure out some sort of feedback form, hear what people have to say about it. I would be curious for feedback, because this is a totally different format, right? This isn't, I'm just sort of showing up and we're talking about stuff, and it's not super prepared. So I'm very curious to see how people react to this. And since this is our 3rd episode and probably the last before it goes public, I would be very interested to hear what people have to say about the first 3 in particular. So, okay, second piece of follow-up from me, also about copyright.
Yeah.
Is I did the same thing again, which is I said something that I didn't mean to say, and listening to me say it in the audio is incredibly frustrating. So first time I called The Economist newspaper The Economist magazine, and in this one, something that really bothers me is when you talk about, we were talking about newspapers taking our videos and uploading them to other people's sites, and I used, the word I used to describe that was stealing.
Right.
And I try so hard not to use the word stealing, because I don't think that is a fair word to use. That is a more harsh word than what it really is. It should be infringement. They infringed on my videos, but in the heat of the moment, it's so hard not to say stealing. Even though if I was writing an article or I was writing a script for a video, I would never let that slip in there. I would never say stealing.
But isn't that just because you're being a bit like wishy-washy? Like when you hear policemen interviewed on the news, they never say the robber ran away. They always say the suspected offender decamped in an easterly direction. Like, aren't you just being a bit soft? I mean, is it not actually stealing?
I think it isn't stealing, right? Because if we're having like a hierarchy of crimes, stealing is a worse thing than infringement, because stealing implies that the newspaper not only copied my video, but they also took money right out of my wallet. And infringement means that, because of their use of my video, I may have lost out on earnings from those views, right, or from licensing fees.
Okay.
But that's different from actually, like, I'm minding my own business and suddenly I'm down money because of their actions. So that's why I really do think it's because copyright is kind of getting everywhere, right? It affects more parts of technology. I feel like it is important to try to establish infringing as a word to use to describe a particular kind of activity. It is not stealing. It's not the same. So
okay,
that was my second point.
Okay,
Are you bullied?
That is clarified.
Are you bullied?
That is clarified. I think you're being a bit overly cautious, but that's one of your defining qualities. So
okay, and then
I'm comfortable with that.
All right,
and you've made your case.
Yes, thank you.
That's 2 bit. Any more feedback?
Well, I don't have this. Next one's not exactly feedback, but I want to tell you that I took your recommendation, and I watched The People versus George Lucas.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Can you give me a quick review?
The quick review, I would say, it is enjoyable, but it is also terribly uncomfortable to watch because it might strike a little too close to home. Because it's these interviews of people who are getting really obsessed with Star Wars and who are really nerding out over a whole bunch of details. And watching that kind of thing, it just makes me feel like, do I look that ridiculous when I get upset about this? I too have gotten into like heated arguments over midichlorians. And the way the film is edited, like it's edited in a way to make it seem really comical, and that's why it's also sort of uncomfortable to watch, is because like I'm seeing the person on the film talking about how midichlorians just change the whole nature of the Star Wars universe, and they're really earnest, but it is cut to be a funny movie. So that's why I would say it's really uncomfortable to watch, but also enjoyable.
I'm not sure that some. I mean, it's been a while since I watched it, but I'm not entirely sure I agree. I mean, there are a few people who I guess are having fun poked at them when they when they go really over the top and, you know, dress up as Chewbacca to go to the movies and that. But I always think those people that are really passionate about the film and talk about midichlorians and all that, I kind of think, I don't know, maybe I saw myself and didn't mind it so much, but it's an interesting point. It's an interesting point.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it, and I'm glad for the recommendations. But I would say that it was similar to the Trekkies documentary. Is this the same kind of thing but for Star Trek, right?
See, I haven't watched that one yet. Maybe that's my homework. Eh?
Yeah, I would recommend it. I would recommend it. But for me, it's that same kind of like enjoyable but slightly uncomfortable because maybe it hits a little too close to home. Okay. But anyway, so that was a little thing I wanted to follow up on. Thank you for the recommendation. It was good to watch.
Great. You have to watch that Bobby Fischer chess one I've been recommending too, but I'll set you that as homework another day.
It is on my list of documentaries to watch.
Great. Okay. Follow up. Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's it. That's not bad this time.
That's all right. That's good. I don't think I have too much follow up. I have listened to podcast number 2, but I don't think I have any follow up. I'll wait till people start listening and complaining, and then decide what to do.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. For a free trial and 10% off, go to squarespace.com and use the offer code HelloInternet. That's Hello Internet, all one word. I'm really happy to have Squarespace sponsoring this episode of the show because I have been using Squarespace for years. I used to go to all the trouble of building my own websites by hand, typing code into the keyboard and keeping it updated and live, and it was just such a hassle. I eventually realized that I couldn't spend the time learning how to be basically my own web developer, so I spent a while looking at different web hosting services and tried them out, and Squarespace was the best by far. It basically took a huge amount of work off my hand. I don't have to worry about uptime or any of the kinds of headaches that come with running my own website. It just works all the time. So if anyone ever asks me about starting their own website, I, without hesitation, point them to Squarespace. Just a couple of the reasons are, first, they have a ton of great themes that you can use, and they're very easily customizable, so you can tweak it to look just however you want. And once you've done that, kind of like magic, it also just looks great on mobile devices too, where websites can tend to just look awful if they haven't been designed for it. Squarespace just handles all of that for you automatically. So you can go to hellointernet.fm, which of course I'm running on Squarespace, and it'll look just fine on an iPhone, which would not be the case if I was making it myself. They also have a great drag and drop editor, so when you are building your own website, you can just pull in images and movies from your desktop and put them wherever you want and resize them, and it just is so easy. And if you run into any trouble, they have just an amazing support team that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If I want to send an email at 6 a.m. London time, which is the middle of the night America time, I can still count on getting a response amazingly fast. So if you're thinking at all about starting your own website, seriously, I cannot recommend Squarespace enough. And it's so cheap. It starts at just $8 a month, which is frankly ridiculous for how much you get for that amount of money. And if you sign up for a year, they throw in a free domain name as well. If you have any hesitation, you can just go to Squarespace and sign up for a free trial. No credit card required. Just begin to build your website immediately and see how it would look. And when you decide to sign up for Squarespace, which you will, just make sure that you use the offer code HelloInternet so that they know you came from this podcast, and you get 10% off. So again, I want to thank Squarespace for their support. Squarespace, it's everything you need to create an exceptional website.
What are we talking about? What's on your mind?
So today, the thing that I kind of wanted to talk about, and this might be very scatterbrained, so we'll see how it goes. But the thing that I wanted to talk about is something that has been sort of loosely on my mind for the past 2.5, maybe 3 years, and it is the notion of work-life balance.
Work-life balance.
Yeah.
I must say, this scares me.
Why does it
Because
scare you?
I'm not a good person to talk to about work-life balance. Because I mean, I'm notoriously, by those around me, think I'm very bad at this. I think talking to me about work-life balance is like talking to the Cookie Monster about healthy eating. I'm not good in this area.
You feel that your work-life balance is unbalanced?
It is severely unbalanced in favour of work.
Really?
Yes.
How many videos have you put up on YouTube?
I think it's getting towards about 2,000. It is a lot. It is a lot of videos.
And how many, I have to preface this with the word active, how many active channels would you say you have?
The active, really active ones, it's about half a dozen. But I do have about a dozen that I do pop videos on. I'm bringing a couple back to life at the moment, but anyway, yeah, I have a lot of things on the go, but you know, that's not why I have a bad work-life balance. I think if I had just one YouTube channel, I would probably have a bad work-life balance.
You think it would make no difference? You would just, there would be 2,000 videos on that single channel as opposed to spread across a half dozen.
Quite possibly. I think I work a lot because I enjoy it a lot. But anyway, do you have a good work-life balance?
So my answer to this is also no. But I'm coming at this from the perspective of, I think that the whole notion of work-life balance is kind of feel-good BS.
Hmm?
I don't think that this is an achievable thing in the way most people mean it when they're talking about work-life balance.
You're going to have to elaborate a bit here.
Okay. So I think very often when people are talking about work-life balance, they're kind of talking about, you know, having it all, right? You have this great personal life that is fulfilling with family and friends and activities and hobbies, and you are also a person who is excelling in your job, right? You're doing great at work, and I think that people like to talk about work-life balance and trying to achieve work-life balance because that it is an amazing ideal. It's like the platonic ideal of what you want your life to be. But I think that scuttles to the side difficult decisions that have to be made about how you're going to spend your time and your energy. So that is the kind of basis of the argument that I kind of want to make today.
So I'm trying to be clear here. Are you talking about the amount of time you dedicate to work versus your life, or how successful you can be at one? You know, you can either be a rubbish friend and family member and a brilliant YouTuber, or a bit of a mediocre YouTuber and the uber family friend man.
I'm going to lay out my analogy partly because this came up with another YouTuber who we know recently. And a lot of times people start out sort of not believing me on this, and then by the end I can sometimes convince them. So I want to lay this out. And the analogy that I make is this, right? You as a human are able to produce a certain amount of energy and activity. You know, it's sort of like a motor. And just for simplicity and math's sake, let's say that your output is 100 watts of sort of effort at any particular time.
Yeah.
And I think that basically the whole scope of human activity falls into the 4 possible categories that are before you, like 4 100-watt light bulbs.
Okay.
And those 4 light bulbs are labeled family, friends, health, and work.
Okay.
And so from my perspective, I really, truly believe that this analogy is basically true. That you have 100 watts of power, that you need to make decisions about how you're going to distribute them across all 4 of these light bulbs.
Yeah.
And so you can have all 4 of them on at 25 watts each, which is not really great for any of them in particular, or you can start making decisions about where do you want to either focus your energy, and then of course that also means making harsh, uncomfortable decisions about where you're going to cut from the various light bulbs. So that is my kind of statement, and I often get people arguing against me that that's not true at all.
To go with that analogy, the criticism I think that would be made of me is as follows. There are people in my life who believe that I should devote my motor to my work light bulb 10 hours a day and have it shine bright and do everything I can, and then switch that off completely and switch on those other light bulbs and start worrying about them. But if you have a poor work-life balance, you're never willing to switch off that work light bulb, and that's my problem. I can never switch that light bulb off. Whether I'm just thinking about it, I'm thinking about what I want to do tomorrow or how I want to change a video, or I'm sneakily checking YouTube comments and things like that. So I'm happy to go with your light bulb and motor, but I think my definition of work-life balance is not how much glow to give each bulb, it's should you switch certain bulbs off at certain times. So
right.
Is that what you're saying? Are you saying, do I switch these ones off, or are you, it sounds like you're more saying, I'm going to have my work bulb shining at 75% and my family one at 10%, and they're just permanently at these levels, as opposed to switching them on and off.
But this goes to one of your videos that we were talking about, the sort of the sum of an infinite series. You have an infinite series of ones and zeros, right? You take the average of that as 0.5.
Grundy series.
Yes, is that what it's called?
And that is, yes.
Okay.
And Thompson's lamp is also the
Okay, Thompson's lamp. Look it up on the internet, people.
on number file, preferably.
Yes, I'm sorry. I will re-record that now.
No. Go on, tell me.
Look it up on number file, people. Don't just use the internet. Go to youtube.com/numberfile.
Exactly. And how's it fun?
So the way I'm going to get around your argument about the switching of the motors thing is I'm just going to project a typical week as an infinite series of weeks and reduce your switching to an average, if you see what I'm saying, right? So, okay, you're spending 100% of your 8-hour day on work and 100% of the 8 hours after work on family. That averages out to be 50-50. So I'm doing away with your 100% of a thing at a particular time. It is very difficult sometimes to let go of work in moments when you should.
Yeah.
Right. That is not an easy task to do, and I have definitely come across that as well. Like it's impossible to watch TV with my wife and not, to some extent, be thinking about potential things that I could do in videos, right? Or if we're watching something even moderately interesting, like, well, maybe this could be a video, and then you're not fully there, right? It's hard to be present absolutely 100% of the time. So my argument is that even if you could make a switch between 50% work in the day, 50% family at night, you are choosing a 50-50 distribution, and now you have allocated 0% to friends and 0% to health.
Yeah.
Right. So like you have to do this negotiation between these 4 areas, and I think it is uncomfortable to try to think about your time and attention in these ways, because nobody wants to give up on any of those categories. But I think it is best to make really clear decisions about what are you going to try to do. How much are your friendships worth to you? How much is your family worth to you? How much is work worth to you?
Yeah. And
make decisions about that. And I guess one of the reasons why it has just been on my mind in particular this month is because I've been really aware that for basically the past 2 years, my health light bulb has been at literally 0. Nothing at all done in the realm of health. And that was a very conscious decision when I was starting my YouTube career. Like I was actually thinking about it in terms of these 4 categories, and I had discussions with my wife about it, and it wasn't like, we're just gonna kind of ignore the health one while we're in this sort of rocky transition to self-employment.
So you kind of said to yourself, I'm gonna not eat well or not exercise, and you made a conscious decision to do that. It wasn't that things got away from you. You just sort of said, I'm doing it. I'm going to be unhealthy.
That is exactly right.
That's extraordinary.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, I am unhealthy. I am that person too. But I always tell myself I'm not going to.
Okay, right. So this is exactly it, right? Like I'm very interested in sort of the science around decision making and cognition, and there's a lot of evidence that points to those kinds of thoughts in the back of your mind, that sort of like feeling guilty that you are not acting in a healthy way, that really erodes decision making in other areas over a long period of time. And so I can honestly say that it was kind of a liberating experience to be able to say, look, this light bulb is going on, right? At some point in the future, we're going to reevaluate that situation. And for me, that is now this time.
You realize this isn't a good thing though, like deciding to do something that's bad for you doesn't make it good for you.
No. I'm not, no. You're making me sound like a crazy person. You are the one making me sound that way, not me, not my own words coming out of my mouth. What I mean is that I was choosing not to feel guilty about a lack of exercise or particular food choices. I wasn't making a positive decision that said, chocolate cake every day, all day. Right, that's a different kind of thing. But if I was just grabbing like some junk food for a snack, I wasn't going to feel guilty about that.
But that doesn't stop those calories going in your body, or heart disease developing, or weight going on.
No,
just because,
not at all.
Okay.
Right? I totally agree. Right, and that is like a consequence that has to be paid for a particular decision.
Yeah.
And also, over roughly the past 2 years, so we're talking like my YouTube career, I would say that my friend light bulb has been turned down to maybe like 5% of energy, which is shamefully low. And I feel guilty about not having spent enough time with people that I would want to spend time with. And also my wife light bulb has been lower than it should have been, right? Sort of the family light bulb.
Yeah.
But that was all because I was putting a lot of energy into the work. And I honestly don't think if I hadn't made conscious decisions to turn down putting energy into these other areas and not feeling guilty about it, I'm not sure that I would have been successful on YouTube in the necessary time frame. And I don't think that my decisions are necessarily good advice generally for people to take, right? I'm not sitting here and advocating everybody should put all of their energy into work. But I was in a particular situation where I needed YouTube to become self-sustaining within a particular period of time. And I don't think if I had divided my mental and physical energy across a whole bunch of fields, that would have happened in the right time frame. Okay. That is kind of my thought, but I'm not. My point is that I think under certain circumstances, it is helpful to think about things in a very conscious, very deliberate way, and to eliminate guilt in other areas of your life if you need to focus on one area very intensely.
Well, I'm not buying it.
You're not buying it? Tell me why.
No, I'm not buying it. Well, I understand the logic of what you're saying, and it sounds familiar to some things that I say in my life. I often make the argument that my obsession with work is the reason I've enjoyed a modicum of success with my work. And that's kind of what you're saying. You're saying, because I've devoted so much energy to work, I've become more successful at it. But I think deciding not to be guilty about neglecting important things doesn't change the fact you are neglecting them. And when you neglect things, you harm them.
Yes.
So if you have a car and you decide not to service it or put oil in it or anything for a while, but you make a conscious decision not to feel bad about that, that doesn't mean that eventually the engine is not going to seize up and the car would break. And I think if you neglect your health or you neglect your relationships, just because you're not feeling guilty about it doesn't mean you're not damaging. And I think that is what people like us should bear in mind. And I find this very funny because I often have conversations like this with fellow YouTubers when I see how obsessive they are, and I say, you know what, you should think about the other aspects of your life. And the funny thing is I then don't practice what I preach, and I'm probably the worst offender.
Yeah, so but preaching is much easier than practicing.
Yeah, so don't think I'm being high and mighty about this.
No, not at all.
But I think I think what I just said, I think just because you're conscious of that neglect and you've made a decision to neglect it, doesn't mean that neglect couldn't be harmful. Do you disagree?
No, I completely agree. And it's one of the areas where I think that analogy with light bulbs doesn't pan out perfectly, because I can't remember where I first heard this analogy, but talking about interpersonal relationships as kind of like bank accounts, in the sense that, you know, if you spend time with someone, you're kind of investing into this friendship bank account, and there may be times when you're not available or you're not being a good friend, and you can kind of draw to some extent on those previous investments, but at some point the bank account runs out, right?
Yeah.
And then it is irredeemable at that point, right? You've reached like friendship bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And so I am totally with you on this.
Right.
I agree, and I think that part of making hard decisions in life is coming to grips with areas in your life which you're sort of willing to possibly have damage happen. And that's why when I was focusing mainly on YouTube, you know, I'm gonna probably through the course of this conversation have a bunch of numbers that don't add up to 100%, but but let's just say that basically like 80% of my effort was on work, and sort of 20% was on family.
Yeah.
Because, all right, I am very happy with my marriage and not willing to risk long-term damage to the marriage.
Yeah.
Right, and so that light bulb can't be zero, because that is consequences that I'm not willing to accept. Right, but in a period where I have a lot of things that need to get done and a limited amount of time and energy to do them, if I'm not willing to make any sacrifices on the family side of things, and I need to have an enormous amount of energy into the work side of things, something has to get cut. And that's where I sort of find this analogy is useful. And
so basically the thing you're saying's BS. The thing that you think is the impossible dream is to be hugely successful at work and maintain those other aspects of life hugely successfully as well.
Yeah,
to be the best friend in the world, to be the best husband in the world, to be a ripped athlete with incredible six-pack, and be making the best YouTube videos in the whole world.
Yeah.
It's physically impossible to do everything.
I honestly think that is the case. Now, there are some people who have great success in very many fields, and I'm always very interested to read about people who have become successful and what they get up to. But I think that is definitely the case. You can't be the best friend in the world to all of your friends, and the best husband, and the best at work, and incredibly healthy all at the same time.
Yeah, but of course you can't. That's why it's called balance. Or work-life balance.
Right.
Because you decide how much weight to apportion to the different things.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is that apportioning equal balance to all things ends up in kind of mediocre results in all of them.
Yeah.
And I think that is totally fine, right? I do not begrudge anyone who says, right, 25 across the board. I think that is a totally reasonable decision.
That you think it leads to mediocrity?
I think, yeah, it is very hard to be exceptional if you are dedicating equal energy across the board. But I also think that is perfectly reasonable to do.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's just a very, I think people should just be aware of the decisions that they're making, right? And so if whatever the field of work that you're in, if you want to try to be incredibly successful at that field, you're going to have to make, in the beginning, difficult decisions about what other parts of your life are you going to cut.
Yeah.
And I get, I don't know if it's frustrated, but when people talk about, you know, wanting to do something, but not recognizing or not being willing to give up other areas of their life, that's sort of frustrating for me to observe. And I think that thinking about those areas very consciously is helpful, right?
Yeah.
If you're not willing to make these sacrifices, then I think you should also not feel guilty about not doing whatever it is you want to do, right? Becoming an Olympic skier. Don't feel guilty that you're not working on your Olympic skiing if you've made like a 25% across the board decision for how to allocate your energy.
No pain, no gain.
Yeah, I guess so. But I like this decision matrix of like, no pain, no gain is vague, right? Like, no.
Whereas decision matrix is really specific and easy to understand.
Yeah, right. Like, here's a board, here's some dials. If you want to turn up any of the one dials, all the other dials turn down, right? Now decide where you're going to go with that. And again, it has been on my mind this month in particular because I do feel like I have finally gotten to the stage where I can turn down my business dial a little because I need to turn the health dial back up. Right, and I have been very aware of that this month where, I've sort of changed my diet to try to be healthier, and I've taken out more time to exercise.
Oh, have you joined a gym?
Yes, I have joined a gym, is the short answer.
Is this the first time you've ever joined a gym?
No, it is not the first time I've ever joined a gym because I used to join a gym and then feel badly about not going.
Yeah.
And very, very prior to my YouTube career, I used to have a more across the board setting of my priorities. Yeah. And I used to like cycle around London all the time and I used to have, engaging hobbies and like all of that just went away. As YouTube took up more and more time. So
when you were like that, when you were more across the board, were you happy?
Okay, that's a difficult question to answer because the straight up answer is yes. But I can also say that I was always trying to do additional work on the side, right? Which might be something that we talk about more in detail in the future. But I had like a number of little side businesses that I was trying all through my professional life. And I was dedicating to them perhaps an insufficient amount of time to make them successful. Yeah. And they weren't. And that's because I was busy going around London, right, on my photography hobby, right, taking pictures of all kinds of stuff. And if you look me up on Flickr, like you can see a record of all of these pictures that I took, and then you can see that it just abruptly stops, right? And that's partly because like I just have not had time or energy for a photography hobby. So,
now that you've tweaked the dials,
yeah.
And you've for this past couple of years you've been YouTube machine, are you happier?
Yeah, I would say that I am. I would say without a doubt, I would rather be where I am now and having to kind of claw back some of the damage that was caused from ignoring my health for a while than be where I was before with a more even balance across the board.
You are a man of science, though, and a man of logic. Surely you don't think it is a good way to live to neglect your body for 2 years and then fix your body up and neglect something for... Surely you must see that that's not the ideal way to operate.
I think... See, the problem there is with your word ideal.
Right.
And I totally agree. I would rather have the level of fitness that I had 5 years ago than the level of fitness that I have now. But I am realistic, and I think that I would not be where I am today if I had not made decisions about sacrificing time, particularly in the health, and also in the friends category, right?
Yeah.
But ideally, I would not want to do that. Like I sit here today and I can say that I'm like genuinely sad that some friends that I used to be in touch with more, that I'm not in touch with now. And that's a very hard thing to ever fix. But
I guess the ideal test for the thesis you're putting to us today is to look at the most successful people in the world and say, are they fat, divorced, and have no friends?
That is an excellent question.
Because I'm the same as you, and because I have, neglected my health and relationships because of my obsession with work, I kind of justify it the same way you do, and I say, well, any success I've had is because of it. And I don't know, if you spent 2 hours a day less thinking about work, or switched off your computer a bit earlier and went out with your mates and went for a run, would you not be as successful? Really?
This gets into some complicated things about the nature of work and the kind of work that I think we do and that many people who are self-employed do. It necessitates that particular light bulb is turned up higher than it would normally be.
Yeah.
And so
I agree with that. I agree with that.
For example, I've spoken with a number of friends who are not self-employed, and the general consensus of what everybody loves about their job is that when the workday is over, they don't care anymore.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They don't have to think about it anymore because they'll go in tomorrow and the work will be there, and they are paid to work a particular period of time, and then day's over and it doesn't matter anymore. And that's a huge psychological relief that you give up if there is theoretically always something more that you can be doing.
And the other thing those people forget is, like, I have a lot of friends that work in television and tell me how stressful their day is, but if the camera breaks, that's someone else's job to fix. And if the lights go out, and if their computer stops working, that's the IT department, and someone else does this. But when you work on your own, everything is your problem.
Yeah.
And those problems never go away.
Yeah. This is, again, first world YouTuber problems, right? That we are one people businesses. But my point is that, I don't know exactly where this number is, but I think if you are a one-person business of any kind, in order to keep that running, I don't think, just to pick a number, that the work light bulb can ever be below 50 watts, right? It can't be below sort of half your energy, no matter what you do, because everything is your responsibility in a one-person business.
The one thing I want to come back to, though, with this analogy, and I know I brought it up at the start, and then you pulled a Grundy series on me and kind of baffled me a bit. But the thing I think is the debate to be had for people like us is, do we switch the bulb off? Do we switch the work bulb off at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. and switch the wife, your wife bulb on or your friend bulb on? And can you ever turn that work bulb off? Because that's the thing that's put to me all the time by the critics in my life. It's not that I work too much. In fact, it's said to me, work more hours if you want, wake up earlier, work later, I don't mind. But have a stop time. And partly that's for maintenance of your relationships and your friendships and your health. But the argument that's put to me, again, I'm making other people's arguments here, is that doing that is good for your work as well. It gives you kind of a refresh, and it's healthy to stop thinking about work for a while. And when you're talking about these light bulbs, I'm sort of imagining, even when you're at the movies with Mrs. CGP Grey or out with your mates at the pub, that your work bulb is still dimly on at 10 watts. And the thing I think that may be healthy is switch that bulb off altogether if you can.
Yeah, well, I think the thing that I'm about to say you will sympathize with, which is that I do not really have the ability to do that at this stage.
Yeah.
Right, like I am not quite able to do that. I'm going to guess, I'm going to make a guess about your personality here, but I'm going to guess that you are not a person who plays video games.
I am not, no.
Okay.
I used to be many years ago, but I just can't get into them anymore, that's true.
Yeah, so I am still a person who plays video games.
Okay.
And I am very much aware that one of the reasons why I do still like to play video games is that it's one of the very few activities where I can say that I'm genuinely not thinking about work. I will play, and it is totally absorbing, and I feel like I don't have any kind of work thoughts going on in the background, and that is enjoyable, and it's one of the reasons why I know I've mentioned this on Reddit in a few places, but almost always the day or two after I release a video, which is always a huge push at the very end to get that done, I basically take 2 days and it's like, I'm not doing anything, I'm just going to sit here on this computer and just play a game for the next day or two. Like, this is my weekend now, and I have to like reset my brain.
Okay.
But I find that no other activity would do that, even if I preferred that it would. If I took like a mini holiday with the missus, I would still be kind of thinking about what are all the comments that are coming in? Where did it get linked to? How is it being received? Oh God, what's the next thing going to be? The next thing, right? Which is always a huge concern.
Yeah.
Of course, now the very irony of this whole situation is that the games that I play are almost all a variation of some kind of work simulator. Right? So I do not play like first-person shooter games.
Yeah.
Right? I play a game that's in the sim category, right?
You're CGP grade the game where you have to make a YouTube video before time runs out.
Yeah, or it's like, Sim City, you're the mayor, right? Or Civilization, you're in charge of this whole civilization. Now micromanage 100 cities, right? Or the one I've been playing recently, which is very good, I recommend, is Prison Architect. It's like, you're in charge of a prison, right?
That sounds good.
I have to say, it's very good. It's one I found recently. It's very engaging. But so my only escape from thinking about work to some extent at any time is basically by playing a virtual work game, which I'm sort of aware is a strange thing to do, but it really does. It absorbs that part of my brain completely. And like, here's some pretend work. Go play with that. And that's the only kind of way that I can get a break from thinking about my actual work to some extent all the time.
Let me ask you this then. I have to, if it's too personal, just tell me, but it begs the question then. Those around you, family, friends, loved ones and all that, what do they think about your work-life balance?
So I would say, speaking on behalf of my wife, she is a great woman. And I think there is no way that I could have gotten through this sort of period of trying to become self-employed and working on YouTube if it wasn't for her incredible understanding. And I am very lucky that I married a woman who is very perfectly happy with time to herself, and also is really aware of needing to kind of leave me be at certain very intense work periods. So I sort of referenced it earlier, but whenever a video comes out, the sort of 3 or 4 days prior to that are the busiest I ever am, because I'm just doing all the animation. And those are usually, this is not an exaggeration, those are usually 4 days of I wake up and I'm animating or editing the audio until I fall asleep, and I sort of do that 4 days in a row. And my wife knows she's just not going to see me during those times, and if she does see me, I'm not a very chatty person.
Yeah.
And she's okay with that. And I think if I had married somebody else, I think that could be really bad for a relationship over the long run. So I think it depends a lot on who you surround yourself with, and some people are going to be okay with kind of disappearing for long periods of time, and sometimes it's not okay. And I think probably, I don't want to get into too in specifics, but like one of the more difficult times was that I usually spend the summers with my parents in North Carolina, so I go to the States and I visit them. And this last summer, the whole Subbable project, my sort of fundraising project, happened to coincide with the time that I was spending with my family, for a dedicated several weeks.
There's a big overlap in the Venn diagram here.
Yeah, and normally, like my parents don't live here, and so I'm very glad and I feel very fortunate that I can go see them for several weeks at a time. But that Subbable period just happened to be an incredibly intense period of work that just soaked up all of my time. And so I was in America, maybe it was for 6 weeks, and 4.5, 5 of those weeks I was not really available to the people around me. And again, my parents are great. They understand. But that is a totally difficult time, because in my mind it's like, okay, well here I'm supposed to be turning up the family light bulb to like very high, right? I'm physically here, it's a dedicated stretch of time. But such is the nature of work that sometimes it will invade those times, and there's just nothing that you can do about that. And it can definitely be very hard.
Do you ever wish you were back, 9 to 5 or something like that? Or?
No, I don't. Even with all the the trade-offs that I've had to make, I'm very happy to be where I am now. But I think it has been difficult, and it has shaken my faith in the existence of a real work-life balance, even though I'm sort of trying to even out those knobs to the best of my ability at this stage, at least with regards to the health knob, of turning that one back up a little bit.
What do you do at the gym then? Lift weights, run? I can't imagine you in the gym. Just humour me for just a second.
What do you think I do in the gym?
I definitely think you listen to podcasts.
I don't listen to podcasts.
Really?
Yeah.
You must have some kind of electronic device involved somehow in your work.
Oh, of course, right. I'm there with my iPhone. I'm keeping track of everything on my iPhone, and I'm listening to terrible, usually electronica kind of music.
No.
Yep.
That surprises me.
All right. So no podcasts.
I kind of imagined you as a kind of. I can imagine you getting into the weights.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine you like lifting some pretty heavy weights.
Lifting weights, yes. Pretty heavy, no. Not at this stage. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. I sort of, as you can imagine, I spent a lot of time trying to research making changes to a more healthy lifestyle before I decided to do anything.
Of course.
It's like, well, I don't know anything about this, right? Let me actually research stuff. And I came basically to the conclusion that if you want to try to turn around things in a relatively short period of time, the best way to do it is with strength training, which surprised me, right? Because I would have been the idiot, being like stupid, sexy Flanders, right, running on the treadmill, right? And it turns out like, no, that doesn't really help you in the shorter term, right? That might be good in the long term, but not in the short term. And then the second thing is like there's all of these crazy diets all over the whole world of all of these variations of things that you can do. And so like, whoa, what does science have to say about this? And the thing that is common to like every crazy diet in the whole world is basically, hey, you know all those carbohydrates you eat? Don't eat them, right? They're like the worst possible thing that you can eat. And so basically those are the two changes that I've made. Like I'm trying to do weights at the gym very, very slowly.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to cut carbohydrates out of my diet, which is way harder.
That is very hard because they're also so yummy, but they're also everywhere.
But yeah, that is the thing is I never quite realized how much I eat that is basically pasta or bread. But this is where, like, just to briefly touch on that analogy again, I am super aware this month that while I've been making this transition, my energy and my ability to do concentrated bursts of work is much lower. And that's partly why I'm very happy to be doing this podcast with you, because it's not as incredibly intense as making the videos is. And I've also totally cheated by picking an easier topic for myself to do, hopefully by the end of this month. But I'm really consciously aware that since I have upped the health percentage, one of the consequences of that might be I might not get a video out by the end of January, which if I had not made this decision, I'm pretty confident I would have a video out by the end of January. But there are trade-offs in life, and this is one of those trade-offs that I have to up the health percentage, and the only place to take energy from is work. So that's sort of where I am right now.
All right, mate. I'll see you in the gym, yeah?
Yeah, I'll see you in the gym.
All right.
Take care. Bye.
Well, I was going to amaze you and say that I have prepared notes, but it's more a case of I started to prepare notes. So since we last spoke, much has happened.
Yes.
Much has happened. And I know we traditionally start with what I always accidentally call feedback, but you call follow-up. And this is going to be a very exciting follow-up.
Oh, yeah.
Because the podcast is now like public and people have listened to it.
Yes.
So it's no longer just you correcting yourself and flogging yourself for mistakes you've made. You can now flog yourself for mistakes other people have found.
Yes, that's true. I can get feedback from everybody out there in the world. But yes, it is public. It is out there, which is a big relief to finally have it kind of out in the world instead of just a little project between the two of us. So what are some of your notes then? Let's start out with your preparations. What have you done?
Well, I thought we might maybe talk about some of the content of the episodes, but first deal with some of the sort of general feedback and follow-up. And I guess a lot of it has just been, it's been really positive for a start. It's been amazing. I mean, it's mainly been, people saying how wonderful you are, which is fair enough. But
there are Brady fans. I've seen in the comments Brady fans.
Yeah, there are a couple out there, but there has been a criticism of me.
What is
and
that?
I'd like to, and I think it's something worth addressing or discussing at least. And this was this feeling that it's basically me asking you a bunch of questions and you talking a whole lot. And I thought we should discuss that.
Oh yeah? What do you have to discuss about that? I'm curious from your perspective.
Well, there's a few points.
Yeah.
The first point is, I completely agree. It is for the most part me just asking you questions. But I think that's kind of the way it should be, to a large extent. And I mean, you and I discussed this before we even started, the nature of whether or not, I'm asking you questions and how much I rabbit on myself. And for the record, you've always said you want to hear a lot from me. You don't just want me to ask you questions. But I think it was always going to be that way. This plays to our strengths. This is the way we are, isn't it? I mean, you are like a talker, communicator type person. I mean, you used to be a teacher, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
And I am a question asker. I'm a journalist by training. So you put two of us in a room, one guy who has lots of things to say and knowledge and likes to communicate it, and another guy who likes to ask questions and find things out from people. Of course, it's gonna happen that way, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're partly right, and part of the reason that I wanted to work with you is that I do think that you are the best interviewer person I have ever come across. And for those of you who have ever seen Brady's YouTube videos, he's always interviewing somebody else and he does the editing, and he often cuts out his own questioning part, but I have seen it happen live a couple of times, and you really work some magic with the interviews. Like that is just your skill. But even when we're just hanging out and just talking, not recording, if we're just having a drink together or something, you're still the same way. Like that is fundamentally your personality, is to ask questions. And it's funny to hear you describe me as a talker, because I normally think of myself as a very quiet and reserved person because I spend most of my time not talking, but I am also completely aware that I can get on a roll that is just a little too long, and so I can definitely need someone to help guide me through the parts that are terribly uninteresting.
I mean, you are a quiet person and you are like a reserved guy, that's true, but once you're with your mates and people you're friendly with, I think you're pretty comfortable talking.
Yeah, then I blossom.
I did read one comment in a review though that I did find funny.
Yeah.
Where someone sort of said that they felt like I was here to ground you.
Yes, I saw that same one, and I thought that is exactly right. I think.
Really, I found it funny for another reason, because you must be one of the most calm, grounded people I know, whereas I'm a bit all over the place. So the idea of me grounding you actually made me chuckle, whereas you're normally sort of the calming influence and someone who gives me good advice and things like that. So I like the idea of me being this calming influence all of a sudden. Anyway, they were the things I have to say about the questions. What have you've been obviously reading through some of the early comments and feedback. Has anything sort of caught your eye?
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting. It's always really nerve-wracking when you have a new project and you want to launch it out into the world and see what people think about it. And I have to say, it has been a much more positive experience than I was expecting. Like we were doing really well in the download numbers, and we're just getting a lot of positive comments, and we have a ton of positive reviews on iTunes. And if you want to discuss any of these episodes in particular, or to leave a comment on one of the episodes, for now we're having all of the discussion happening on my subreddit. So if you go to Reddit, reddit.com/r, the letter R, /CTPGray, there'll be a discussion thread in there for each of the episodes that we can put up. And if you want to leave feedback for now, that is probably one of the best places to do so. I do go through that and read all the comments, and I'm very interested to see what people have to say about this little project so far.
You're really interactive there too, I've noticed. I think we might talk about sort of comments and feedback later if we get time, but I have noticed on the subreddit you're very interactive. It's with the people, with the community.
Yes. Well, yeah, I do. That's one of the reasons why I'm very happy to direct feedback to Reddit, because unlike YouTube and unlike other places, I find it really manageable to try to have conversations with a larger number of people. We do have it scheduled at some point. I want to talk about comment systems in general, so I don't want to discuss that too much right here, but the short version is that it's really easy on Reddit to get a sense of what people are saying and to have feedback and interactions with a bunch of people. So I think it's the best place to go for now.
It's a good community too, the Reddit community. Like, it's like, you know, you'll get funny stuff and you'll get love and you'll get hate, but it's always quite smart and I quite like they seem like good people on Reddit in a lot of ways. They seem like my kind of people when I read the comments there, as opposed to comments on a lot of other social media.
Yeah, it's as with absolutely everything. It depends on the section that you're going, but I would agree with you as a general statement.
Actually, that's true. My Reddit, I'm quite narrow in my Reddit. Yeah. In the subreddits I go to, so yeah, I should be careful what I say. Let me ask you about something else. The Hello Internet logo.
You mean the artwork?
Yeah, the little HR. I know you sort of sent me a few ideas beforehand, and you know, then you kind of just went off and did your thing. But
yeah, I believe what happened was I said to them, you didn't like them, and then I used it anyway. I think that is actually the process by which that unfolded.
I don't mind. I quite like the HI one you've gone with, and because I sometimes look at it. You know how when you look at something for a long time, you suddenly see it differently, and I suddenly see the sort of the grey lines going up into the white block to make the high and stuff like that. But I'm not too sure about that little border you've got on it though.
Yeah, the border I might have to change, but I listen to a lot of podcasts, as I mentioned before, and I'm always aware that the artwork seems to be designed for a really big screen, but you actually look at it as like a little 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter image on your phone. So I was trying to go for something that was very visually immediately recognizable and sort of would try to catch people's attention. And I think that kind of works. Yeah. And also the dark gray color was not really used by very many podcasts, so I thought I'd go with that for obvious also reasons. But I have to say, it did look good. It did look good when we were sort of dominating the iTunes charts for a while, and you could just see like all these little high logos all over the place for the #1 podcast in various countries. Yeah. And I thought that it worked very well like that. I thought it was really eye-catching.
Well, if anyone wants to put any comments about it, I'd be really interested to read it, because at the moment it's just you and I talking, but I do wonder what people think about it. So, some feedback, some follow-up from episode 3, which was the work-life balance, 4 light bulbs.
Yes.
Your 4 light bulbs thesis.
Yeah.
Have you had any reflections on it? Anyone said anything to you about it?
Well, I want to start off by saying it was really interesting listening to that when I was editing the podcast for release. Listening to it a second time, it was really clear how we each think about work in very different ways.
Do you think?
It came across very much to me anyway that you are dealing much more with kind of work in parallel with other things maybe than I am, and I was thinking of work as like chunks of time, like very clearly dedicated to one task. And I think it's interesting, you know, whenever we or other YouTuber guys get together, it is interesting how we are all sort of doing the same thing, but each one of us does it in very different ways, and I think you can hear that a little bit in the previous episode. But
I don't know how much of that might be the extent to which I was being devil's advocate at times, but I think it's interesting that you say that. I don't know what to make of that.
The other thing I would just say is that from the Reddit thread, it was interesting to see. There's this issue with analogies, and like, boy, and I think I said it a little bit at the beginning, but boy, that analogy, there are definitely a lot of problems with that analogy, right?
You might have to revisit it.
Yeah.
Might have to refine it.
Yeah, I figure, productivity is probably a thing we're going to come back to at some point, so I don't really want to dwell on it.
Yeah, like in episode 10 it will be doing like the 8 light bulbs.
Yes. Yeah, maybe. But I just want to say that my favorite piece of feedback came from Henry, he of the Minute Physics fame. And Henry just sent me a little email, and all it said was, "I think you forgot that light bulbs can be wired in parallel," which is like a devastating remark to make to someone who has taught physics. It's like, yes, I totally understand that this analogy does not work from like a straight up, I actually have a battery and I actually need to light up some light bulbs.
That is a very Henry comment though, isn't it? Like,
yeah, and the very Henry thing is, I'm going to now just fully embarrass him as well, is later on, actually it was just today, but it was a couple of days later, he wrote me a much more in-depth email about how the analogy also fails, because I should really be thinking about it in terms of electromotive force and the voltage and the resistance in the individual light bulbs. And so he was really thinking that one through to its absolute conclusion.
Yeah.
But Henry was doing the advanced version of what I saw many people in the comment thread talking about, which is that there are lots of problems with that analogy, and I will fully admit to some of those. Though I still think my core idea of the trade-off still holds. But like I said,
isn't the latest Minute Physics video that just went up in the last day or two about light bulbs?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it is.
I think embarrassing. I don't know.
I think you may have inspired him. I know you've been in a cave and not looking, but I think his latest video is about light bulbs. I'll have to check that. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
My favourite comment in relation to unpicking the argument or discussing the merits of the light bulb analogy was someone who pointed out that if you improve aspects of your life, like your health, for example, that actually increases the power of your motor and lets you do other things with your other light bulbs, which is something we never discussed.
Yes, and I saw a couple comments like that, and I totally agree with that as well, right?
That was interesting.
And I think there's also something to be said that people just have kind of intrinsically more or less powerful motors than each other in this analogy, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I always look at you, and you from my perspective are just this incredible YouTube work machine, and I think like, boy, I do not have the same kind of wattage output that you seem to have, and but that helped one.
If you came and watched me work for a day, you would think differently.
I'm not so sure about that, but I did agree with those comments, right? That, and I was sort of working towards it at the end of the podcast, that at a certain level, you can invest more into one area and then get more out in total. But I do think there are situations in which that's very hard to do. But yeah, obviously, if your health is at its peak, you are able to accomplish much more in all of the other areas. And the reverse, of course, is not true as well. So yeah.
Did Mrs. CGP Grey listen to the podcast?
She has, at this point, she has listened to the first two, but she has not yet listened to the third one.
See, that's the one I want her to listen to.
I know. I mentioned her in that one, and I tried to prod her a little bit. But I was like, I mentioned you in the third one. But she's been very busy with some other projects at this point. So she will listen to it at some point, but has not yet at this stage.
Well, let me tell you, Mrs. Periodic Videos, or Number File, or whatever I'm supposed to call my much better half, did listen to episode 3. We went for a drive that by coincidence coincided with the exact length of the podcast, so I said, let me play you this. So we played it for the drive. It was utter silence throughout. I think the only time she spoke during it was at one point admiring Mrs. Gray's patience. What a patient woman she must be. I think that was during the time when you were talking about how you completely blank her for 3 days when you're putting a video out.
That just happened, yeah.
Yeah, yes. But and then amazingly, it just finished as we got to the car park where we were going to. It was nice timing, so we pulled up, and I sort of turned to her and said, "What do you think? What do you think about that?" The main thing that came across was that she would quite like to sit down with you and discuss a few of the items in a positive way. But because she's into all that stuff you're into, like workflows and sleep patterns and things like that. But fundamentally, I think she disagreed with your thesis. And her best argument which she didn't really make, but she didn't need to make against your argument, was herself. She's just sort of sitting there, and we're talking here about how you can't do all four things at once.
Right.
And then I look at her, and she works really hard in a really demanding job. You know, she's you know about her. She's got this amazing job, and she gives so much to that. She always, every day, makes time for her friends and rings them and talks to them. She's a brilliant family person, talks to her mum and dad all the time, and takes great care of me. She's incredibly healthy and goes to the gym all the time, and her personal trainer every week, and she watches what she eats, and she always looks amazing. And she does all these things, like, to the maximum. And then she's just been spending an hour listening to you and I grumble about, I can't eat healthy and do my job at the same time. And I think she is the embodiment of the argument against us. And
Right, so
it did amuse me.
Mrs. Numberphile is the counter argument.
Yeah.
Maybe I will just try to defend myself. I will go back to some people's engines are more powerful than others.
Yeah, and you and I are just pattering along on these old bomb of a car, and she's a Rolls Royce.
I think that might be the conclusion that we need to come to, is that Mrs. Numberphile has a very powerful motor compared to the two of us. So that might very well be the case.
But I think she does want to sit you down and talk through a few points, so we'll arrange that sometime.
Oh, good. Okay.
I tell you what else bothered me. Was it in episode 3 where you did that? You clarified this whole infringement versus theft thing when it comes to copyright. That still bothers me a bit too.
That still bothers you?
Yeah, I just think you're being you're being a bit overly cautious, saying, it's not theft, it's stealing.
I could not disagree with you more at this point. I fully understand that I can be overly pedantic about things like this, but I'm going to very strongly disagree with you there.
So if someone comes into my house, takes my TV and watches a few programs on it, and then puts it back later that day, have they infringed on my TV, or have they stolen it?
Wait, what? The person breaks into well, first of all, they broke in and entered into your house.
But if they didn't take any money or break anything, have they just infringed into my house?
I don't think that's an appropriate analogy. I don't think this lines up at all. I think you're trying to stack the deck in your favor with that one, buddy.
Well, I don't know. You've already said that you're no good with the analogies, so. Anyway, I just listen back to it and I think, go on. They're stealing from you. They're stealing. They're thieves.
I disagree. I think infringement is a word that the internet culture needs to make happen as a common understood word, like theft is a common understood word.
But I think infringing is like, using the word infringing is like dressing something bad up to make it sound not as bad. Why can't we give it a more emotive word? Why do we? Because infringing is just like, it's such like a delicate thing. Like you know, Germany didn't infringe on Poland, did it? Like you don't.
No, but that is also not a comparable analogy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if you said infringe, it makes a terrible thing sound, somewhere near more acceptable. And I don't think it is acceptable, and I don't think we should be giving them this delicate word when they're doing a bad thing to us.
I was going to say, it's the word. Unfortunately, these words aren't perfectly comparable, but you do also have the word piracy, which is a similar.
That's a better. See, that's an emotive word. I like that.
But yeah, it is a more emotive word, but that is usually piracy is talking about individuals making copies for themselves. So they're engaged in piracy, which it is more emotive, but it is almost more emotive in a very cool kind of way, right? Like
yeah, that's true.
Pirates have a lot of social cachet these days. So I'm not sure it's really dissuading the kids.
All right,
don't be an awesome cool pirate. But we're gonna have to disagree on this.
I want to put the challenge out there though. I want a new word to describe what you call infringing.
Yeah.
That is more emotive, but it doesn't cross swords with stealing and theft, which you think is,
all right,
so good. Anyway, there we go.
Yeah, no, we'll see if people in the Reddit thread for this video can come up with a better word. So you want something that just sounds meaner.
Yeah, I want a word to describe the practice of other people or organisations taking content and using it for their own purposes.
Yeah, we'll see if someone comes up with something.
Sorry, I just had to get that off my chest. Any more follow-up?
No, but that is the point of follow-up, Ricky, right? There's always going to be something that's sticking in your mind, and this is the time to discuss it.
All right.
Hello, Internet. Today's sponsor is Audible.com, a leading provider of spoken audio information and entertainment. Listen to audiobooks whenever and wherever you want. It's my job to recommend something interesting to you to listen to, and this week that's going to be A Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson. Bryson is a travel writer, and this is his experience walking along the Appalachian Trail, which, for those of you who are unaware, is a path in the woods in America that goes from Maine to Georgia, and it's incredibly long and actually genuinely dangerous because it is, of course, nature. The thing that I like about this book is that Bill Bryson is not like a professional adventurous guy. He's a kind of normal homebody sort of person, and so his experience walking along the Appalachian Trail is a lot like what I would imagine if I tried to walk along the Appalachian Trail. Basically kind of a disaster from beginning to end, but a very entertaining story for other people to hear. And it really is an enjoyable tale just from start to finish, with him and this friend of his cats trying to do this adventure that they are both clearly not prepared for in any way. I personally had the enjoyable experience of listening to this book on a road trip a number of years ago, and actually intersecting paths with the Appalachian Trail, which I decided to get out and explore, and also got briefly lost and terrified on. But that's a story for another time. So I'm going to highly recommend this book, and the copy on Audible is also read by Bill Bryson, which he has a good narrating voice, and as I've said in a previous spot, I like it when the author reads their own thing. They put a different spin on it than a professional narrator might. So if you want, you can listen to A Walk in the Woods for free with Audible. All you need to do is go to audible.com/hellointernet, that's all one word, and sign up for a 30-day trial. By using the audible.com/hellointernet link, that's how they know you came from us, which is one of the ways we're going to figure out if this podcasting experiment is a success. So if you want to listen to it, Audible has it. With over 150,000 titles and virtually every genre, you'll find what you're looking for. Get a free audiobook and 30-day trial today by signing up at audible.com/hellointernet. That's audible.com/hellointernet, all one word.
What's been going on? What's been going on in your life or in my life, or any? It's been crazy. Life has been crazy.
Yeah, life has been crazy for both of us for the past week, and for you, crazier, I think, because you just got back from Vietnam, did you not?
I did.
And what were you doing on the other side of the world?
I don't know how much you know about my dad, but he was I'm Australian, as you know, but not many American people even seem to realise that Australian soldiers fought in the Vietnam War. So, you know, it was an allied force. A lot of people are always really surprised when I tell them that. And my father fought in the Vietnam War, so I've kind of grown up, you know, knowing this and knowing bits and pieces of his stories. So basically, the purpose of this trip was to go with him to Vietnam and travel around to some of the places where all the stuff went down. Which was really interesting. It's especially interesting for me because there are two things about my dad that are unusual in this respect. One was he did two tours of the Vietnam War, and the first one was 12 months, which I think was in 1968, I think. And then he did another 8-month tour towards the end, which I can't remember the year. It was 71. I can't remember the year, which is terrible. But on that first tour, he was a dog tracker. He wasn't a dog, but he was a dog handler and of a tracking dog. So his war experience was quite different to a lot of other people, insofar as his role was to lead this dog around, sniffing.
And what was the dog doing?
The dog was sniffing enemy forces, Viet Cong or North Vietnamese soldiers. So a typical scenario would be there would be a contact, there would be a battle, and then my dad and his dog, which was called Caesar, would be brought in to sort of sniff and follow the retreating troops and try and, you know, re-engage with them. From a combat sense, he had quite an unusual experience, but he also had a personally very interesting experience because his relationship through the war was more with a dog than with other soldiers in many ways. So it was a very unusual and special relationship. But also, my dad went on to become a journalist and a writer, and once he finished his sort of journalistic career, he settled down to writing books, and he's written a number of books about the Vietnam War, and his first one, and most successful one, which is called Trackers, is about him and the dog. So I'd heard some of these stories, but not all of them, but then I read this book, which is just crammed with amazing stories that I didn't know. So that suddenly I had all this, all these stories and all this stuff, but I'd still never seen the place or been there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what last week was about. It was about going to the site of these places, and of course me being me, and Dad quite wanted me to, I took my camera along, and he sort of retold a lot of these stories. And my dad's a really good storyteller.
Uh-huh.
He retold a lot of these stories in the places where they happened, and I rolled the camera over it, and hopefully we'll get around to editing them at some point.
Are we going to see these videos on one of your many channels at some point in the future?
Yeah, I'll probably just put it on a channel called Brady Stuff, which is just a channel where I just dump stuff that hasn't unbelievably.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I've known you for a while, and this is yet another channel of yours that I have never even heard of existing.
Well, this is the channel where I put things that haven't got a channel. Unbelievably, there are some topics that I haven't got a channel for, so
I'm almost surprised that you don't have a dedicated Vietnam War channel, for example.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Maybe I like it. No.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll probably pop them on there or something. Anyway, it's by the by. I mean, for me, it wasn't so much about making videos.
Mm-hmm.
It was about
spending some time with your dad and hearing
time
his
with my dad
experiences.
and it's always good to put to visit places, and really it gives you a different understanding of stuff. Whether it's something intense like the Vietnam War or going to the Eiffel Tower, when you visit to the real place, you kind of can think, oh yeah, now I understand the geography and.
Yeah, it's always fundamentally different. No matter how much you hear about a place, when you go, it's just a different experience.
Yeah.
It's a much more human experience to be there and to stand in the place where something actually happened.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that was kind of crazy, but it was good fun.
I'm glad you came back alive.
Yeah, you were just worried we wouldn't finish the podcast series if I got some malaria or something, weren't you?
Yeah, that's exactly true. And I was nervous when you tweeted that menu that had intestines and a bunch of other terrifying foods on it.
Yes.
And I thought
it had a rectum on it, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
it was rectum, and I was thinking, please, Brady, do not become terribly sick or die on this trip. It would be terribly inconvenient, but I'm glad you're back safe and sound.
I've never eaten so much squid in all my life.
Oh.
But they love their squid there.
Oh yeah.
The other thing that was really interesting though was that it was really interesting to go to a place in that kind of military tourism context where, I don't know, for lack of a better term, you're on the losing side. I mean, the US and Australians and the Allies withdrew from Vietnam, and the North Vietnamese came down and took the country, so to speak, and it's now this country that it is, this communist country, and the war is a great victory for them. And to go there and be doing the sights and be taken around by a tour guide when of the force that was not victorious was very interesting, and it's also different. We're used to going to sort of places where terrible things happen, but ultimately, in a victorious context, I guess. And this was the opposite, which was really interesting.
I wouldn't have thought about that, but that's a good point. Normally when you're doing that, the war monuments that an Australian or an American would tend to go to are monuments of triumph. And doing a tour where that was not the case is a different experience. Yeah,
it was also really interesting going to the Vietnamese museum about it. But anyway, it's probably there's only so much we could talk about Vietnam for in a podcast that's more about. I don't know what this podcast is about, but it's probably not about war stories. So
this podcast is about what we wanted to be about. So Vietnam totally counts.
Vietnam, and I did make videos there, so it is about filmmaking. I tell you what, from a filmmaker YouTube perspective, it's really hard to make videos of your dad. I'll tell you that right now. Why? Partly because of the way my dad is, but also just because there's a different dynamic. I mean, when I'm interviewing someone or filming something, the video is them, but I can take control to an extent and guide them with the questioning. And if they've got a certain point they want to make or a way they want to tell the story, and I don't think it's going to work. I can either delicately shepherd them with my questions, or I can be more frank and slap them around the ears and say, no, we need to do it like this. But my dad obviously had, stories he wanted to tell and ways he wanted to tell them, and they didn't always fit with what I thought would work in a video.
Mm-hmm.
And all the different techniques I normally use on people to get what I want just didn't work. It was like
he knows you too well. He's blowing off all your linguistic tricks.
I don't know if it was, but yeah, I felt like there was kryptonite in the air in terms of my ability to steer the interview either way I sometimes can. It must be because it was my dad, because it never happens with anyone else.
Yeah, I guess you were not in a position of authority when it is your father on the other end of the camera, right?
I guess that's it. I mean, I don't feel like he was an authority over me either, though. I mean, I don't have that kind of relationship with my dad. But yeah, there was just something different. And I would stop and ask him questions, and he wouldn't answer them. But he's like that with everyone. He sticks to his questions and cracks on with his stories. But yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe he didn't feel sufficiently intimidated or respectful of me as the filmmaker, whereas everyone else at least has that more respect for me. Whereas I was still just Brady to him, and he had a story he wanted to tell. I had stopped the camera a couple of times and said, Dad, you're not listening to me. You have to answer this question. It was like interviewing a politician when they have what they want to say. But anyway, he is a really good storyteller. He's like famous for his ripping yarns, so he still told the story well, but it was a really interesting thing as a filmmaker for me.
Well, when are you going to get those videos out? Long time?
It could be a while, because I'm actually jumping on another plane now and I'm going away for a month, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to edit them on the road, so it could be a while, but I'd like to do them soon.
Alright, well, whenever you get around to them, mention it again. We'll put them in the description for the podcast.
Yeah,
and
cool, that'd be good.
Today we'll have a description we'll have a link to your dad's book if people want to check it out.
Yeah, it is actually it is a really good book actually. I mean, his other ones I'm not so much into because they're about other soldiers, but the one about him I really enjoy. But anyway, here we go.
So we'll put it in. People can check it out if they want.
Cool. Thank you. What about you? What's been any news in your world? You had a video out, which is always a big deal.
Yeah, that is really the biggest news ever. It always feels like my whole life just narrows down to video production in the 4 or 5 days before it actually goes live, and just everything gets postponed. And so there's this cycle in my life where I use this program called OmniFocus to track all of my to-dos, and maybe about 14 days before I'm expecting a video to come out, I start delaying everything in my little program to like after when I think it's going to come out. And so I'm working on the video and stuff comes up in my program and I delay. And then what I'm experiencing right now, and what I was talking to you, is suddenly there's just this monstrous number of things to do after the video comes out. And so I'm sort of overwhelmed with just a very large number of things. But yeah, the getting the video out is the biggest deal. And
it was good, huh? Jury nullification. I liked it.
Yeah. I think I have to say it is done successfully. Actually, let me open it right now. And
it was a 1.2 million last time I looked at it.
Yeah, that's the thing I want to check. So
that's nothing for you though, is it? That's just
No, I don't. I was going to say. So I actually, as you might not be surprised, I have an objective measure about the success of the videos that I use to deem whether or not they have been successful. And so I take whatever my subscriber number at the time of release is as the starting point.
Yeah.
So let's just make the numbers easy. I have about 1 million subscribers at this point. And if I have a video that gets less than a third of that number in a week, I would consider that to be just like a total abject failure. If it's more than the third to sort of equal to The number of subscribers, I consider that to be kind of satisfactory. And anything that gets more than the total number of subscribers, that to me is like a very successful video, because that means like people are really sharing it, and it's like it's going to more people than have signed up to get my videos. So that's always for me the real crossing point, is like, can the video get more views than subscribers that I have within a week? And I think it's been 5 days, and it is just under the number of subscribers that I have now. So I think this one will leap across that threshold probably before the week goes out.
I've noticed with a couple of your videos lately, actually, the titles have been a little bit more teasy, like a bit more. Is this a coincidence, or is this a deliberate thing we're seeing now? They're a bit more like, what's this about? You know, like the law you won't be told, and this will hurt, and.
Okay, so it's funny that you picked up on that, because the answer is that it's partly just a coincidence. The previous video that I did on the nocebo effect, the opposite of the placebo effect, I have a demonstration in the beginning that just does not work if you know what the video is going into it. So I have to not say the name of the thing in the title in that case. With this one, it is a much more teasy title, with the law you won't be told. And that is only half a coincidence, but I came across, I can't remember exactly where, but some study that was talking about click-through rates for titles. And they were basically saying that teasy kind of titles have surprisingly large click-through rates for what you might expect. And so I thought, let me just try something that's a little bit different. I don't think I will normally do it. I just happen to have two topics that it worked very well with, and so I didn't mind having that back to back. But I am a fan of the straightforward title. Also because that partly does a lot of introduction for you. Like, I don't necessarily have to set up as much if the title just straight up says, here's what we're going to talk about. So it is just a bit of a thing. Although I will say, just as a personal experience in this video, I think in the second episode or somewhere I mentioned how I probably will not do a medical topic for a while, because that put me under a lot of stress about feeling like it needs to be correct. I'm going to add law, so I will not cover anytime soon again if I can possibly avoid it.
Right.
And it's for a slightly different reason, but so this is entirely a problem with me, and also might as well make this a theme, talking about analogies. I tend to think of the law as a kind of computer code for human society. Right? We hear all these rules, and we formalize these rules about what should happen under what circumstances, and here's all the exceptions for the consequences if the laws or the rules didn't work out in a particular way. But I know this is not the case when I sit down and think about it, and it's partly because my father is actually a lawyer in the States, and I know through him just how much of the law depends on interpretations of what happens in the courtroom. And it's so much more situational and like, ooh, it depends than you think of the law as being, really clear, or at least I think of it as being that way.
Yeah.
And so I cannot tell you how many rounds this script went through where I had very definitive statements that kept having to be kind of modified and qualified and toned down and changed a lot. So I would not do a law topic again if I can possibly avoid it. Partly because of that. Like it's difficult to make definitive statements. And there's a number of places in the video where I'm talking about situations that might occur, and it's like, yes, that might happen the majority of the time, but there's always going to be a really long list of exceptions. Never mind the fact that in America, the rules are different in all 50 states for how things are handled.
Right.
So I was trying to talk about the most general possible case. But yes, that was stressful. Do not expect a law topic anytime soon, people.
Have you ever been to a trial?
I have never been to a trial in person, no.
You've got to do it. I'll tell you what, one day we must do an episode. I'll tell you some good stories about trials I've been to.
Yeah?
Court
Okay.
cases are good fun.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Let me do a clever segue here,
Oh, okay.
which will both follow on from what we're talking about, promote something, and lead to something I wanted to discuss.
Oh, it's the hat trick of follow.
This is the hat trick.
Yeah, the hat trick of segues.
Yeah. Speaking of clickbaity titles for videos, the video that I put up today is called The World's Greatest Autograph Book. And it is about something that you and I went to see,
Of course.
a couple of weeks ago, and I want to talk about that day trip. So look at that, I've got all three together there. You and I went to the Royal Society in London, which is somewhere I've been wanting to take you for ages. I've been pestering you about it. We finally had the chance to go there, and I didn't want you to do the typical tour. We went down into the vaults to see all the treasures and things. I deliberately haven't asked you much about your impression of the visit, because I wanted to ask you here on the podcast. What did you think?
I thought it was great. It was great to visit. So I think first, why don't you, because you're better at summarizing this than me, right? Why don't you give a quick summary for people who don't know, like, what is the Royal Society?
The Royal Society is this organisation that's been around since the 1600s, and it was set up by Charles II, I think. I think he was one of these kings.
That sounds right.
Yeah, and basically it was for sort of the scientists of the time when science was in its infancy. It was kind of like their club. They've been going ever since, and basically they elect or decide to make people fellows of this society and join the club. And this has been going on for 350 years or something like that, and basically every year a new intake of 10 or 20 people joins this club of uber scientists. It's still going today, and it's just got all this history. They've also been involved in publications. They have their own journal, and they have meetings, and they have all these other functions. It's not just a place where they go and have a cup of tea and smoke a pipe. But that came out wrong, but anyway. I meant that in a more English sense.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's this club that's been going for years. It's got all this history. Any scientist who's anyone has been a fellow of the Royal Society. Isaac Newton, all those guys, Hooke and Boyle back then, all the way through to your modern greats. Einstein was a fellow, Niels Bohr, all the way through to Peter Higgs and people like that today. Watson and Crick. They've all been part of this club, so it's got this incredible history. The thing about the autograph book is, of course, anyone who becomes a fellow, they all sign the same book, which has been around since the start. So that's why I call it the World's Greatest Autograph Book, because it's got everyone from Isaac Newton through to all your modern day scientists all signing this one book, which is incredible.
Yes.
And of course, any king or queen that comes to the throne is automatically the patron of the Royal Society, so every famous royal has signed it as well. It's this amazing document. But anyway, because of this history, and basically all the scientists involved, their interactions are all kept, and all their papers and
artifacts are kept there in these vaults. It's this real treasure trove of material as well. And I know you love old stuff, and I know you love source documents and things like that. You know, you don't want any secondary sources when you see G.P. Gray.
No, of course not.
So I thought, I've got to get Gray in there to see all this stuff, because I know you like hanging out in libraries and stuff as well.
Yes,
so we finally went there, and I thought it was going to blow your mind. And I don't know if you were just being calm, or you were lukewarm about it. What did you think? You just kind of...
Oh no, I think I really liked it. I thought it was really interesting to see. So yeah, when we went on a tour, yeah, we got to go downstairs into the vault below and basically see all of the original documents. And it's almost hard to describe because there was such a great variety of things down there. But if you imagine, there's this huge vault, and it would just have the original written letters from all of these famous scientists, to the Royal Society, or from explorers who were writing in about what they were seeing in new places, and it was almost just very overwhelming in the amount of stuff that is
all
there.
handwritten too, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah, it's a letter from Isaac Newton. Oh, what's he got to say from it?
Yeah, I did tell my wife when we came back, like, I know it was all in this vault, but it was like shockingly casual, some of the stuff that was just laying around. Artemis, who was nice enough to give us a tour, I kept saying to him, like, it makes me nervous, like, looking at all this stuff. The one example, was the death mask for Isaac Newton. So the clay, I guess it was, I'm not sure what the material was, that they put over his face after he died, to get a print of his face. Oh, it's just like there on the shelf, waiting to be knocked over by some clumsy idiot like me who's wandering around and not paying attention.
I'll tell you a quick interjection here. Rupert, who's the other guy that works in the library, who you spoke to briefly, but he wasn't the one that came down with us. He normally is the guy that has to handle that mask, and he's done it a few times for me for videos and things like that. And he has a recurring nightmare all the time that he drops that mask and it shatters, like it haunts him. Yeah. And every time I ask him to pick it up, like he goes a little bit white and tells me, "You know about my dream, don't you?" So you're not the only one who worries about that.
Yeah, so that was one of my prevailing feelings there, was just like worry for all of these objects. And we were talking about how some of the stuff like that mask has been digitized. They've done high resolution 3D scans of that, but there's just so many papers and documents that they don't have any other copies except the ones that are in that vault. And it was very interesting. And one of the examples that was given is like, you don't know necessarily how this stuff is going to be valuable in the future. And the example that was mentioned was talking about they have all these records of the weather going back for hundreds of years, which just sounds like the most boring thing in the whole wide world, right? Until that stuff starts to matter when people are doing research for the global weather system, and now you actually want that kind of data to be available.
And you've got like sea levels from Australia from 1800 and things.
Yeah, all of this stuff that just seems just so random and so bizarre. Like, I can't even remember, we looked at that book, maybe you can remind me what the deal was, but it was a book and it had collections of drawings of a volcano that some member of the Royal Society had paid a monk to go.
It was Vesuvius, wasn't it? It was Vesuvius.
Yes, that's right, it was Vesuvius. Yeah. And one of the members had paid this monk, in the days before photography, to go outside every day and sketch what Mount Vesuvius looked like, what the volcano looked like.
Yeah, like a plume of smoke that was changing shape and things. Yeah.
And send it to him. As I said, like it was like the 1700s version of a webcam. Yeah. Right? Where the webcam takes a picture every 30 minutes, but you can't have a webcam. You just have a monk, and you pay him some money, and he sends you a sketch every day. And that was just collected in this book. It was really interesting to see.
It was funny. We went with our friend Angela from Google, and I did find it funny when we were down there because I just love all that old stuff and the romance of it. But you and Angela, who are both much more kind of digital people, all you could think about was, has this been scanned, or who should scan this, and where could this be preserved electronically, and Whereas I was like, oh, let's touch this. Oh, doesn't this smell wonderful?
That is true. That is true. You had your hands all over everything, and you know, again, I was surprised to know that it is okay to handle these materials, just like with your gross monkey hands, like with all their sweat on them and dirt, and they're like, oh no, don't worry. You know, you pick up these letters from Robert Hooke. That's totally fine. Don't worry. And they're originals. We don't have any extra copy, but we're going to let you just touch them.
And they prefer you to not use gloves, which is the secret no one tells you.
Yes.
Because if you gloves, you kind of lose that dexterity and that touch, and you're more likely to drop something or rip something. Or
yeah, you end up being more likely to damage it, which is surprising. And another example of how things in TV and movies are not accurate representations of real life. The one thing that was a very almost overwhelming moment was being able to see the kind of original edition of Isaac Newton's Principia Mathematica. You know, the book that is basically the founding stone of much of modern physics. And that was really amazing to be able to see and to be able to actually hold in my hands. And I maybe take a picture of that.
I know, I knew you liked that when you asked for a photo.
Yeah, and honestly, it was only because I saw you going around touching absolutely everything and handling stuff and like, whoops, almost dropped it, you know. That I had the bravery to ask if I could hold that book, and I could not believe it when it said yes, you can hold it, because to be clear, this is Isaac Newton's seminal work, and that copy, it wasn't just a first edition. That was his handwritten copy in big sections with notes to the printer.
Yeah.
And so it was like that, like, you know, like he actually slaved over that book for who knows how long. And that was the copy that got sent off to the printer, you know, to make the first edition. So it's almost like the 0th edition of that book.
That's pretty cool.
So that I have to say that was an amazing moment. But
my hope was that, you know, that you would say, oh, I could make a few videos here using all this source material. Like, I want to see some CTP grey videos, you know, using all these old documents from hundreds of years ago with some new spin on some country or some border or something we'd never realised before.
Yeah, I've got to say, it's been running in the back of my mind how to take advantage of that. So I have some thoughts, and I'm also, again, like, I'm really glad to know that resource is there. It's amazing to be able to see the original stuff, but it's also often you come across strange surprises when you're dealing with original materials. And so I'm going to mention something slightly nerdy here. But when I was in college, I was rereading the Lord of the Rings series. And I thought, oh, let me start at the beginning. I'm going to start with The Hobbit. And by the way, people, if you haven't read The Hobbit yet, spoiler warning coming up here. So you should pause your podcast now.
I'll take my headphones off because I haven't read The Hobbit.
You haven't read The Hobbit? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I haven't read The Hobbit.
Are you serious?
I haven't read Lord of the Rings either.
Well,
do you think less of me?
I'm just surprised, actually. I don't think it's not that I think less of you. I'm just honestly surprised that you have not read it. Do you know the basic story of The Hobbit?
Yes, I know the basics.
Okay, so I'm not going to ruin anything with the basic story then. So, and you're just going to have to listen to this anyway.
Yeah.
this is what we're doing now. So I figured I'll start at the beginning. I'll read The Hobbit. And I'm reading The Hobbit, and I had read it once as a kid, and I'm going through the book, and everything is totally normal until the pivotal scene between Bilbo and Gollum. And it's a pivotal scene in the book where Bilbo he sort of steals the ring from Gollum and, you know, makes his way out of the underneath the mountain.
I did see that in the film. I have seen the first film.
Yeah, so there's like a fight, right? There's
it's like a battle of wits in a way, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, there's a preceding thing about it, but there is a skirmish over the ring.
Okay.
And I'm reading the book, and everything is going along totally fine. And then in the book that I'm reading, I was completely blown away because Gollum just hands over the ring, right? Like, no questions asked, none of this skirmish nonsense. Just basically straight up gives it to Bilbo, and Bilbo walks away. And I was so incredibly confused until I realized that my library actually had a first edition of The Hobbit. And it turns out that this is a change in later editions of The Hobbit. So in fiction, this is called a retcon. When the author goes back and changes something in the earlier material.
It's like a director's cut.
Yeah, to make it match later on with the following stuff.
Okay.
And so this was a case of the very first edition of The Hobbit. There is not this epic struggle over the ring. And in later editions there is, and Tolkien went back and changed it because he realized that it just didn't make any sense given the books that he was writing in the future. So like original copies of things can have very interesting information. But some of the trouble sometimes is knowing that this even exists. Yeah. Right? Like I would never have discovered this if it just wasn't just for a total accident. And so yeah, original materials are just amazing. But as always with libraries, like knowing where to look to pass the battle.
Was that valuable, that book, if it was some first edition sitting in your local library?
It's one of those things I've wondered about later on. Like, did they not realize that this was a first edition? Because I'm a member of a library that has a first edition of The Hobbit here, and that's like kept under lock and key. You can't directly access that.
You should have borrowed that bad boy and not returned it and taken a hit on the fine.
Yeah, I should have. I was thinking through. I think I was really just more confused about the inconsistencies in the story. I was just derailing my whole brain. Why doesn't this match up with what I expected to see?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I will definitely take advantage of them when I come across something where I want to be able to see the original stuff. And like I said, I have a couple things in mind, but I don't want to mention anything in particular. But it was a great trip, and I'm really glad that you were able to bring me down there to sort of get access to this because you're a cool person.
I should say, by the way, as well, like, by way of thanks to the library guys at the Royal Society, anyone can go there. Anyone can go there and look at any materials. I mean, not anyone can go down to the vault, but anything from the vault can be brought up to you. So if you go there and join up and go through the process, no money, just like, prove that you're a real person and not some cowboy, and you want to look at some old handwritten document from Isaac Newton, they'll bring it up to you. They'll show it to you. They want people to go there and use the research. They want this stuff out there. So if you're ever in London or if you're from London and you want to go see this stuff, it's not some exclusive club. Anyone can go and have a look.
Yeah, and the library is really worth seeing as well. It's a beautiful room where they'll bring you up the materials. So yeah, it is definitely worth seeing.
Cool. Do you know, well, we were going to talk about some stuff today. We prepared a topic. Are we going to do it? We've been going like nearly an hour.
I think that I'm totally up for doing something that is an actual topic, but it depends entirely on you.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. I mean, the first couple of podcasts have been like an hour long, but there's no rules about this, is there?
No, this is the internet. Stuff can be as long or as short as you want it to be. There's absolutely no limits on that.
And some of the podcasts you've been putting me onto, because I wasn't as much of a podcast junkie as you, so I've just been listening to ones you tell me to listen to. They typically go for like 2 hours.
Yeah, some of them are very long. And my personal favorite, but sadly defunct now podcast, Hypercritical, was legendary for going. Like they'd have shows. I'm pretty sure they had shows that top 3 hours in length. Because John Syracuse, the star of that show, just had interesting things to say and could say them forever.
I tell you what, we have to, in a future episode, do a podcast about podcasts, because there's a few things I want to discuss with you, especially about the podcasts you've put me onto, because I've been listening to them a lot and I've got lots of questions and comments, and I want to do more about it. But that's not for today, is it?
No, that's not exactly for today.
We were going to talk about feedback, because I think the rough thinking was, because we've been getting so much feedback in the last week. This podcast, it would be a good chance just to talk about feedback in general.
Yeah, I think I suspect this is going to be a relatively short topic, which is why I don't mind doing it now. Yeah. But I was just thinking about it earlier, and I think my note says feedback on feedback, and I think that there's some things to be said here. And so I guess just to start it off, what I was thinking about is how, because we're in this we're in this amazing world with the internet, you know, and people can put stuff out there, and anybody can comment on it if they want, you know, like anybody can make a YouTube video tomorrow and upload it, right, and you can get some comments. And I think it's a very weird situation to have feedback from people that you don't know, and how, as the creator of something, to actually interpret that feedback. I think there's a lot of weirdness that happens here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, because I don't actually know. I mean, like, do you look at the YouTube comments for your own videos very much? I mean, you're so busy making videos, you probably don't have time to actually.
No, I
read the
do,
comments.
especially on a new video. So for the first, I'll talk about this a bit more in a minute when I sort of talk to you a bit about some of the things I've been doing lately. But in general terms, I would say I look at the viewer comments on a YouTube video for the first day or 2 days, and that starts to subside then, because I do a video almost every day or every 2 days. A new video kind of usurps it, and that becomes sort of the focus of my attention. And you know, now I have a couple of thousand videos. I don't go back and read all the feedback on all of them.
Yeah.
But for the first day or two, and that's when you're getting the most comments anyway. I am very much across what's being said about all this.
And
What about you? What about you?
Yeah, well,
I know obviously you have comments under your video, and then you also run your Reddit subreddits where you'd like the feedback to happen.
Yeah, that's exactly it. At this point, at this stage, I don't pay any attention to the comments on YouTube with some of the changes that they made. I don't really like that format.
So you won't even look at it at all, like you won't even look.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're talking now in 2014, and a couple months ago, YouTube changed the way their comment system works.
Yes, they did.
And I was never a huge fan of the comment system before, and I wouldn't necessarily say that this new system is worse, but for me, for various reasons, I just find it not really workable. And so
I would say it's worse, but
we'll have a fuller conversation about this at some point. But for now, I don't really look at the YouTube comments at all, and I look entirely at the Reddit comments, and that's what I'm interested in. And
why? Why do you look at the comments? What are you looking for in them?
Well, what's interesting to me, so I have on Reddit I have a section where I can post the videos and people can discuss them. But I'm very interested also on Reddit when the video gets posted in other sections. So people who don't necessarily subscribe to me on YouTube, who've never seen one of my videos before, they will comment on a video, and that's interesting to read and to see. Like someone who's not familiar with my video style, you know, what might they say? But one of the reasons why I think the feedback on feedback thing is interesting, because it changes at different scales. When someone's starting out, when they're making things for the first time on the internet, anonymous feedback from strangers is kind of an amazing thing. Now, you know, people can just be like total jerks on the internet. There's no denying that. But it is it's difficult in real life to ever get genuine, honest feedback from people you know in your life. So, you know, you have friends and you have families, and because you have social obligations to the people in those groups, it's hard to get 100% honest feedback from those people in your life. Whereas some random person who's seen whatever you've made on the internet and who has no connection to you and isn't even using a real name, there's no reason for them to hold back. You know, they have permission to just be really straightforward in their feedback, and that can be very, very valuable. And I think if you're paying attention to that kind of feedback in the right sort of way, especially in the beginning, you can really try to direct whatever it is you're making in a more positive way.
But how much should you allow yourself to be guided by feedback? It's the politically correct thing to say is, I look at the feedback and my audience is really important, and I want to make what they want, and I will shape and tailor what I do to them, and I take all their opinions on board because it's really valuable to me. And to an extent, that's true. And only a fool will completely ignore feedback and what the audience is saying, because we do this for the audience, it's a relationship with the audience. But at the same time, you've got to kind of believe in yourself as well, and your vision, otherwise you just become some diluted, designed by committee piece of generic rubbish.
Yeah.
And the example I often use in this respect is in the number file videos I make, which are these mathematics videos. Often we need to write on something, and for various reasons, which I've outlined in the blog in great detail, and it was very much thought out, I had people write on these pieces of brown paper with a marker. Now, with the first 3 or 4 number file videos went up, they had quite a large audience from the start, because I already had an audience from other channels. So I was getting a lot of feedback right from the start. And overwhelmingly, like you wouldn't believe, all the feedback was negative about the brown paper.
Really?
You've got to get rid of it, it's rubbish, and trust me, that was what all the comments were about, and it was very strong. But I really believed in using this brown paper.
I gotta say, it's such a trademark of yours now.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine the number file videos without it.
Exactly, and I felt really strongly about it for various reasons, that it was a good idea and it would work. And there are still people that don't like it, but they're very much in the minority now, and I rarely hear anything about it. But there are lots of people who really, really love it, who are really into it, and they've really adopted it. And that was an example of something where if I was going to go with the feedback and be shaped by it, I would have ditched that brown paper very quickly, definitely. But I was like, no, I think I'm right here, and I think if you are starting out and you get shaped by feedback too easily, you lose your distinctiveness. And I think you can look at it and take what you want from it, but you can't listen to it too much. You've got to be your own man or woman.
Yeah. I wouldn't be arguing for follow the feedback entirely. But I agree with you that you're kind of foolish to not pay attention to it, particularly in the beginning. But I think that brown paper one is a good example, because there are things that you have to consider as a creator that might not be obvious to the people watching something.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this was your thought process, but I might guess that you wanted something that was distinct for a visual look, or you wanted something that you're dealing with an abstract channel, so that people were writing on a thing and you could see them doing it. I mean, was that some part of the...
That's, I mean, there are probably 6 or 7 reasons, but that is a strong one. I want it to be sort of, something tactile and physical, on topics that are,
Yeah, so there's definitely considerations that you have to have as the maker of the thing that are not obvious to the audience. But I think for example, in some of my earlier videos, there were a lot of comments about how the audio quality was just terrible. And there is no denying that. Like that was entirely true. And it's funny because it was not something I was aware of when I made the first couple videos. The very first one was done just by talking straight into the laptop microphone, which is unbelievable to me today. But the comments about the audio quality were something that made me realize, like, ooh, I need to put some time and thought into this if I'm going to make more of these. And so I just bought a cheap USB microphone, and already that makes it so much better. Now I have a bit more professional gear. But so I think like feedback for rough edges like that can be very useful, or feedback on people's delivery. So if you're doing something like we're doing, and you're making an explanation video, you want to see how many people seem confused by this in the comments. that's an indication that maybe this isn't going very well. But I think on the flip side of it as well, what's really useful when you're starting out is like positive comments. Do people actually leave comments who seem to like the thing that you're doing? And if you're getting just no positive feedback at all, like that's a kind of feedback as well. Like you need to adjust what you're making for the world, and or do something in a very different way to try to catch people's attention. But what I think is, this is a comment that was made to me by Derek of Veritasium, who might be listening right now. Hi Derek, if you are listening.
Hi Derek. What t-shirt are you wearing, Derek? Are you wearing those tight jeans, Derek?
He probably is wearing his tight jeans. For those of you who haven't seen Derek, he's very pretty. He's definitely the prettiest of the educational YouTubers, I think.
But he always wears the t-shirt of your channel when he meets you, which is a class act. Like I met him for like a coffee, and like he turned up wearing periodic videos.
That is very
professional. And then like I'm sure when he meets you, he turn up in his CQP grey shirt. And that's attention to detail. You know?
It is.
Anyway.
That's why he's such a guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, what I was going to say, he made a comment when we were talking once about how the value of positive feedback goes to zero as you are more and more successul.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you think that's the case, but he said that and I was like, man, I could not agree with him more strongly when he mentioned that to me.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't mean I want everyone to stop leaving positive feedback, but I mean, you look at, you're kind of preaching to the choir, aren't you, after a while, in terms of, people watching are watching because they like what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, just as a little bit of a phenomenon that, if you get like lots and lots and lots of positive comments, it does sound weird, but after a while, if you have tons of them, they're not necessarily valuable, right? These are like in aggregate, right? Individually they are, but like what can you draw from that is very hard to say. Like there's not necessarily anything actionable in that, right? Whereas negative comments may still contain information for something that you can change or that you can improve upon. And also the other thing is that negative comments are the ones that just really stick with you sometimes, especially if there is a kernel of truth, to them.
Of course, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And there was a, I'll see if I can find it for the description. There was a little webcomic that I saw once where it showed like a guy at work, and he's surrounded by all these little speech bubbles of people saying really nice things about him. There's 20 nice things and there's one negative thing. And then the second panel is him after work at dinner time. And the one negative comment is still crystal clear, but all the positive ones have sort of faded away slightly. Yeah. And then the final panel is him, it's at nighttime and he can't get to sleep. And the only thing that remains is that negative comment. And all the positive ones have sort of disappeared. Yeah. And I think that's partly like what was engaged in a statement like positive feedback trends to zero. That like the negative stuff really sticks with you, especially if it has some kernel of truth. And that can be very, very hard to deal with sometimes.
Have you ever had like a negative comment that still sticks with you now?
People can leave comments that really do kind of stick with you. But
well, I don't want to ask you too personal a question. I also don't want to encourage people to go and give you a hard time. But
yeah.
What sort of area of criticism will stick with you more than others? Will it be, I don't like the sound of your voice, or your argument is poor, or you sound like you must be very ugly? Like what are the ones that stick with you?
I think there's a kind of comment that I do see on videos, especially when I'm aware, like if it's on a section on Reddit, for example, where people don't know who I am. I would say the one that I'm okay talking about that I see the most is people will say that I sound really condescending in videos, and that always gets me because like boy, my whole point is to not be condescending. Like I'm sort of assuming that the person watching this video might not know very much about this topic, and I want to try to be friendly about that, and that is something that I do think about when I'm recording the actual audio for the video, is to try to get takes where I'm not like being an authority talking down to a person, especially because very often I knew almost nothing about this topic 5 weeks earlier, and so like I'm by no means an authority. I've just done a whole bunch of research, but I'm very sensitive to coming off as condescending to people who might not have watched a whole bunch of my videos. So that's a kind of negative comment that I do see repeatedly, that I'm aware of and kind of sticks with me, and does affect how I work a little bit.
I mean, you're always going to have that problem, though, because if you tell people a lot of clever information that they didn't know before very, very quickly, which is what you do, it makes you appear very intelligent and knowledgeable, and that immediately puts you in a position where people will feel that you're being condescending. You're not, and I know you get around it in all those other ways, but you're always gonna struggle with that.
Yeah, I am.
It's like if someone goes on a quiz show and they happen to know all the answers, like, well, okay, they know all the answers, and people are going to think, oh, aren't they know-it-all, and feel really negatively towards them. I mean,
yeah.
Sorry, I just happen to know the answers, and I've said them quickly.
Yeah, but that's, I totally agree with that, but it is something that I'm very sensitive towards, about thinking of ways to minimize that in the videos, in various ways. Yeah. But what I was going to say is just, I have a couple of other little thoughts here, and there's, do you know who Zay Frank is?
Yes, I met Zay Frank at VidCon.
Oh, did you? Oh. Zay Frank, for those who may not be aware, is sort of the father of the modern internet vlog. If you've seen a video where there's a person's face talking at a camera very quickly and they do jump cuts, like, Zay Frank was the guy who started that back in the day. He's sort of
the Green Brother. He's a real hero of the Green Brothers.
Yeah. He used to do this amazing thing called The Show, which is so old now in internet terms, but it was just amazing. And then he disappeared mysteriously for a number of years and has recently come back on YouTube. But he did a video, which I'll try to find for the description, where he was talking about comments on videos on YouTube. And he made an excellent point, which I thought was interesting, which is that, of course, the only people who comment are the people who have a strong reaction to the video or whatever it is you've made in one way or another, right? People who really liked it or really hated it. But pretty much by definition, the people who watch a video and were kind of meh, they're probably not going to leave a comment. Yeah. And so I had not really thought about that, but it's an interesting point that feedback on anything that you put on the internet is going to be intrinsically biased in two completely opposing directions. Yeah. People who love it and people who hate it. And I think you can also see this just in any kind of website that has 5-star rankings, where almost all the reviews are either 5 stars or they're 1 star, and there's almost no 3-star reviews. Yeah. Because who is the person leaving the 3-star review? And I kind of liked it.
Either change your life for the better, or broke the day you got it and you want to.
That's exactly it. It's like, I kind of liked it, but I think I'll spend 20 minutes writing a review of this thing that's kind of like whatever. Like, nobody does that. That's nobody. And so I think that's just interesting to keep in mind whenever you're looking over feadback of anything that you put out there.
I mean, that's interesting you bring that up. I mean, I guess there is one respect where I hadn't thought of this before actually, but there is a respect in which I have to follow feedback more interestingly and analyse it more than you. Mm-hmm. And that is the respect in which most of my videos have a third party in them, who is often someone maybe not used to the kind of exposure you get on these YouTube videos. Yes. And of course they read the feedback. Yes. And I then have to counsel them in some way. Yes. So that whole thing about, the silent majority is something I'm always forced to bring up with people when they've read 2 or 3 of those comments that are very harsh and will stay in that speech bubble for days. I have to tell them, you know, 1 million people have watched this video. You know, some of them didn't like it, but that's like 20 people out of 1 million, and there's a whole bunch that did like it. So, but in general, that is the biggest problem of comments for me. Is those third parties who are always almost volunteers, are not the sort of people that put themselves out there for criticism. They're doing me a favour. They're doing the viewers a favour by lending their expertise and knowledge, and suddenly they're exposed to this harsh world. And you know, I can accept that myself. If someone wants to say that I'm a terrible filmmaker or a bad person or have a big nose or am rubbish, I have to accept that. I know I've chosen this world, but these other people, I don't think they've chosen it to the same degree, and I feel quite protective of them.
Yeah.
And it has just very recently reached a tipping point for me where I'm no longer willing to accept it. And particularly with the new comment system and a few other things that have been going on, like it's become very vicious towards these volunteers. And you know, I can accept if someone says, I disagree with your argument, or I think you made a factual mistake, or but if they start saying things that are personally offensive or racist or you know, or sexual against these volunteers, and I can't police it, you know, I can't police it all because there are so many videos, I've just had enough. And so just recently I'm experimenting with having the comments to approval, which is a huge rod for my own back. I remember when I met with the guys that did the Sesame Street YouTube videos, they do the same thing, because obviously lots of kids are on those sites. And I'm very aware that schools use my videos too. I don't want the top comment to be some racist attack against the person who's in the video. So I've been experimenting with approving them, and it takes me loads of time. And I'm not particularly censorious in terms of, you know, if someone doesn't like the video, I don't care. I just, you know, tick, I'll approve that. If they like the video, I'll tick it. But if they are being abusive, you know, I can't have that anymore, because it also, some of these people in the videos, you know, are reading it and they've become scared to read the comments. Because of, you know, they say, no, I won't even look at the comments now, it's too hurtful. And I don't want that to happen. I want them to go into the comments so they can enjoy the praise, or they can look at the constructive criticism and think about it. And, you know, I've always really prided the comment section under my videos as a place where debate goes on. You know, it can be vigorous debate, but you know, a healthy place. And I like the people in the videos to go in there too and at least read it. Some of them actually engage with it and write comments too, but at least read it and be part of it, so those people writing the comments don't feel like they're talking to the void. But it got to a point where that just wasn't feasible anymore. So I've gone down this approval route as an experiment for now. And I've now been able to go to the people in my videos and say, don't worry, don't be scared of going into the comments anymore. If someone writes something that is horrific, I'll try to stop it. And you know, I know we live in a world where free speech is greatly valued, and I greatly value free speech as well, but they can go and do their free speech somewhere else free, not on a video and page that I've created, you know. And I'm given the administration rights of that page for various reasons, and you know, if they want to have their free speech and say something vicious and horrible about some poor academic who's volunteered their time, go and do it on your own page. Don't ride the audience that have come to see a video that we've created.
I mean, I would guess, you know, this is a function of audience size.
Yes.
Right. And so obviously, like as your videos have grown more popular and you have more people subscribe, you can do nothing but expect the average comment quality to go down. It's like a mathematical function. Like you're almost guaranteed that is going to be the case. That as you widen the pool, the discussion quality drops. And when, like you say, when you bring in some third party who is not necessarily used to that, it can be a very upsetting experience. And I do think that, at least for YouTube, don't read the comments is not bad advice, and it's partly because the barrier to commenting is much lower, so it is easier, and I don't know about you approving the comments, because my only guess is that as your channel continues to grow, that fundamental underlying math is not going to be any different.
Yeah.
Right. And like maybe it's just handleable now, but in a year
it's
from
not.
now,
It's not. I mean,
okay.
I need to work on some different solutions, and there are filters and things you can put in place, but it's just a temporary experiment while I figure out how to protect these people I care about.
And the thing that is the tricky thing with feedback, which again is advice for anybody who makes stuff on the internet. This advice is like probably the best advice that I can give about negative feedback, and particularly aggressively negative feedback, but also sometimes the most hard to follow through with. It is just do not engage. Right? You have nothing to gain from engaging with extremely negative commenters, but it is also just so hard not to do, and I don't want to go into any details, but I've just said I ran into a very negative commenter on Reddit recently who doesn't like me for personal reasons, doesn't know me, but just hates me, and it's like, man, you just want to respond, but I literally had to sit there and think do not engage, right? You have nothing to gain from this except losing your time, but it is very frustrating, and I can see sometimes on the internet that little conversations unfold where people will wonder ooh, why hasn't this prominent person responded about this particular attack on them? And it's because the correct answer is do not engage. You can't win fighting.
Never start a land war in Asia.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's what I say about it.
Yeah. And negative and or crazy comments are like a land war in Asia, right? You're not gonna win on this one, right? There's no way. There's no way to come out.
Yeah, I mean there are lots of reasons to not engage. One is it just invalidates someone who you shouldn't really be validating.
Yeah.
But also they're a stranger. There are lots of people in your life who are important, who should get your time or your light bulbs or whatever you want to give them. And there are people who you shouldn't, and they're also they don't know you. They don't know anything about you. You just got to remember they're strangers. That's what I always get told. Whether they're saying you're great and you make the best videos in the world, or they're saying you're terrible and you're rubbish and they hate your guts. Both of those people, they don't know you, and you're not that great. You're not as good as they say, and you're not as bad as they say. And you just gotta keep doing what you're doing, doing what you enjoy.
Yeah. Both of those comments are definitely true. You're not as awesome or as terrible as people say, but it is so hard not to read the comments sometimes. But I do value feedback and hearing what people have to say.
Yes.
Sort of in particular circumstances, and that's why I use Reddit so heavily. It's for me that works really well, and it's very interesting to see.
It is a really good thing about our job that we get the level of feedback we do. Like a lot of people do jobs and no one ever tells them anything about whether they like what they're doing or don't like what they're doing. And we are lucky, and we'll sit here whinging because it comes with a sting in the tail. But overall I quite like it. I will say one other thing about comments though that just popped into my head.
Yeah.
Drives me crazy.
Tell me, Brady.
And that is inevitably things will come up in a video, like say a mistake or something that kind of needs addressing, or something that someone's noticed, and there is nothing you could do to stop people commenting on that. If you like clarify something with an annotation, or you write something in the description, or you write a bunch of comments in the comment section yourself to say, look, I realise that this isn't clear or something, you will still have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people point it out as if no one else has pointed it out, like they've just seen it and written it. And it does make me wonder, what percentage of people who write comments even glance at the video description or the other people's comments before they write something? It might not even be a mistake. It might be, what is the piece of music you used? That you write a comment about, and everyone else will say, oh, he's used this piece of music, and you put it, you'll do everything you can to let people. It could be in the video, burned into the video in big bold letters, and you'll still have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people writing, what was the music, or do you realise this is wrong, or something?
You're wondering who these people are, but I know that I have done this myself.
Okay.
I have definitely sometimes left a comment on something, only seconds later to see that it was in the description or something, and just feel like a total idiot.
I would never, well, I probably do it all the time, but I would be reluctant to write a comment and put something into writing until I check.
Yeah.
If it's not available.
Maybe you're not as reactionary as I am on the internet, right? And let the keyboard fly, like, hey buddy, what's this? And it's like, oh right, you told me 3 seconds.
Okay.
I was just looking as a final thing here, right? I'm looking at our feedback on our own podcast, and our star ratings follow exactly what I was saying before.
Yeah.
So we have at this point 295 5-star ratings.
Wow, that sounds impressive.
It does sound good. I don't have any sense really about I have no idea what that. But that's the number. 295 5-star ratings, and then we have 3 1-star ratings.
Right.
And even just looking at that, right? It's like, and we have no 3-star ratings and 5 4-star ratings.
But do you know what? The only ones I want to read are what the 3-star ones that people rate. That's the only one I want to read. I want to know what they said.
That is exactly it, right? Like, I'm looking at this, and like your mind, you cannot help it, but like my mind is totally drawn immediately to those 3 1-star ratings. Like, what did that person have to say? And
it's like when you're booking a holiday, like at some amazing resort in the Maldives, and it has 10,000 5-star reviews and 1 1-star review.
Yeah.
And you read the 1-star review and they say the service was terrible and there were rats. And you're like, well, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm going to that resort. Just like the thousands of people who said it was the most wonderful place they've ever been.
oh, I forgot. I just wanted to mention this before we come on. This is the thing that got me started about this whole topic. I forget until the absolute very end. But going back to what you were saying at the beginning, how you have to trust your own judgment about something, I was looking at the comments for this podcast, and this happened to be on YouTube, so I was curious to see what everybody had to say. And the favorite thing that I came across was 2 comments, one that was right after another. And so this is on YouTube, and the first one is from a guy called Toxis, and he complained, or I should say he suggested that he doesn't like we don't let the conversation flow naturally, and you know we're sticking strictly to our theme. So this is his feedback. He doesn't like it because we're too strictly sticking to the theme.
Well, he'll love today's episode.
yeah. But immediately after, there's a user called Unpronounceable, and he has the exact reverse feedback. Right? He doesn't like it because we're just talking about whatever. And we should really have some kind of centralizing theme, right, to focus the discussion. And this is the kind of thing that could be driving crazy on the internet. But I love it. I love it that they're literally one right after the other, feedback going in just completely opposite directions.
I make little screen grabs when that happens. I collect some comments. I didn't discuss this actually, but I collect some comments for various reasons. One of the main reasons is I often go and give talks to people about YouTube, and having a nice collection of comments, good and bad, is quite good for PowerPoint presentations. But whenever I see two side by side like that. I like to keep those little little twin primes or something. They're nice the little treasures when two people say exact opposite things back to back. Yeah. I find that happens a lot when I do the polarizing videos, like something different, like a song, something like that. That's when you get, this is the best video I've ever seen on the internet, followed by this is the worst piece of trash I've ever seen. You should die.
Yeah, those pairs are just great. So we have one of those for this podcast.
Excellent.
It is both too structured and not structured enough. Which is why you have to make decisions eventually.
How do we fix that? What do we do now? I don't know.
Well, here's what I'm going to do right now. So, and this is also a cunning plan. I have left this to last for a very reason, right? So, we have a bunch of reviews from different countries around the world, and so here's the list of places where we have gotten reviews. Yeah. It's Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Mexico, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Saudi Arabia, Sweden, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and the United States. So what I would like is to get more different countries. Right? This to me is like Pokemon, right? Like you gotta catch them all. I would love to eventually, at some point, have a review from every one of the countries where this podcast can be heard. So if you're hearing the sound of my voice right now, and if you like this podcast, which if you have listened this long, you must like this podcast. And if you are listening this long and you don't like this podcast, I'm very worried. But I'm going to assume anybody who has listened this long, by definition, has to be enjoying this podcast. And you are from one of the places that I have not mentioned, I would really like you to go leave a review in iTunes.
Even if it's a 1-star?
I'm assuming the people who have listened this long are going to leave positive reviews.
I should have put a review in when I was in Vietnam.
You should have done that. I'm not sure how that works. That's okay.
Okay, but anyway, keep the messages out there. Gravely spoken.
Yeah, I want to see if we can collect all and unfortunately, I can't just tally up how many countries there are. And of course, my own video on the number of countries means it's ambiguous anyway. Yeah. But there are a bunch of places, so if you can hear my voice and you are in a place that was not mentioned, I would love it if you left a review. And maybe next time I'll follow up and see how many additional places we have gotten since that last time. But I'm going to say, I think this has been long enough, my friend.
Although I feel like I didn't ask enough questions and I spoke too much, but I'll do more questions next time.
No, it's good. We'll be chatting. But you know what? People will complain both ways. We'll get feedback that people loved it and feedback that people didn't like it. And I guess we'll just have to make some judgments about that.
See you later, mate.
All right. Talk again.
Bye.
Bye.
We're going to just keep pushing the envelope. Easy, we can do this until one. We're gonna just keep pushing the envelope thinking this is easy, we can do this until one day it's gonna explode in our faces.
Yeah, that might be the case, and that might be very soon. But I realized just today that this is episode number 5, which means that we are halfway towards our experimental limit of 10 episodes. So we're 50% of the way through this at this stage.
We're getting a lot of comments and questions about what happens beyond 10. Oh, you can't have missed these comments.
Yes, I've definitely seen them. I'm still not 100% sure that we'll make it to 10.
You're worried I'm going to go overseas again and eat some poor food and keel over, aren't you?
Yes, that's partly true. I am slightly worried that you will die from some travel adventure. And I'm also mainly worried that we will just run out of things to talk about. You know, maybe like we'll make it to 8 episodes and then we'll think, ooh, what else to talk about? So that's part of the reason why we have this 10 episode number, is to see if we can even make it that far.
Like that awkward silence on a date or something when you get to that point where you realise I have nothing left to say.
Yes.
Follow up from last time, or follow up from what's come before.
Yes.
Anything you want to talk about?
Okay, so we got a whole bunch of comments, and we solicited comments in last episode on a few things. But before I forget, I wanted to mention that I was very happy to see that a couple of people found out the kind of little secret of our intro. It's not a song, but our intro sound that plays right at the beginning. I'm not going to say what it is, but I will just say that there is something interesting to be found out about that intro sound if you are paying attention. And I have seen some commenters figure it out, and well done to those commenters. I'm very pleased. I wasn't sure if anyone would ever notice, but a couple people did, so that made me very happy.
That was an Alan production, wasn't it? So Alan made that one?
Yes, Alan made that one. Alan Stewart, who has the YouTube channel, and he does a bunch of the music for your videos in particular, doesn't he?
He does. The guy's a genius. Alan Stewart. Alan Key 86 is his channel, but he's really good at making that music. Like really good on the piano, especially. I really like his piano stuff. So.
Because he did that the Yule log one for you, right? The chemistry Yule log.
He did. That was like the thing I love about working with Alan is like in this YouTubey world, you know, there's only so many things we can do. We often ask for help, don't we, from animators and musicians and people, and it's so brilliant that how much they help us, you know, these volunteers. But the thing is, because they're volunteers and everyone in the world's busy, they do things on their own timescale. Alan's so quick is the thing that amazes me. There've been times where I've been like filming in a cemetery and I've sent him like an email or a text from the cemetery going, oh, I could really use this piece of music that kind of creates the atmosphere of me walking around a cemetery. And before I get back to like my house or my hotel, he's like played it and recorded it and emailed it to me, and it's brilliant. He's great like that. And the Yule log was brilliant as well. As you said, I made this hour-long film, which I won't recommend people watch because it's an hour long. But it needed music, and he watched like a rough cut of the video and just played the music live to it. Like he just watched it and reacted to what he was seeing on the screen and scored this hour-long video just like off the cuff. And if you do watch it, that is the best reason to watch it. Just to watch it. This guy is playing, like, this guy's just watching this for the first time and making the music. It's astounding to me.
You're totally underselling your own video. I'm going to put it in the show notes and recommend that people watch it because it is the most different kind of Yule log you will ever see, and it is interesting to see for that reason. But yeah, his music that goes along with it is quite good. So
he's great.
Thanks to Alan for putting together our intro sound, which I quite like, and I went through a very large number of different sounds and eventually selected that one, and I think it's working pretty well as the opening. So
yeah, I mean, he created loads of his own, Alan, didn't he? He sent a whole bunch. Yeah. You're very fussy.
I am very fussy, and it turns out that finding good sounds is surprisingly hard to do. So anyway, I was very happy to see that some people found the little secret in that intro sound that we have. So I just wanted to mention that. And it is there for other people to try and figure out.
Excellent.
Second thing I have on my list here is that we did I did a call for reviews from different countries around the world if we can get them in the iTunes store. And so I'm very pleased to see that we got 4 new countries that have left reviews in the iTunes stores, and that's Guatemala, Israel, Japan, and Norway. So thanks to the listeners in those places who left the reviews.
Have you been to any of those places yet?
I have been to 50% of those places.
Where have you been?
I have been to Japan, and I have been to Norway.
Right.
And I have to say that I liked both of those trips for very different reasons. Japan is, I went to Tokyo, and that just incredibly, unbelievably dense city. And then Norway, basically the opposite, right? It's just nature in every direction, and absolutely astounding nature in every direction. So yeah, I've been to 2 of those places. Have you any of those places?
I have been to 2 as well. I have also been to Japan. I've been to Japan a few times actually. It's a bit of a favourite. And I have been to Israel. So, and Israel is, gosh, that's an amazing place. If you like your history, You got to get. That's a good place.
I was going to say, right, because you've been there for Bible Decks? Is that the channel?
Yes, you just basically, I realise, like, you bring up all my channels, like pretending to be nice, but really you're just mocking me for having so many channels.
I am not mocking, I'm envious.
Okay. I did film in Israel for Bible Decks, and it's an amazing place.
What was, okay, so you told me once about the little ladder in was that in Israel?
Oh yes, that is. That's in Jerusalem. That's at the, I think it's called the Church of the Holy Sepulchre or something like that. I think it's called. It's like, I had never actually heard of it, and it's like the most important church in Christianity, and it's in Jerusalem. And because it's this really important place where the church is supposedly built over the site of the crucifixion and the burial of Christ's body. I mean, we're not going to go into that, but anyway, this is supposedly where the church is built. So it's really important to all these different denominations of Christianity. So they all have different parts of it, like the Greek Orthodox Christians might have that alcove over there, and that little section of the church there belongs to these people. And it's a real little, sometimes it can be a real little turf war, it seems. And very famously, there's this ladder, and if you look it up on Wikipedia and everywhere, you can read all about it. It's really famous. There was this ladder, just a small like workman's ladder, put outside, sort of on a roof near a window. I don't know what for. Maybe someone was doing some painting or something. And then there was this big dispute about, I don't know whether it should be there or whose it was. I can't remember the details. But it got to the point where no one could move or touch the ladder. And it's been there ever since. So you go there and it looks like there's some workman has left his ladder there, but it's been there for tens and tens of years, and it's got these interesting stories behind it. And someone once moved it, and there was all this controversy. And but it's a great example of tensions you can get within religion, I guess. But I don't think we should turn this into a religious podcast, because I'm definitely not going into the comments there.
Yeah, no, the comments will be delicate, might be the best way to put it. But yeah, I remember that was interesting, just that no one had touched it, and that was I saw that on one of your Bible Decks videos, I think.
The comments could not be more delicate than the storm that we've created with this talk about infringement.
Yes, I was going to move to that next, which is you. I don't know if you appreciate my phrasing of it, but you wanted a different word than infringing to describe when something like a newspaper rehosts one of our videos and puts their own ads on it and earns money off of it. But you didn't like the word infringing to describe this activity because you thought that it was like a wimpy word, and you wanted something meaner. Is that fair?
Well, meaner is not the word I would use. Let's make one thing clear from the start. This all started because of you.
Yes.
And you calling it stealing.
That is exactly right.
And I think that was a Freudian slip.
Well.
And I think you have secretly, your subconscious has nailed your true colours to the mast, and now your intellect is taking over, and you're being all technical and legal.
Well, I adequately explained this. This is the danger of the podcast, is casually saying things that upon reflection you think that is not what my actual position is. And the infringing, stealing thing, I feel very strongly about it. So yes, you are correct that I was inaccurate in my first descriptions, but I think that is a side issue. You are looking for a different word.
Let me say a few other things.
Yeah.
I intellectually understand the difference between going up and punching some grandmother in the face and taking her handbag, and stealing one of CG Pico's videos and putting it on my... Look, I call it stealing. Taking one of CG Pico's videos and putting it on my own website. I understand the difference. And there can be a difference of severity. The difference of severity can actually go the other way. I mean, I think what a big tabloid newspaper does to us is probably worse than what some starving child might do if they steal a loaf of bread. And yet one of them is labelled a thief, and the other one has merely infringed on copyright. But I think And I don't really care about this that much, and I can't believe we're talking about it again. But you did tell me, I mean, I said to you, we can't talk about this again, Graham. You said, no, it's okay, podcasts, that's what podcasts are about.
Yeah, it's an evolving conversation. Yeah. So that's why we will keep on this.
So here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
I have been reading people's comments.
Mm-hmm.
I've enjoyed them very much.
Mm-hmm.
I've enjoyed some of their suggestions. I've understood their arguments.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've understood their arguments. But when you do look up, dictionary definitions of infringing, you see words like encroaching and undermining and contravening. And I think these are soft words. These are words that are cushioning the blow or obscuring severity. I still think that. But maybe it's just me. And I know this is semantics anyway. And maybe I've just always misunderstood the word infringing.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think it's a soft word and it makes something bad sound not as bad. But anyway, so yeah, people have been coming up with all these words and ideas,
Mm-hmm.
I think they're just humouring me. I think they all think I'm an idiot and they're just humouring me by coming up with these words. It's obvious everyone agrees with you. But
I think people, reading through the comments, I think the general consensus was that I think I would say it's fair. Most people agreed that there should be a distinction, but there were a fair number of people who did like this idea of trying to come up with some different word, that infringing is not the best word for this situation.
All right, I've got a word.
Oh yeah, you have a word?
I'm going to throw one into the mix.
Okay.
And it's not perfect, but I want to be part of the debate. How about this one? Freebooting. Freebooting. Because basically it was inspired by a few people were saying different things, and you told me about piracy. So I went and looked up words associated with piracy, and I came across this word freebooting, which is to do with piracy and looting and taking things. And I like that it's got the word free in it because they're taking things and taking things without paying. And I like that it's got booting in it because that makes it sound a bit computery. But I also like that it's got this history of piracy and a cowboy activity. So I'm going to put freebooting out there.
I've got to say, it is. I assumed that this was a word that you had just made up.
No. Look it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. So freebooting. Look at that. Okay, let's go to the Wiktionary. See what it has to say about that. So freebooter is a type of pirate, and freebooting is engaged in piracy or plunder.
Oh, those freebooters taking our videos. I'm sick of it. This freebooting, it's a serious issue. We need to do something about these freebooters.
You sound so sincere.
I don't know. I feel ridiculous that we're still talking about this, but anyway.
Oh no, it's not ridiculous. Podcast can go on forever about this kind of thing. It's funny because the reason you like it is I think the reason I don't like it, which is the free part in the beginning.
Yeah.
Because that can be both ways.
That's a fair criticism.
But it is interesting that you found a word that is related to piracy, which is sort of related to infringement. Obviously, I know it's not the same thing, people, but it's in the same world of acts.
I like the booting. The booting is a strong point. The free is the weakness. The free does again soften the blow a bit. So like freestyle, makes it sound a bit fun and nice.
So freebooting. It's interesting to think about. I was just looking through some of the alternatives, and they all have problems. I didn't say anything to come up with that. Where's the one? Yeah, there were a few that I thought might not be bad, but freebooting is a genuinely new one that is coming, or not new, but it's old enough that it is new, and so it is coming without any kind of baggage.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. All right.
Put it out there. Thanks for humoring me.
And now
I'm sorry.
No.
Because I'm not talking about this in the next podcast.
No, you don't understand, right? Because in the comment section for this podcast, we will have to see what people think about the freebooting term. And maybe there'll be more to discuss in a future episode. One never knows.
Is there any chance you're going to put freebooting in the title of the podcast?
I don't know. I'll have to think of a title. Coming up with titles is the tricky part, but freebooting, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. It might make it. People listening now will already know, because we don't know we're recording this live from our perspective. But you, dear listener, are in the future from us, and already know probably what the title is, even as you're listening right now, which is one of the strange things about podcasting. So we will see if I have used the word freebooting in the title or not.
Excellent.
Anyway.
Any more follow-up?
I have nothing on my list other than those few items.
Speaking of freebooting, by the way.
Sorry, actually.
Yeah, go on.
I do. Do you want to tell me the freebooting thing first?
Yeah.
Go on.
Speaking of freebooting, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
I noticed someone freebooted one of our podcasts and put it on YouTube.
Yes.
See, if I keep using it in this context, eventually it's going to be adopted.
Right. Somebody freebooted our podcast, or they freebooted a clip of our podcast and put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Which was kind of funny. Since I think that was the one we were talking about copyright. I don't remember exactly, but
no, very, very meta. Those freebooters, they have a sense of humour.
I don't know about this, but it's funny to hear you say.
What do you got? What else? Anything else you want to follow up? Is that the follow up? Is it time to move on? Is it time to move on from the past and talk about the now?
I think so. I think we have cleared out the follow up for this episode.
Oh no, we haven't.
Oh, okay.
I just want to thank the person who wrote in comments and referred to me as the white Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah, that's quite a compliment.
I know, because I mean, clearly, you have the broadcasting voice in this duo, and I'm basically just a passenger. So to be referred to as the white Morgan Freeman was a special moment for me, and I'll treasure that.
That is very nice.
As terribly misguided as it was.
Hello, Internet. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. They have beautiful designs for you to start with, and they have a ton of style options. You can create a unique website for you or your business. They released 20 new customizable templates this year, and every design automatically includes a mobile experience that matches the overall style of your website, so your content looks great on every device, every time. The thing that I like most about Squarespace is that their unlimited internet is actually unlimited. Trust me, Internet, I speak from experience when I say that most website providers' unlimited plans are not really unlimited, and you're only going to find out at the worst possible moment. Like, say, when a cool thing you've made gets onto the front page of Reddit, and suddenly your site is just shut down. That experience is just so emotionally devastating, it's very hard to articulate unless you have been through it, which I have multiple times before I found Squarespace. So I really mean it when I say that their unlimited plan has got to be probably my most favorite thing about them. And it is why, for example, that I chose to host this podcast on Squarespace, because I suspected there might be a whole bunch of traffic in the beginning, and there sure was. We ended up getting several 100,000 downloads of the first few episodes when we announced the launch, and there was just no problem there. It all downloaded. I didn't get hit with some surprise bill. It worked, and just the relief of knowing that it was going to work from my previous experiences with Squarespace was just invaluable. So if you are making anything on the internet that you hope might get any kind of publicity, say you're a photographer or you run a business and you're trying to get placement in the media or you're trying to get yourself mentioned on social media, you want to have an unlimited plan to back you up on that one in case you actually do go viral. And Squarespace has a new metric app which allows you to check your stats on the go, which you can do obsessively, especially if, say, you've just launched a new podcast. So again, Squarespace is good for everyone, whether you need a simple website solution or you're a developer and you want to get into the code. There are just so many options, and it starts at just $8 a month and includes a free domain name if you sign up for a year. So you can start today a trial with no credit card required and build your website. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use the offer code HelloInternet to get 10% off and show your support for this podcast. You can also go to Squarespace by clicking the link in the show notes and going to squarespace.com/hellointernet. That's all one word. Squarespace.com/hellointernet. So again, we would like to thank Squarespace for their support. Squarespace, everything you need to create an exceptional website.
What have you been up to?
As you know, I have been in the middle of moving flats, which is part of the craziness we referred to in the previous episode. With life, everything always happens all at once, and so I was, as of last week, I was trying to. We were launching this podcast. I had a video that was way overdue, and my wife and I were flat hunting in London for various time-sensitive reasons. And so everything happens at once, and that has been what has kind of been occupying a lot of my time during the day is that big project.
What do you like when you move house? Because you're kind of, I always think of you as this high tech guy, and you're very paperless. And is there anything how do you utilize technology when you're moving house?
I don't know how I utilize the technology, but I would say that I enjoy moving, mainly because it is a great excuse to purge as many physical items from my life as I possibly can. And people around me, sort of in the orbit of my life, know this, that I am not a fan of physical objects. And sometimes people want to give me gifts, people in my life, they'll know it's my birthday or it's some event or some celebration. And I'm always trying to tell people, the best gift that you can give me is nothing. I am genuinely, I will be happier to not receive a gift and to then not have the burden of this object to take care of or to have in my house at some place. And so I really work very hard to try to minimize the number of things that I have. But it is still, you always end up with just some stuff. It is completely unavoidable. And whenever you move, that is just the perfect opportunity to get rid of as many things as you possibly can. And so I feel like over the course of my life, there have been two trends. With each move, I've sort of cut down and pared down my life to an even greater minimalism. And then of course, over that time, as technology has increased, there are fewer and fewer physical things that I actually need to begin with. And so I view my own life now as basically, I have my clothes and I have my electronics, and that is sort of the bulk of the things that are personally mine. And then there's always some miscellanea that is around that, but I try to keep it as small as possible.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What? What does your flat look like? Is it just all like white walls and empty shelves, or do you have pictures or?
So my ideal place would be as empty and as Spartan as possible. But of course, you have to have stuff in your apartment. There's couches and you need cutlery, and there are these other items. But I try to keep that at as much of a minimum as humanly possible. And every once in a while I do go through all of my stuff and think, okay, what can I get rid of? And I get really excited about figuring out something that I don't have to have anymore.
What's something you've got rid of over the last couple of days as you prepare for this current move that excited you?
Okay, so actually one of the things that I've gotten rid of was some old work clothes that had somehow still been able to live at the back of my closet unnoticed from my teaching days. So I was very happy to get rid of those. So some jackets and some ties that had somehow escaped my notice. So I was very pleased to get rid of those. But I haven't done my proper purge yet because I've just been involved with other things. So tomorrow is actually going to be my big purge day. But I've just done a little bit of things.
So as I look around my office at the moment, I have this old globe of the moon and a teddy bear from my childhood, and a bunch of stones I've collected from places around the world, and trophies and framed pictures, old cricket bats and an old-fashioned telescope. And
every one of those things is like a horror to me, hearing you describe that.
What do they make you feel? What's the emotion you feel at the thought of owning trinkets?
Trinkets, even the word is so gross. I mean, just trinkets, right? I mean, it's just worthless stuff that is taking up space. It's just awful. It's just awful.
What do you want to use that space for, though? If you have all this space that I don't have, how do you utilize it?
Space is like freeing to the mind. So I do have to say, I really enjoyed, since we're in between flats, we have keys to both places for the next week or so. And we haven't yet moved everything into the new flat, and so the new flat is basically empty. And boy, is that just great, right? There's all this space, and it feels so freeing. I don't know, I feel like every object that is in my visual sweep acts as like a tiny burden on the mind. And so this is why I really like to just empty out as much as humanly possible. So that is my feeling towards trinkets. It's like they're all just a burden somehow, and the word trinket, just it's gross.
Memento? You don't like mementos?
No, I have no mementos really. I mean, obviously we have like pictures and things. I'm not a crazy person, right? But I have digital.
I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder.
I have digital pictures, and you know when I go on vacations and things, my wife and I do what we call memory shots, where we're not necessarily trying to get a good picture, like, oh, look at this beautiful mountain or anything. We're just taking a picture so that we remember whatever it is in the future, you know, when we look back through our photo album. But the worst thing I could imagine is, you know, buying some like junky keyring of the Eiffel Tower to be like, oh, remember when we went to the Eiffel Tower, right? And now this thing just has to be there in your life forever, taking up space. It's just terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
Then how come when we were at the Royal Society the other day and they pulled out Isaac Newton's draft of the Principia, you wanted to hold it and have your photo taken with it?
Oh yeah, that was great. It's
not
great.
that I'm comparing the original Principia to an Eiffel Tower keyring, of course.
No, of course. It is great that somebody else stores that, right? My philosophy is not for museums, right? I love that museums exist. I love that there are archivists who keep track of all of this stuff. I have no need to be some kind of archivist for my own life. That's just,
isn't that what your house is, you know, in a way? It can be a little museum of you.
Oh, that's so gross. No, the very thought of that seems just wrong to me. Your space, your house, your space is to be used in an optimal way, and it's not like and you would say museum, right? I would say like it's a mausoleum, right? Like you are being buried and entombed with all of this stuff that you have collected over a lifetime, and so I feel very strongly about this. But I will just say that my wife has made the comment, which might not be untrue, that so do you know the TV show Hoarders? I don't know if it's on in the UK or not.
I can imagine what it's about, and I've seen these, you know, documentaries with someone.
Yeah, you've seen documentaries about hoarders, right? People who keep everything.
Yeah.
And my wife says, again, might not be untrue, that I am basically like the opposite of a hoarder in that, right? Hoarders have a hard time letting go of objects, obviously too hard of a time letting go of objects. And so she thinks that I am basically the reverse. I have too easy of a time letting go of objects, and that I'm way too willing to just get rid of stuff. So I'm not necessarily arguing with her there.
Is there a tension here? Like, does she say, "Oh no, can I please keep that?" as you sort of throw away her grandmother's engagement ring? No, I would never throw away her stuff. Right? That's not cool. This is mostly related to my own stuff, and there is a flip side to this, which is on the computer. I keep way more stuff that is probably reasonable. Like I don't even want to know, but I probably have hundreds of thousands of digital files of some kind or another on my computer. But again, I don't mind about that at all, because it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't take up any physical space. I don't need to see it. So that doesn't bother me at all. But you're right. My ideal office would be as empty as possible, sort of a desk and a laptop, and that would be just about it in my perfect office. I'm aware that this makes you sound like really cool, and I think people are gonna like hear this and go, "Oh, Gray's so cool. He's like functional, and he's the modern digital man and everything." But just between you and me, you do realise this is unusual. This trait, this behaviour you're exhibiting, is highly unusual. To be this extreme about objects.
What I would say is that I have just thought it through. That like what does this memento do for you that like a picture of the memento wouldn't also do? And what are you gonna do when you're 10 years or 20 years older and you're looking at still carrying around 10 or 20 years worth of just stuff? Right? I think that would be my perspective on it. I'm trying to like look forward to, you know, what's going to happen here? You're just going to keep accumulating things, and so you have to just not keep
We're
accumulating
physical
things.
beings, you know. I mean, we could have just taken photos of the moon, but we wanted to go and step on it and touch it, and like we are of this world, you know.
I am not arguing that people shouldn't go to the moon. I'm also arguing that when astronauts are on the moon, they should grab all the moon stuff they possibly can and bring it back.
Just don't put it in your house.
Right? Just, yeah, I don't want to keep it. You know, but somebody should definitely keep that. That's what we have museums for. So that's kind of my thoughts on this. But yeah, I do try to get rid of just as much stuff as I possibly can. And living in an absolutely tiny, tiny London flat definitely brings that home in a way that like if I was living in America, it would not also be so apparent, like the physical objects that you have in your life.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
All right.
I'm looking forward to ditching all my stuff tomorrow.
I am flying tomorrow,
Yeah.
so it's late at night, and after this podcast, I will start thinking about packing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a late packer, or are you someone who gets it done nice and early?
I have a checklist that I use every time for packing.
No, really?
Yes, I do. I do. That might surprise you. But I have a checklist. I mentioned it before. I use a program called OmniFocus, and I have a checklist that I can reactivate every time I'm about to pack. That has an enormous list of things that are the potential things that I might need to bring with me, and so I use that. I usually pack the day before, but I have to say that I find the packing process very stressful for no particular reason. I don't like it at all. But so
It involves a whole bunch of physical objects.
I guess so. Yeah, I do not like packing. I find it uncomfortable and stressful, and I still worry about forgetting stuff. But what time are you leaving tomorrow? Because we're recording this at like 8 o'clock at night.
I'm leaving. I'm actually not till the afternoon, so I have got some buffer, but I will always leave it to the last possible minute. And
how's that work out for you?
Always badly. And this has been a particularly unpleasant one, because I'm going away for quite a long time. I'm going away for like 5 weeks, and I'm going to be working while I'm away, which is unusual for me to be editing while I'm away. I know you do that a bit more. And I've got a reasonably new laptop, and I've just like this evening thought, oh, I'm going to need some bits of software and some things on here that I haven't really thought about, and I've been trying to sort that out, forgetting how terrible I am with computers and the problems I have with software and all sorts of things, and it's just turning into this nightmare, and nothing works, and now I'm actually, becoming a bit anxious about it all. So, and this is aside from like any clothes and things that I'm going to need. I'm sort of more worried about what hard drives am I going to need, and which cables, and what microphone, and what lens, and the software computer thing's been causing me the most problems.
Well, that is because you have speaking of physical objects, you have a mountain of tapes and hard drives that you work with for all of the video that you've captured.
I do. I have gone tapeless now, but yeah, I have a lot of material. Yeah, a lot of material.
So do you have to manage which of those drives you're going to actually be bringing with you?
I'm not taking the big drives with me. I'm just dragging over bits and pieces that I think I might need. The bigger problem has been the new Mac operating system. I'm a MacBook Pro, but Mavericks. Nothing works on it. So all this stuff, all the software that I paid a fortune for, nothing works. And I don't know what to do. I'm going to have to buy a whole bunch of new software. And God, I can't afford it. It's crazy. So I'm sitting here thinking, trying to make things work and looking on the internet to find out if there's a way to make this old piece of software work on that. And I'm just really bad at that stuff anyway. People always think I must know a bit about computers because I work on them, but I don't. I'm rubbish. It's been. I need you basically. I need you to be here and just like sit next to me for 3 or 4 hours and just sort me out. I know it's too late for that too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to help you there.
No, I know.
But so is this podcast then basically, are you procrastinating with packing by talking to me now?
I don't feel bad because I would find some other way to procrastinate. As soon as we finish, I'll probably think, I think I might just edit one more number file video.
Oh, good, okay.
So that's the sort of thing I would do, and then at like 2 a.m. I'll think, all right, now I'm definitely going to pack. But you did help me the other day though when I had to go on a whole bunch of flights, and I forgot my headphones. And it's funny that I forgot my headphones because like you do have this kind of technology mentor role in my life now, and you're kind of like my own personal sort of Siri that I say, oh, I need an app for this, or I need a gadget that will do this, and I just contact you and you tell me what to do.
Yes, I have noticed this, that you are leaning on me for recommendations.
Yeah.
And in particular, when we are physically together, we both put our phones on the table. You just purchased the iPhone case that I recommended, so we both have phones that look exactly the same.
And that's really disconcerting too, because you always think the other one's like grabbing your phone, and
right.
even though you intellectually know that's not the case, it makes you feel really anxious when you think someone else has just grabbed your phone.
Yes. So I definitely noticed that you are increasingly leaning on my recommendations for this kind of stuff.
But the funny thing is, the one piece of technology that I recommended to you was these headphones. So I know you use them. I take some pride in that.
I love them.
Yeah. And so the great irony was that I then forgot my headphones going on this trip, and it was like a long trip, and it was 4 flights, and I had lots of things I wanted to listen to, and obviously airline headphones are unacceptable. So I did text you, and you kind of counselled me through the pros and cons of purchasing another pair.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's clarify the situation here for people, right? So we're not. What you're talking about? Do you know the name of them? They're Bose noise canceling headphones.
Yeah.
Right.
They're really good.
Yeah. They're basically a pro level headphone. They're active noise canceling. They're just very, very good at isolating noise, and for doing audio editing and video editing. They're basically a requirement once you've ever tried them. You realize, how did I ever get work done before this?
Yeah.
And so you were going to go, you lost them, or I can't remember what the details were.
I just forgot them. I just left them at home, and I'd driven to
okay, so you were already at the airport.
I was already at the airport. I couldn't go back and get them because I was like, 4 hours, I would miss my flight.
Yes.
So I had forgotten them. I had to do 4 flights, all of them. This was Vietnam, so it was 4 flights, very long.
Yes.
I did have some work I wanted to do, some podcasts I wanted to listen to, and I didn't. And I had this quandary of, do I get another pair? So
So you were at the airport, and from my perspective, you knew what the right decision was. The right decision is, I'm going to be stepping onto an airplane in which I have no control over my environment. It's going to be very uncomfortable for a long period of time, and I need to get a bunch of work done on these flights. Should I purchase this pair of headphones that will allow me to have a little bit of more comfort and to get more work done? And obviously the answer was yes, right? Yes, you should purchase these headphones again at the airport, because when you are on the plane, there's always going to be horrors on an airplane, right? That you just can do nothing about, right? There's screaming babies, right? Or there's just people who talk loud, or there's all kinds of just stuff that can distract you in this terrible way.
And these headphones do just take that all away.
Yes. And the only thing that you can do to protect yourself is to have a set of noise canceling headphones. And especially if you need to get some work done, it would totally make sense to buy them. But you were hemming and hawing, from my perspective, just no apparent reason. It was the clear decision to do, and you contacted me because you knew that I would bully you into buying headphones so that you could get your work done and have a slightly more comfortable flight, which I believe you did in the end. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I could blame you as well.
That's it, right. So this is also it. Yes, you can blame me for making you buy the headphones, even though it was obviously the right choice.
I'll probably text you in the airport tomorrow and say, Gray, you're not going to believe this.
Yeah, but you've forgotten your headphones again?
Yeah.
You made me pull up. I'm looking over my own pre-flight checklist, and it is enormous.
Will you give us just a little taste?
Okay, so it's broken into 2 sections, which is the pre-travel and then the packing, so there's like a bunch of stuff you need to get ready before you can pack in a sense. And so I have a list of all the things that need to be charged. I have a note to make sure that I have downloaded and updated all my podcasts, printing backup information for flights and hotels, checking the flight online. Oh, this one you like. Empty my wallet. So I go through my wallet and take out all the cards and things that I can't possibly need wherever I'm going to, because I want my wallet to have the least number of things possible in it. So I have these kind of crazy ones that often just I don't have to check, but I want it there so I see it. So one of them is find out the emergency phone number in the country that you're going to, just to sort of have that on the top of mind in case I need to make an emergency phone call for some reason. I need to double check my travel insurance, and then we get into the packing section, so I have this long list.
Do you realize how much you're filling me with more panic now?
No, it's good. It's good.
I hadn't thought of any of these things.
All right, so here we go. All right, so I have packed the GoPro, you know, that little camera. I have, you know, socks and underwear. I have the Kindle. I have glasses, clothes, sunglasses, toiletries, U.S. passport, Irish passport, laptop, power converters, iPhone, iPad, wires. Oh god, the thing that I hate the most, HSBC bank dongle. I don't know if you have one of these things, but like this little key thing that you need to punch a number in to log into your HSBC bank. I hate that thing so much. I have literally taken that around the world.
I'm doing that one actually. I need to take it with me.
There you go. Okay, throw that in your bag right now.
Yeah. I should be writing this down.
Yeah, I've got eye shades. I have my EU health card in case I'm traveling to the EU. Fitbit. Oh, here we go. Pack noise canceling headphones. That's the Bose headphones. Wireless headphones. Oh, and I'll tell you, this is the best one for the United States. Pack a physical pen for customs, because if you're going to the U.S., when you get into America, there's always this section where you have to fill out this little custom card, and nobody has physical pens with them, and there are never enough at the airport. And you can save yourself like an hour just by packing a pen and to be ready to fill out this stupid piece of paper you need to fill out when you go to the United States. So that's part of my checklist and all of the things that I try to think of for every possible occasion when traveling.
Were you a Boy Scout?
I was not. No. Well, I was very briefly in the Boy Scouts when I was very young and hated it and left as fast as I possibly could. It's not always be prepared. I do like to always be prepared, but that conflicts with my dislike of nature, which Boy Scouts obviously involves a lot of. So.
Oh, and nature's just like physical objects everywhere.
It's so untidy, nature.
So I mean, I remember we went for a walk around like a forest in California, didn't we, with some of the gang?
Mm-hmm.
Were you just hating that? Was that like a really?
No. That's different, right? Because those kinds of things are basically nature as theme park from my perspective, right? Oh, there's like a little path. We're gonna walk around. And it's sort of a nice change. That's enjoyable, but nature as like just recreation or camping, or I'm going to put myself through this physically uncomfortable process of spending a night outdoors, like it's the Neolithic age. I'm not going to do that, not voluntarily. I understand people enjoy that. That's great for them, but I am a big fan of technology, and the indoors is very nice. So Boy Scouts was not for me.
So, like, I went to this toilet in Nepal.
Okay.
It was like a hole in the ground in a little shed.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like very smelly
Mm-hmm.
and very, very unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
But also, this little toilet shed had a dual purpose. It was also where they like dried their yak dung. So all three walls, other than where the door was like from ground to ceiling, yak dung, just
Mm-hmm.
piled, pats piled on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you wouldn't have liked that toilet.
I would not have appreciated that toilet now, but I'm also like, because I know who I am. I would try to avoid putting myself in that kind of travel situation in the first place.
Yeah, I bet that's one of the things you love about Japan too. They have the best toilets.
They do.
They're
They do.
amazing.
That was 100% true.
It's like being at the controls of the space shuttle when you go to the toilet in Japan. Like they have those like consoles with buttons and you know.
Well, while we're on this topic, because I can't imagine that Japan is going to come up very frequently in the podcast, but I will just mention there are many things I like about Japan. I love that everything is just super neat and tidy, right? So just like any store, everywhere you go, like everything is tiny boxes. It is all very neat and clean, and I like that. And I have to say, I adore and love the Japanese people for their custom of the face mask when they are sick. It's like, oh God, if I could make that a cultural thing in the world, I would so do that. Like, I deeply appreciate everyone who wears a face mask when they are sick. I think that is the greatest.
So they're sick when they're doing that?
Yes.
I often see people like on planes and that with masks, and I always think they're trying to avoid getting sick from me, and I always take offence to it. They're doing that for me, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing that for your benefit. If you are sick, you wear a face mask, and that is obviously the way that it should be done. And London's a very cosmopolitan place. Every once in a while, I will see some Japanese people who have a face mask on, and it's like, oh God, I am so thankful for for wearing that face mask. Obviously, this is what everybody should do, but it is not what everybody does. And then you're in underground, and there's just, oh God, I mean, you just think about all the surfaces that you have to touch, and all the people who have touched them, and how many of them have been sick, and they're sneezing and coughing, and it's amazing that people can not be sick all the time, considering how many other human beings you are exposed to. So yeah. Anyway, that's just a side note. Japan, thumbs up from me for the face masks. Well done, guys. I really love it.
I'll give you my thumbs up for Japan.
Yeah.
We go to this music festival there called Fuji Rock, which is a music festival outdoors, and you can camp, or you can't stay in hotels, or you can camp. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details of the festival, but I don't know what you know of music festivals, but
almost nothing.
In the UK, music festivals are almost as famous for their lawlessness and unsanitary conditions as they are for the music. Like things like Glastonbury are famously, the toilets are terrible. And,
lovely.
I don't imagine it would be an experience you would find pleasant. So anyway, we go to this music festival in Japan, and it's the exact opposite. It's like it's been completely Japanesized, and it's just everyone is so good, and people will put out like a picnic rug, get it ready for the music, and then put their valuables on it, and then just decide they want to go and get a drink or something, and just leave their stuff. And people won't steal it or walk on it; it'll just be left there.
That's amazing.
I at one point lost a camera. I left my camera in a toilet. Funnily enough, the toilets are also lovely there. I left my camera in a toilet. Someone found it, handed it in. I got my camera back later. They would line up at the recycling bins to make sure they put the right rubbish in the right recycle. I saw this line going, what are those people lining up for? What's at the end? And that was the bottle line. Someone else was lining up and they will make sure they put everything in the right bins.
That's amazing.
It's crazy. They do things right there. You would love it. I mean,
yeah,
you do love it, but if you were going to go to a music festival, this is probably the only one I imagine you could be dragged along to.
That sounds about right, yeah. So, music festivals in Japan, I guess, maybe I will go to. Everywhere else, no thank you, it looks terrible.
Let me tell you one other observation about this music festival, which I think will lead on to the topic that we were thinking of discussing today. Because another thing, I was talking to an English guy who was involved with running this festival. The guy's name's actually Johnny Fingers. He was in the Boomtown Rats, for people who are into really old music, but that's by the by. And I was talking to him about it and saying, why do people like coming to this festival? And he said one of the things the Japanese people really liked about this festival was a deliberate decision they'd made to not plaster advertising everywhere. It's like set on this mountainside, trees, and it's a very beautiful place. And they've kept it looking very natural, whereas most places you go in Japan, obviously, you have your lights and your signs and screens, and you can't move your eyes anywhere without being completely bombarded by advertising. And he said, for them, it's a really strange and enjoyable experience to be able to go somewhere for 2 or 3 days and not see advertising absolutely everywhere. So speaking of seeing advertising absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, so that's one of the things we were thinking about talking about today is the advertising industry I think this is a very difficult topic to talk about. When is it okay? When is it not okay? Ad blockers, like there's this whole world of things related to the advertising world. There's some topics in life where I think it is almost impossible to have some kind of consistent opinion that you also always follow through on, and I think advertising is one of those kinds of things. No matter what your thoughts are on advertising, no matter how much you think it through, there's always going to be some point where you're acting in a way that is like hypocritical to what you might think if you wrote it down on a piece of paper and said this is the way stuff should be. So yeah, I have a whole bunch of notes. I'm not exactly sure where to start, but I think that's the opener there is I am probably going to say things that are inconsistent with things that I say later, and I think that is just part of the complication of advertising, and I think that is also why it's an interesting topic. Is there are many different layers to this.
So, I mean, are you thinking about advertising sort of in the context closest to home for us, presumably, like on kind of YouTube videos and things like that?
Yeah. So that's kind of the place to start. Is that both of us have our incomes dependent on advertising. Advertising, if you go to watch one of my videos, there's advertising on it. If you go to watch one of your videos, there's advertising on it through various means. Sometimes if people click, sometimes even if they don't. We earn like a commission from that advertising being displayed. And so like that is the core of how we can make our livings, and how many YouTubers make their livings is through that. Maybe the place to start is the most contentious on the internet is the role of ad blocking software.
Yeah.
Which I was going back and forth today about whether or not we should even talk about this topic again, because it's hard to discuss, especially when your living depends on advertising.
Yeah.
But ad blocking software exists, and you can find many people saying very many different things about it, and it's just tricky. But before I say anything, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you have any initial thoughts about ad blocking software?
Do you know what? It's something I never really think about.
Really?
It doesn't. No, I never think about it. And in fact, one of the first times I have ever, I mean, I'm aware of it, of course, and you know, I see comments about it, and I'll see a comment on my video where someone will say, "Oh, these ads are a pain in the backside," and someone else will say, "Oh, why don't you use AdBlock Pro 3000 and stuff like that."
Yeah, there's so many of them.
Yeah, and I just kind of let that wash over me. But the other day I was talking to someone about, he was a big YouTube watcher, and I was telling him about the fact I make videos, and he did say to me, "How do you feel about ad blocking software? I use it. What do you think about that?" And it was the first time someone had asked me specifically. And I don't know, it's kind of, I take a bit of a don't ask, don't tell. It's kind of like, yes, it undermines a source of income for us. It infringes upon our...
well, this is why it's a good follow-up, right? It's related to the infringement thing.
Yeah, are these people freebooters? I don't know. We'll have to decide. But anyway, I guess naively, I don't think much about it. And I should point out that, you know, advertising isn't the complete, is the be all and end all for me for my business model, and likewise for you now, obviously, with other things coming downstream.
And with Subbable as well.
Yeah,
it's not the end all be all, but it's definitely, for me anyway, I can say that advertising is the majority of my income.
Yeah, and it's very important, and it's very important for other people too. So, and it sustains, you know, it helps the creators get paid. There's, you know, for most of the time there aren't other ways they can be sustained. So, I guess my position should be that I wish people wouldn't block the ads. Yeah, I guess that's just my default position, but I don't feel any fire and brimstone about it. I guess I don't know how prevalent it is for a start.
Yeah, I was Googling around earlier today trying to find some numbers for, you know, how many people actually use ad blocking software, and I could not find anything reliable, but I would say all the numbers were somewhere between 5% at a kind of minimum, and I saw a couple of very high numbers, but none of them were over 30% at a maximum.
Wow, that's much higher than I would have thought, but I guess...
But who knows, this is it, like, I don't know, and the numbers that we're saying, 30% were coming from ad blocking software themselves.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I don't know if it's in their interest to overinflate those numbers or what, but...
I guess our core audience too are people who watch a lot of YouTube videos, and therefore they're more likely to have it than someone who just occasionally watches a video to get a recipe.
Yeah, and so I think here's where the complication comes in for me. Sitting down, just thinking about a situation, it's obvious that ad blocking software in aggregate is not good for the internet. I think there's no argument against that because there are so many things that rely on advertising to be made. And I often see people say, ooh, you know, whatever it is should use some kind of alternative funding method, you know, you should sell stuff, or sure, there are other ways to do business, but that doesn't change the fact that lots of things on the internet just couldn't exist without advertising in their current form.
Yes.
Or the very people who say, you know, you should have a different business model would like it way less if every video site on the internet suddenly charged membership fees and there was just nowhere to watch videos for free.
Yeah.
Right, that is obviously worse for everybody. And like my own videos, I like lots of people to see my videos. And the only way that can work, where I can have lots of people see them and be able to support myself, is to have ads on them. There isn't any other way that can really work on such a large scale. So it is undeniable that in aggregate, ad blocking software is bad for the internet. The problem is, and I'm forgetting the name for it, but it's like, there's an economic name for this, but the impact of ad blocking software on any one individual's computer is not going to break anything. And that is always the fundamental conflict, is that for any one person, they can say, well, it doesn't make a difference to creator X if I have ad blocking software, if I don't. And that is true, but as the number of people who say that increases, it does start to become a problem in aggregate. And that is where the fundamental conflict comes in. And I was trying to think through some of my thoughts on this a little bit earlier. And so while I can say that, you know, shouldn't have ad blocking software, advertising is what is supporting a lot of things that I love on the internet, something that kept popping into my mind is a comparison with fast forwarding the commercials on TV.
Yeah.
Or if people have like a TiVo now, fast forward through the commercials. I think the TiVos even have like a commercial skip button, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how that works.
Yeah, I mean, we deliberately, like if there's a TV show we want to watch, we'll deliberately go for a cup of tea or some food first so that we can build up a bit of buffer so we can fast forward the ads.
Oh, okay, yeah, so you know, so you can zip through them. So.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, while I can feel that very passionately about the internet, and I totally love the internet, and I think ad blocking software in aggregate is bad for the internet, I would never even hesitate or think twice to fast forward through TV commercials.
Yeah, true.
Right, I mean, it wouldn't even cause a nanoseconds worth of hesitation in my mind. Like, well, obviously I'm just gonna fast forward these commercials. But the same exact arguments apply, right? That those TV shows are there because advertisements are what's supporting them.
Yeah.
And so that's why, I mean, it's impossible to just not be a total hypocrite in some way with regard to the advertising industry.
I mean, the only difference is, you know, we are very exactingly measured on whether or not people watch the ads, whereas no one knows who's guess as to who's watching in terms of that fast forwarding scenario. As far as I know, I don't think they can measure who fast forwarded through the ads. So me fast forwarding through the ads when I watch a TV show is not. Is it different? It seems different to me. Like I understand that in principle it's the same, but it's not quite such a direct hit.
So I would argue that it is absolutely no different at all, though. Like you want it to be different.
Yeah.
You think, oh well, they don't know. They're just paying for a certain amount of advertising. But the fundamental argument still applies that advertisers are trying to figure out whether it is cost effective to advertise on certain mediums.
Yeah.
Right? And in some sense, from the advertiser's perspective, they just care if an advertising campaign is profitable.
Yes.
And the rest of it can be a bit of a black box from their perspective. So people who are, some portion of the population blocking ads and some portion of the population fast forwarding, that is built into what's called like a return on investment calculation that the advertisers have to do. Is it worth buying more advertising in this particular medium, or is it not?
Yeah.
So that's why it's like I was doing the same thing earlier when I was thinking about like I'm trying to find a way that TV is different, but it just isn't.
I understand. I mean, so you're saying by me fast forwarding the ads through Downton Abbey, I'm not allowing myself to be influenced and then maybe go out and buy that can of Coke afterwards, and that all gets factored into how many cans of Coke they sell that year, gets factored into some big equation algorithm.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so you're skipping the ads is sort of making Downton Abbey less profitable per view from the producer's perspective and from the advertiser's perspective as well.
Yes, because even though I think I'm immune to advertising, I'm not.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's one of the things that drives me absolutely crazy because this argument comes up on the internet all the time over advertising, and the thing that drives me crazy is the people who on the internet say like, oh, I never click an ad, and so it doesn't matter if I run ad blocking software anyway. It's like, well, that's not how a lot of the advertisements work. Like on YouTube, again, I have to be vague for some reasons, but sometimes you get paid because someone clicks, but many times you don't. A person doesn't have to click at all. An advertisement is just based on the impression. And so it doesn't even matter the people who say that they never click and buy something. That is not how all of the ads work. That's how many of them work, but not all of them.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a very complicated issue, and I hate stuff like this where I can't come to a perfectly consistent opinion about what should be or how things should work.
Do you use ad blocking software?
Right, so that is the question, isn't it? Right? Do I have ad blocker installed on my own computer? Mm-hmm. And the answer is that I do.
No.
Right, I do. Now.
You watch a private feed? You never watch my videos anyway.
Yeah. So there's some qualifications to this.
Okay.
Right. First of all, is that I'm very aggressive with what's called a whitelist. So you can select websites where you will allow the ads to display. And so I do have that set for YouTube, and I have that set for a bunch of websites that I regularly visit, because I don't want to deprive them of impression-based advertising revenue. Mm-hmm. But it is weird because that same argument that I made before is that I also know, and again, I can't speak to specifics because of the sort of contract we signed with YouTube, but like I know that my individual unblocking of websites makes a negligible difference in their actual revenue.
Yeah.
And so it's weird because
it's like voting though, isn't it? Like one vote doesn't change an election, but if everyone did vote.
Man, that is a really good comparison. That is a really good comparison. And so yeah, this is where the conflict comes from. It's like it's a symbolic gesture almost in both ways, right? To whitelist or to ad block, because there's one site in particular that I'm kind of happy to do the ad block on, and it's because like I do not want to give them revenue, but it is impossible to avoid them sometimes. It's like I don't want my accidental clicks, to give this place any revenue.
You're not naming this for a reason.
I'm going to say Imager because that's how I say it in my mind. I don't think that's really how it's pronounced.
Okay.
But it's IMGUR.
Yeah.
And I'm probably going to make a lot of Reddit people very angry when I say this. But I am not a fan of Imager. And I haven't been since the beginning because I think its whole existence is predicated on just massive copyright infringement, right? Like that is basically what the website is. It's a place for people to host.
It's a place where people freeboot.
Yes.
It's freebooters everywhere.
Well, no, okay. The users are not freebooters.
Okay.
The users are not freebooters, but the website as a whole is.
I'm so happy to hear you saying freebooters now.
There you go. And so one of the places that it really gets me on Reddit is people will host, people will find like some webcomic that they think is really funny, and they upload it to Imager, and then submit it to Reddit because Imager loads very quickly. And so, like, well, what has happened here is that you've now directed Reddit traffic to an image that does not belong to Imager, but Imager is getting all the money from it. They are getting the advertising revenue from people looking at this webcomic, and the original webcomic artist is not getting any revenue from that at all.
And still you won't call it stealing.
Yes, it is different. It is not stealing. But it really bothers me. I mean, I understand the need for a site like Imager to some extent. And there are historical reasons why image hosting sites exist, which I think are less of a modern problem. But it used to be that you could just assume that anybody's website would just completely crash when a place like Reddit linked to it.
Yeah.
And so nobody would be able to see the thing in the first place, which is why sites like Imager came into existence. But I found that is less and less the case, websites crashing under the pressure. So there's historical reasons why this thing kind of exists, but I do not whitelist Imager because it's like, I don't like the existence of your site. I wish that people would link to the actual webcomic or the actual photographer who took this picture and not just put everything up on this gallery. So I have conflicted feelings about Imager, but it's hugely popular with the Reddit people, so I imagine lots of them are going to be angry about my dislike of it. But I don't. But if you use Reddit, it is just impossible to avoid Imager.
You make a good case for it, so you might make people angry, but I think it's a fair point.
Maybe.
It's legal. Like, there's nothing illegal about ad blocking software, is there?
Okay, so yeah, here's where I think the really interesting question about ad blocking software is that there's an implicit agreement with websites like YouTube and anything that makes content available for free, that the price of admission is those ads. Right? That is basically how you are paying for admission to this website in a way. But what I find very interesting is that there's a lot of question about how or what are the rights that a computer user has to control the software that runs on their machine. And that's where I think that ad blocking software is very interesting. Because I'm a very much absolutist over this. I think that general purpose computers, which are laptops, meaning they can run any computer code that you give them. I think that the end users should have extreme control over their own machine. And that means that I could not imagine any kind of world where running ad blocking software could be against the law, for example. Or you could try to sue a particular user for damages for running ad blocking software. Because I think that you really should be able to have just total control over your machine and the code that is run upon it. But what I wanted to say is, I don't know, there's a bunch of ad blocking companies. I can't even remember which one this is from, but one of them ran a fundraising campaign recently, which is what has gotten this on my mind for the past couple months. And I've been meaning to write an article about this, but I don't think I ever will, so let's just talk about it now. And I have very, very deep misgivings about a company that exists to create ad blocking software.
What do you mean?
I almost feel that the world I would want to live in is one where ad blocking software is not available to the general public. But if you are able to write your own, you can run it on your own machine.
So the existing ad blocking software, like the one you've got, who made that?
So it's this company that ran this fundraiser. I think
you bought
it's
it
just
from that company?
no. Oh God, no! I would never give them any money.
Yeah, so who did you get yours from?
Okay, so so the one I'm running is AdBlock. It's just called AdBlock, I guess.
Yeah.
There's so many variations of it. I'm not even sure if that's the full name. But they have this little promo video that I recently watched, and it just drives me crazy because it starts off. They're doing a fundraiser, and they say there's two lines in there, right, which is like, I love an internet without advertisements, and they're trying to promote this to people.
So they've made an ad.
yeah, they've made an ad about their own ad blocking software. And I guess it's like the institutional existence of this ad blocking software I don't like, because this, when you talk about the place that is making the ad blocking software, I think you can very clearly point to them and say, like, you are making the internet worse in a way that you can't assign the blame to the individual users, because each individual user has a negligible impact. But the ad blocking software company themselves, they're the ones that allows this aggregate genuine impact to occur. And so I feel like you can assign blame towards them. And they talk.
Is that like blaming a gun manufacturer for the bad deeds of people?
Right. This is exactly it. Like, it's so conflicting. I don't know if it is an appropriate or an inappropriate analogy. It might be a very good one. It might be a very bad one. I can't decide. I can't figure out where I stand on this, and I find it very frustrating.
The thing I don't understand, sorry if I've
yeah.
maybe I've kind of missed something here. This company, who's been making ad blocking software before this company? Like, before that, was it just like a little cottage industry, or has it always been made by institutional, by organisations?
I'm pretty sure this one started as an individual guy, and now they have a couple of employees.
So it used to be like a little underground thing, and now it's become like a...
Yeah, I guess so. I have to be honest. I don't know fully the background, and as I said, there's so many of these places as well. So I'm not exactly sure what the situation is. But so one of the things that the ad block says in their video is help make the internet a better place. And I think, like, ad block does the exact opposite.
Yeah, they may as well say help make the internet a better place by putting CGP creative business.
Yeah, right? Like that is like help make the internet a better place. And they keep talking about these ads as though there's some kind of natural barrier, like, oh, we would have this really clean path, but there's all these boulders that nature left in the way, right? And help us clear these boulders, and we're gonna make this road a better place, right? And like the actual situation is somebody built a toll road, and they're saying, help us tear down this toll booth to make the world a better place. And it's like, well, the toll booth is the thing that pays for the upkeep of that road. And so, like, it is not a fair comparison. So I don't know. Like I said, I feel so uncomfortable even talking about the existence of ad blocking software. I don't want to be a hypocrite about this. But it's just so it's a tricky, contentious issue. I just feel like I don't want the company that allows me to do this thing to exist. That is the situation that I would like in the world, which is kind of crazy. But it's just a very complicated situation.
Well, I'm happy to say I don't run ad blocking software, but that's mainly because I probably just couldn't get it to work. I can't even get my email to work.
The city of Sao Paulo a few years ago actually banned advertising in all public places in the city. So people had to take down public billboards that faced public streets, I think is the way it worked. And there's some interesting pictures. If you go on Flickr, you can find photos of Sao Paulo where there are no advertisements, but there are still the blank billboards up in various places. And that's a case where I also think, boy, if I was the mayor of the city of London, I would totally do that without any hesitation. I would pass that law as well, because I think that that's a situation where clearly not having advertising is sort of, it's a nicer experience, or like you're talking about the Japanese going to the music festival before. It's a nicer experience to go through a place that does not have advertising, and unlike much of the internet, the city will still exist without billboards. If someone took down all the billboards in London tomorrow, those buildings wouldn't go away. Right? They're not dependent on the advertising revenue from the billboards to exist.
Yeah, but would the businesses that populate them start having problems and start going out of business, and it starts this slippery slope of decline? I mean, just like me fast forwarding through the TV, are you being Are you being simplistic about it? Is that more important to the economy than you're realising?
I mean, maybe I would.
Oh, do you mean just like a big billboard for like McDonald's or something, and it's not like Bill the jeweler saying come and buy my rings because they're 30% off. You're talking about like Coca-Cola putting some big billboard up on a.
That's the kind of thing that Sao Paulo was talking about. They didn't take down like business signs, like in the business window or that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But they were just taking down giant public billboards, which I would suspect would be a fairly negligible impact.
Would you be happy for the City of London to do that and pay double council rates?
I would be pretty surprised if it had to double the council rates.
I was provocative. I was saying it's all part of an economy.
It is all part of an economy. Would I pay double? I don't know. I wonder about that. I kind of think about this sometimes on the underground, because there's tons of advertising on the underground.
Of course, yeah.
And I have actually wondered a couple of times, what increase in underground ticket would I be willing to pay to not have any of this advertising here?
Yeah.
Because I've seen, oh god, I'm going to say the Moscow subway, but this might be totally wrong. Sorry, internet, I'm not looking it up right now. But I have seen beautiful photos of some subways where their interiors do not have any advertisement, and it's just like some big art project, or it looks like a beautiful hall.
Yeah.
And I think that is a genuinely nicer experience for people on public transport to be able to take out the advertising. But my understanding, I tried to look into this once a while ago, my understanding is that the advertising on the London Underground is a very substantial decrease in the cost of the actual ticket. That advertising money is no joke for London. So, it might, whatever their actual number is, if it's like double the price, like, oh God, that's, I'm not sure I would be willing to pay that. And I know there are lots of people who just couldn't pay that. If you double their transportation costs, it's not practical.
Yeah, they say that, but they say that, they're sneaky like that, organisations, aren't they? It's like with petrol, they say, oh, the petrol's so expensive because so much of it's tax, or it's the price of oil, and those other things come down, but the petrol price doesn't change.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Well, the petrol thing is tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The only other thing that might be worth just mentioning that I sort of alluded to in the beginning, we've talked about this being a 10 episode experiment.
Yeah.
From straight from the beginning, and see if we can even get to 10 episodes. And there are many things that affect whether or not this is going to be a successful experiment. One of them is how many people listen. Another one is how much of an impact this has on your work schedule and my work schedule. But it's undeniable that a big portion of this is also the effectiveness of the advertising on the podcasts. And so this very thing that we are doing is another example of how advertising can bring into existence some things that otherwise would not have happened. And it's only because I was thinking about doing a podcast and trying to look into some numbers about how it might be financially sustainable, and there is already a pre-existing world of podcast advertising, and so that's like this podcast. I don't know if we would have ever started it if the world of podcast advertising did not exist. If I couldn't see a way that maybe if we're going to be doing it as a joint project that's taking up both of our times for that we could be spending on other things, like it also has to be a financially viable product.
I'll tell you what. Whoever's getting these ads done is getting whatever they're paying. They're getting a bargain. Maybe you do it great because your syrupy voice. You could sell ice to the Eskimos.
maybe not. But I'm.
How do you find doing the ads? Because you've been talking a lot about advertising. I've known you for a while now, and I know you're very sensitive about advertising, and your audience is so important to you. And now reading ads, which is a new experience for you. I know you don't just read them, and you put a lot of flair to them. But how are you finding doing ads?
Yeah. I guess maybe that's part of why this has also been on my mind. It's been an interesting experience because on YouTube I feel very disconnected from the ads that play before the videos.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to do with them. They come through this gigantic auction system is the way it works on YouTube. And so I feel just totally removed from them. And on my videos, I'm very sensitive and have turned down offers so far to speak an ad at the end of the video because I feel like, ooh, I don't like this, or I haven't quite figured out the way that I want to do it if I were ever to. But it's never come up with something that I would like to do in the videos yet. But on the podcast, yeah, it seems very natural to do it, and maybe that's again just because going back to not being able to have a consistent opinion. While I feel very strongly about not speaking in the videos and advertisement, in the podcast it just seems totally natural. And maybe that's because I listen to a lot of podcasts, and so I'm very used to this format of the host reading out an advertisement. That it seems very natural, and so far we've been lucky to have products that I actually use and like and can feel good recommending.
That's good.
So that has been very helpful. But it has been less weird than I thought it might be. Is what I would say.
It's a crazy thing. I really love sport, and obviously I watch a lot of sport. I'm missing a big football game to be doing this podcast, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
And I do still find it crazy because I watch a lot of baseball. How in American commentary they do these ad reads. That does still seem. I still haven't gotten used to it even after all this time. Where some guy will be talking about the pitching matchup, and then suddenly he'll be telling you how great, some hot dog brand is, or how great some car is. Like,
you mean the sports announcer does it?
Yeah, like the commentator. He would say how wonderful something is, and then he'll get back on. And I still find it weird in sports commentary. That's because they don't do it in other countries, or they don't do it in the UK in that way. But you're right, in podcasts, I've been listening to a lot as well, and it just seems like a thing they do,
Yeah, it seems very natural. And, again, with conflicts over advertising, I have genuinely benefited from signing up to a bunch of the services that I have heard on podcasts.
Yeah.
While we're recording this today, I have no idea who the advertiser is going to be, because I'm going to be recording that in the future. So what I'm about to say is not an advertisement, it's just me saying it. But I found out about Squarespace from listening to podcast ads on the 5x5 network, which was home to a bunch of the shows that I listened to, and that was great. That is an example of where my life is genuinely easier and better from advertising. And so you can't just say oh, it is always an interruption, because I don't know how else I would have found out about something like that. I'm not deeply involved in the website building world. That's tangential to what I'm actually trying to do. And so I'm not sure something like that would have ever come to me through just word of mouth. It can be beneficial. Granted, the number of products that are like that in my life is very small when compared to the total number of advertisements I have ever heard, right? Which is functionally infinite. But that has still been the case for me.
Yeah, I think that's a forgotten thing about it, isn't it? Sometimes they actually are performing a service. They have a utility as well.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, cool, mate. I think there's a lot more to say about advertising, and we've come at it from this angle of ad blocking and but there are other aspects to advertising to do with being a YouTuber that we haven't even talked about. So I suspect maybe we'll be talking about this again sometime.
It might come up. Maybe in follow-up. I don't know. I feel exhausted, and I feel weird even just talking about this topic. But yeah, I figure we will cut it there. We've been talking for a while.
Yeah.
And you need to pack. Yeah, that's right.
I've got to watch football. I've got to pack. I'll probably make a number file video.
Yes.
Email me that checklist.
Yes, I will email you the checklist so that you can probably just mostly ignore it tomorrow as you run around in a frenzy of last-minute packing.
I would not forget my headphones.
The more we do these podcasts, the more I think I realize how different we are.